After using all his luck to pull an SSR-level heavenly demon character with a 0.006% chance, this young man was immediately hit by a truck out of nowhere. When Junwoo woke up, he found himself in a hospital room. That's right, I was hit by a truck. Just as Junshu remembered, a nurse walked in. Soldier Kim, you're awake. Just a moment, I'll call the doctor. With that, the nurse left the room. What was going on? Why did she call me Private Kim? Confused, Junshu looked at the patient information at the end of the bed. Private Kim, male, 22 years old, dislocation and concussion due to an accident. It really says Soldier Kim. What kind of mistake is this? Junshu returned to his bed and sighed. I feel guilty for turning the Kim soldiers into experience points for the heavenly demon, but turning into Kim Soldier A. As Junshu moved, he accidentally bumped his leg against the chair leg, causing him to scream in pain like a stuck pig. Hearing Junwoo's piercing scream, the nurse rushed in. Kim Soldier, you shouldn't be moving yet. The doctor arrived, seeing the scene and chuckling. You were hit by a truck. You're lucky to have only minor injuries, but we still need to run some tests. You'll need an MRI and a magical vision test. What magic now? Junwoo snapped. Before he could even process what was happening, he was faced with another daunting problem. A hospital bill. Emergency room fees, facility fees, CT scans, X-rays, and other expenses totaled 223705691. Junwoo's mouth twitched as he heard the number. What, 22 million for just 4 days? Since he has no insurance, he'll have to pay the full amount himself, the receptionist explained. What, how can I not have insurance? But every Korean citizen has health insurance. The receptionist asked, a little flustered. Health insurance? You don't have Legion or Magic Tower coverage, do you? A Legion or Magic Tower? What are you talking about? Junwoo was about to retort but suddenly froze. Wait, he remembered hearing those terms before. Where have I heard those terms before? The Legion, the Twin Dukes, the Magic Tower, the Holy Assembly. This is the world of Ain Soon, a world abandoned by the gods, where arcane science has advanced, the earth is polluted with monsters, and humans must mutate to survive. In short, it's a world where survival is a struggle. And I've been dropped right in the middle of it. Despairing, Junshu shouts into the street, then drags himself back to his dwelling. He went to sleep, dreaming of demonic power, only to wake up as a test subject. Perhaps this is the saint's punishment for reincarnating the Golden Troops. Looking at the cramped room before him, Junshu felt even more hopeless. This room is even older than my old apartment. Were the Kim soldiers really this poor? Damn it, I'm broke and out of shape. What am I going to do? Oh, if this really is soon, then soon? Nuclear war, dimensional rifts, and the resurrection of ancient gods will soon turn this place into a living hell. I don't know how I got here, but if I just sit still, I'm 100% dead. A question arose in Junwoo's mind and he immediately clicked the pen, placing his other hand on the table. He needed to test this before it was too late. Despite his trembling hand, Junwoo steeled himself and decisively stabbed the pen into his palm, enduring the pain as he awaited the results. Quickly, the pen wound began to close and then vanished completely, followed by a notification. The acquired trait is Wound Recovery. I knew it would work. Junwoo was secretly delighted, the reason he had nurtured countless Kim soldiers. The Kim soldier is a free trial character, the only one without base stats, but Junwoo can unlock and swap stats, allowing for more freedom in raising them than other characters. For a tactician like him, the Kim soldier is easier to use than rare characters, meaning the wound recovery has triggered healing the wounds you've suffered so far. Now that I'm a Kim soldier, I can acquire any trait as long as I earn it, and in this world, being a poor and helpless Xenon means death. Or if he's unlucky, but Junshu won't let that happen. He has the knowledge from wasting 1,000 hours on the game as a free-to-play player now with the body of a soldier. He even climbed from rank 1,15689 to rank 9 inches, a single bound. The very next day, Junshu arrived at the player recruitment center. The director of player recruitment looked over Junsu's profile, then sized him up. Soldier Kim, are you saying this is your first time at our player recruitment office? Yes, I intend to participate in the mana purification project, Junwoo replied inwardly, lamenting that he had to make money in such terrible games. Since all I have is this body, the only thing I can do is make a lot of money. It may be called mana cleansing, but do you understand what dungeon conquest really entails? Cho said, propping his feet up on the desk. Oh yeah, I know. You know, but your resume is completely blank. Junshu looked flustered, thinking to himself, of course he knew how terrible this job was. Tainted mana is the reason monsters can invade, conquer dungeons, and cleaning up that trash releases a large amount of tainted mana. Prolonged exposure to mana can be fatal or cause mutations, making this job extremely dangerous. Alright, I'll assign you to a group as soon as we have enough people, Cho spoke, reminding Junwoo before he left. But, are you sure about this? I've seen countless people like you come in here for money, only to end up completely empty inside. Don't worry, I might even be better than you. Junwoo confidently replied, then turned away, smirking. What was that all about? Having played as a freelancer until he bled Warrior Kim with his 1,000 hours of playtime was in his element, and Junwoo was quickly assigned a mission. Dear, the team leader is already trying to intimidate me. Are you the new recruit on our team? Oh right, I guess I am. I was just assigned to this team. Hyotobao grabs Junu by the collar. Is this a playground to you? Where's the determination in your eyes? You better not ask me to save you after the mutation, because if I see any signs, I'll take you out myself. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, Junu replied, dismissively, thinking to himself. Intimidating the newbies. He's the same in the game as he is in real life, huh? But why is a retired level L character here? So that's what he looked like before awakening. Even his character is ordinary. Oh dear, deer shouldn't do that to a newbie. We're short on manpower, so we need to use every available resource. Hedgehog, with your 5 years of dungeon clearing experience, go relieve Junshu. That's only if he can even help us. Look at him, we'll be lucky if he doesn't cause trouble. Deer clicked his tongue and released Junu, then said to the group, alright, we have exactly 4 days to clear 5 tainted areas, let's move. That jerk, he's even more difficult than he was in the game. As Junu glared at Hugh, the hedgehog put an arm around him, comforting him. Don't mind him. He might nag, but he's a good guy. Yes sir, Junu replied. His anger somewhat subsided. He followed the others to complete their mission, led by Hyang to an abandoned train station. The stench coming from that place is enough to make your nose curl. I'll open the door, everyone, get ready. Hugh ordered the attack and used her card to open the dungeon. As soon as they saw the tainted slimes, low-level monsters, everyone grabbed their shovels to prepare for battle, except for Junsu, who stood back and observed. The key to cleaning up tainted mana or monsters, tainted slimes, may be weak, but they won't die until you find the mana core inside them. After struggling in vain against the slimes, which only multiplied with each blow, the cleanup crew began to panic. Find their mana cores. How are we supposed to do that? If this keeps up, we'll be infected with tainted mana. As one of the men prepared to attack, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Back off, I'm not responsible for what happens next. After the warning, Junshu rushes in, slamming his sword down on the youth's groin. Instead of multiplying, the slam dissolves, revealing a striking yellow mana core as Junu single-handedly decimates the monsters, leaving his comrades in awe. What, he wiped out all the slams in one hit? How is that possible? Junu continued to wield his shovel, inwardly smug. Of course he could. Before slaying the monsters, he had learned some important principles while gathering the necessary attributes. First, collecting attributes is just like in a game, you just have to meet certain conditions. So 2 days before conquering the dungeon, Junu crawled around looking for a coin to get the treasure hunting attribute, and sniffed garbage to get toxin resistance. Secondly, Junu can acquire a total of 6 attributes, switching between them at will. By activating the treasure hunt attribute, Junsu could see the mana core, the opponent's weakness. Despite his helpful abilities, a full day's work leaves Junu exhausted. On the ride home, the hedgehog Judome approaches Junsu to chat. We gotta go home early today thanks to you. Just looking at you, I can tell you're amazing. Are you waiting to awaken like a deer? Junu replied with a smile. It's not that I just know how to do it from my military experience. If that's the case, then you're really amazing, Hedgehog said admiringly. At that moment, 2 horns suddenly sprouted from his head, and the signs of mutation around him grew stronger. It seems he's been exposed to too much mana. Junu shuddered, suggesting he take a day off as he didn't look well. Neem waves his hand with a bitter laugh, saying he'd rather face mutation than debt collectors. It makes sense. There aren't many reasons for someone to do this job. Junu decided not to press the issue, but what was coming was coming. 4 days later, all the team members except Junsu were affected by tainted mana, especially Hedgehog, whose body grew larger, his breath grew heavy, and his eyes became clouded. I told him not to push himself too hard. Deer spoke to Sue, who was watching Hedgehog tremble with a much gentler attitude than before. You seem so full of energy. Is it because you're still young? I never thought you'd be able to do your job. Well done. It's all thanks to everyone. Junu chuckled nervously, thinking that his new stats from monster hunting made the job easier. He glanced at Deer, who looked exhausted. Was it because of his level? At that moment, Porcupine suddenly screamed, clutching his head and growling as more and more sharp quills sprouted from his body. The others on the team stopped what they were doing and gathered around him, asking what was wrong. Junu suspects something, and Hu seems to share the same thought, rushing to Enhim and pleading with him to snap out of it. Neem turned to look at Hugh, his eyes now devoid of warmth, like a bloodthirsty wild beast with sharp teeth. And with a boom, the gentle Neem transformed into a gigantic mutant hedgehog. He's mutated, and it seems he's lost all reason. If we don't defeat him, we're trapped here. Junshu quickly checked his stats, but all the new attributes he'd gained were for cleaning up monsters, none of which would help in a fight, no matter how he looked at it. Junshu saw the mutated hedgehog looking at him with affection, and he thought, I'm done for. He was punched and sent flying, coughing up blood, realizing the power difference was too great. At this rate, I'm a goner. System notification, endurance acquired, a trait has been obtained. Seeing this notification, Junshu snapped back to reality, grasping at straws, thinking, traits, that's right, I have traits, it's too early to give up. He hastily opens his status window, knowing he must use his wits to survive. How can he defeat that thing? First, remove some traits, then strength will be useful. Right now, the mana heart will help control mana, and endurance will reduce damage taken. Mana absorption allows me to absorb mana, deep breathing helps me recover more mana, and finally the last piece is taint resistance. With his stats adjusted, Jun-sun stood up, glaring at the mutated hedgehog and shouted, "Come on, you bastard." The mutated hedgehog of course did not disappoint, charging towards him. Junu stared intently at the mutated hedgehog, the scepter in his hand, glowing blue, as the system announced the strength trait had been activated, amplifying his power tenfold. As the mutated hedgehog entered his attack range, Junshu gripped the scepter tightly with both hands and slammed it down with all his might, sending it flying backward. Junshu rejoiced inwardly. Yes, it worked, I can do this. But his joy was short-lived, as the mutated hedgehog curled into a ball mid-air and spun at high speed, becoming a deadly spiked wheel hurtling towards him. What the hell? Junshu cried out in alarm as the spiked wheel used a protruding rock to launch itself into the air, its trajectory set for his current location. Oh crap, that's all Junu could muster before the spiked wheel crashed down, pulverizing the ground where he stood. After that attack, the spiked wheel turned back into the mutated hedgehog, gazing at the destruction it had caused, as the system announced that the endurance trait had been activated, amplifying strength tenfold. Thanks to his endurance trait, Junu barely withstands the mutated hedgehog's dangerous attack and leaps into the air above it, though even with the endurance it still hurts like hell. Knowing this was a fight to the death, Junu traded blow for blow, furiously attacking the mutated hedgehog with his fists. Just then, a quill on the mutated porcupine suddenly shifted, targeting Junu before launching with incredible speed. Too surprised to fully react, Junu could only twist away the quill, tearing his clothes and leaving a bloody gash on his shoulder. Even worse, the mutated porcupine unleashed a barrage of spikes, giving Junu no chance to react, and he was instantly impaled, sent flying backward to the ground. No, just a little more, just a little more. He desperately urged himself as he struggled to his feet, lunging towards the mutated porcupine with a punch. But after that punch, his right hand was ruined, yet it didn't hurt the mutated porcupine at all, only further provoking it. Enraged, the mutated porcupine unleashed a barrage of quills, tearing apart Junu's left arm all the way to the shoulder. Overwhelmed by pain, he collapses, screaming in agony. Kim's soldier is no match for this. Helpless on the ground, Junshu watched the mutated hedgehog, his fists clenching as memories flooded back, of carefree days playing games, boasting, "Come on, I'll defeat you all with Kim's soldiers." In that instant his mind cleared, and he understood something. He remembered playing the game when everything was so easy, and one touch was all it took to defeat the monsters. I never considered the characters' feelings, simply pushing them to extremes under the guise of effective training. But now I understand that pain is necessary to achieve even a mediocre trait, and there's no victory without a price. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and when Junu came to, he saw the mutant hedgehog's massive fist about to strike. To counter, Junu suddenly raised an arm to block an arm as massive as the mutant hedgehog's. The mutant hedgehog was stunned that its attack was so easily blocked, and Junu landed a surprise punch that sent it flying. The system announces the mutated muscle trait has been activated. Junu clenches his fists, thinking that his reckless attack was to acquire this trait by pushing his limits, activating the mana heart trait and strength to obtain mutated muscles. All of this was in preparation for this moment. As for the mutant hedgehog, after being knocked down it flies into a rage, quickly gets up and lunges at Junu, throwing a punch. Junshu raises an arm, easily blocking the attack, and smirks. That won't work anymore. He then unleashed a flurry of punches on the mutant hedgehog, who could only raise its arms in defense, passively taking the blows. Seeing this, Junshu taunted, "Stab me, go on, I dare you." Enraged, the mutated hedgehog abandoned its defense and chose to attack. Suddenly, sharp thorns erupted from its fists, and it struck Junu's chest with immense force. This time he couldn't block it, and was sent crashing to the ground, several bloody holes now adorning his chest. Junshu coughed up a mouthful of blood, thinking it wasn't even using its full strength. Though he was knocked to the ground again, Junsu wasn't without gains. Junu immediately replaced his trait with the mutated physique, and in an instant, his body began to grow, perfectly matching his two arms. Junu rose again, smiling at the mutated porcupine. "Thanks, you've made me stronger." The two sides then clashed with neither gaining an advantage. Junshu laughed. "Now we're evenly matched." The sounds of fighting then begin to stir the unconscious deer. "What's going on? So noisy," he muttered. Hugh turned toward the sound and saw Run, and the mutant exchanging blows, neither willing to yield. Hyuk is shocked by the scene. "Soldier Kim, what is he? Is he a superhuman? How can he fight a mutant on equal footing?" Just then, Junu and the mutated hedgehog were both knocked to the ground. "I'm as big as it is, but I'm still at a disadvantage." He bit his lip, thinking it's dangerous, but there's no other way. Making his decision, Junu rises, activating his resistance trait, and the system announces the activation of mana resistance development. "I have to believe in myself." Junu steeled himself and called out for purification once more. Before Hugh's astonished eyes, Junu's body was instantly mutated. The transformation was swift and complete. The system announces Kim Junwoo has mutated into a soldier. In this mutated form, Junwoo throws his head back and roars energy, gathering in his mouth before firing at the mutated hedgehog. With overwhelming power, the mutation is completely annihilated without a chance to fight back. Then Junshu turns his gaze towards Shu and slowly approaches. What is that? A monster he mutated, while fighting one. Still reeling, Hugh felt a chill, as if a predator had him in its sights. He looked up to see Junshu staring down at him, and in a panic he thought, how is this possible? Deer looked at the mutated soldier Kim with utter terror, his only thought now being to escape. But as he turned to crawl away, he noticed a large shadow looming over him. Certain he was done for, Deer closed his eyes in despair, but after a few seconds, feeling nothing, he opened them again to see Junu had returned to normal. As for Junu, after returning to his normal body, he collapsed forward, completely drained, whispering that he had done it. The final line of defense against defilement. If you possess a mutation form along with mutation factor, and erase the resistance to defilement, you will receive mutation. People often believe that once you've become a mutant, you can never return to normal. But Junu was different. He had changed his nature. He knew that if he could just hold on to a sliver of reason, he could change his nature. That's how he traded mutation for anti-corruption and returned to his human form. I never want to go through that again. Struggling to stand, Junu finds a purple orb in his hand, the size of a ping-pong ball. The system announces the acquisition of a Tier 1 mana core, and Junu grins with delight. But it was all worth it. I got a first-class mana core. It really pays to do the cleanup work. Just then, Hugh and the others approached Hugh, staring intently, trembling, and asked, "Are you okay? You mutated, what happened?" Pulling himself together, Junshu turned to the three. "It would be troublesome if any strange rumors about me started." Thinking quickly, Junshu says, "Oh well, I bet on being able to turn back. I guess I got really lucky." Bewildered, Shu asks, "What? That was just luck." But before he could finish, Junu pulled out a pile of small golden orbs and said, "Here, take these." Then he turned and waved, saying, "Now, get back here, I want some fresh air." Behind him, the two beside Hugh exclaimed, "Tierless mana cores." Wow, so many. Junu chuckled to himself, figuring they'd keep his secret since he saved their lives and gave them mana stones. Hugh watched Junu walk away, lost in thought. The next morning in the player training room, Choso smiled ingratiatingly, rubbing his hands together as he said to Junu, "Oh my, I heard you had a rough time, it must have been terrible." Junshu chuckled. "Yeah, well, it got a little tiring at the end." He wondered why he was suddenly receiving so much praise. Choose speaks up. "You should have told us you were a superhuman. We could have given you a real job instead of cleaning." Hearing this, Junu realizes that he thinks he's a superhuman, an awakened being with powerful mana. In this world where power equals authority, and status espers are essentially royalty. And there's a reason he thinks that, since only an esper could defeat a mutant, even though my victory was due to my status. At that moment, Choso turned around, took out a paper bag he had prepared, and said with a smile, "Then I guess I should pay you for the cleanup." "Sounds good," Junshu replied, secretly deciding to let the man believe he was a superhuman for now. Choso pulled stacks of cash from a paper bag, placing them on the table as he explained, "You cleared 5 areas and we usually take 20% of the 50 million split among the group, so I'd give you 5 million. But this time, we're doing things a little differently. We'll only take a 5% fee from your share and give you an extra bonus. We hope to continue working with you." Junu, distracted by the sight of the money, thought to himself, 12 million. It's great to be a superhuman. Soon after, Junu happily left the room with his large sum of money. As he pondered how to spend his newfound wealth, a man approached saying, "You look happy. You must have earned quite a bit." Junu recognized him as one of his previous employers and replied with a modest smile, "Well, yes, we did complete the mission." The man spoke up, "Actually, the reason I'm here is because I need a favor." Junu asked suspiciously, "A favor?" The man replied, "Well, my wife is really sick, so I was wondering if I could borrow some money from you. I'm sorry to ask this of you. We've only worked together once, but please." The man bowed deeply, and Junwoo frowned slightly at the sight. In this world, helping others without knowing them is unwise. Who knows when they might stab you in the back? It's hard enough to take care of myself, but I feel terrible leaving him behind. Looking at the man before him, Ryun hesitated, but only for a moment before Long Track, and overcame his reason. Clasping the man's hands in his, Junu smiled and said, "Oh, please, you're older than me, even if not by much, take this." As he spoke, Junu stuffed a large pile of low-grade mana cores into the man's hands. As night fell in a hidden corner, the man who had asked Junswan for help looked at the pile of mana cores in his hand and laughed. "How foolish. I just pretended to be a poor old man, and he gave me all this money. Haha." Turns out he wasn't alone. Deer and 2 others were there as well. Deer chuckled, asking, "Is he new to this?" The man from earlier speaks up saying, "I bet if I said my kid was drinking, he'd give us more. But it's infuriating that he gets paid more than us. He gives us a pittance, and then pretends to be a hero to take our share." Deer spoke, "He's no Superman." The man from this morning asked Deer what kind of lesson they should teach him. Deer takes the mana cores, crushes them, and says with a sinister smile, "Now that we know his secret, let's teach him how terrifying this world can be." Little does Junu know, a plot against him is underway. He's still in bed, basking in the pride of his good deed that morning. It feels good to be a good person. At this rate, I'll be a hero in this world in no time. A few days later, Junu basks in the warm sunlight and the soothing massage from a mage at a luxurious hotel. Ah, it's good to have money. I never thought I'd get a massage in a place like this. This game is so much better than real life. But when the mage masseuse reached his left bicep, Junu nearly cried out in pain. He'd spent 3 days resting at the hotel, and it still hurt. From now on, I have to think twice before using any new mutations. Changing traits isn't quite what I thought. The body changes depending on the trait. The more severe the side effects, the greater the change to the body. The question is, will I even survive limiting my trait usage? Lost in thought, Junsu turned to let the mage employee massage his back and inadvertently spotted a man with twin black dragons tattooed on his chest, lounging on a poolside chair on the first floor, flanked by 2 rows of black-clad guards. Wait a minute, aren't those the Iron Fist clan, still as arrogant as ever? Xenon is ruled more by local gangs than by law, which makes sense considering how many there are. The people are forced to rely on superhumans. I barely managed to survive, but relying on the status quo in a place this dangerous would be foolish. Suddenly remembering something, he grinned and said, "Aren't there also items?" By evening, Junu had arrived at a shop. The girl at the counter smiled and asked, "Are you here to sell something?" Junu replied, "Yes, I have some monster byproducts." The clerk said, "Just so you know, I don't buy any zero-grade monocores. I know I'm selling this." As he spoke, Junu pulled a large blue orb from his backpack, offering it to the clerk, who exclaimed in disbelief, "This is a Tier 2 mana core." Junsu smiled, saying, "That's right, take a look." In his heart, he happily thought it's so fun to watch her be surprised. Honing it in the hotel room really paid off. I combined everything I had, and now I have a Tier 2 mana core. Moments later, Junu looked at the stack of bills in the girl's hand, thinking happily. The price varies depending on the level, so selling it at the highest price is the way to go. The girl handed the money to Junu, saying it was the price of the core 4.77 million. Junu took the money and said with a smile, "Thank you." Then Junu asked, "Do you sell weapons or armor?" The girl smiled and replied, "Of course, please come this way." Junsu was then led by the girl into an inner room, where he saw a variety of weapons displayed on wooden shelves along the walls. "They have everything here," he thought, smiling. "All the basic items I used in the game are here." The girl said, "Take your time, no rush." Junsu replied, his heart burning with ambition, thinking, "Time to gear up." As night fell, Junu left the shop with a backpack full of weapons, muttering with satisfaction, "Now that I'm armed, it finally feels like I'm playing the game." Just then, a beautiful girl with long hair frantically ran towards Junu, asking, "Excuse me, are you a mercenary? I need help." Run waved his hand and replied, "Oh, I'm not one, you should look for someone else." But as soon as he finished speaking, the long-haired girl took out a thick stack of money and offered, "I'm here on business, but the Iron Fist gang scares me. Could you protect me back to my place?" Run's eyes were fixed on the stack of money in the long-haired girl's hand. 5,000,000 for a bodyguard. Like a daily quest, and since I'm geared up, might as well give it a shot. Thinking this, Junu puts a hand on the long-haired girl's shoulder, saying with a smile, "Can't ignore a lady in distress. Let's go." The long-haired girl happily followed Junu. "Thank you," she said. Junu followed the long-haired girl into a disorienting alleyway. June is confused, wondering why she's in such a remote place. There's not even an ant here. Suddenly, the long-haired girl sped up and ran into an alley, and Junu followed, finding himself in a pitch-black alleyway. He could barely make out the silhouette of the long-haired girl ahead, thanks to the streetlights outside, as her urging voice echoed from the dark alley. "They're coming, hurry over here." June approached, muttering under his breath, "It's so dark I can't see anything." Just as he stepped into the dark alley, a system window appeared. Night vision trait acquired. A trait has been acquired. Junu rejoices, thinking, "I can see now. I didn't expect to gain a trait. My night vision has improved significantly." Everything in the dark alley became clear to him. And to his surprise, he could see the long-haired woman pointing a gun at him, saying with a smile, "You're more cautious than I thought." Junshu was startled, thinking, "A gun? Who is this woman? Wait, is this a trap?" Junshu slowly backed away, only to bump into an obstacle. It was Shu. He asked with a smirk, "Where do you think you're going, little brother?" At the same time, the alley lights flickered on, and 3 more men emerged from the shadows as Junshu glared at Hei. Hugh laughs, "Nice to see you again. Don't you think so?" Junshu frowned, questioning, "What did I do to make you do this?" Hugh retorts with a laugh, "Nothing, just seeing how foolish you are. No other reason, you gullible fool." Before he could finish, Junu took advantage of his lapse in attention, slipped past him and ran. Hugh reacts angrily, shouting, "Xing, you start a conversation and then run, shoot him." Without hesitation, the long-haired girl aimed at the fleeing Junu and fired, hitting him in the back. He cried out in pain and fell forward. Hugh and his crew rushed over to check on Junu. Seeing him motionless in a pool of blood, Hugh cursed, "What the hell? I should have shot him in the leg, not the body," the long-haired girl argued. "It's better than letting him escape." "Damn it, he looks dead," Hugh muttered. One of the men replied, "He reverted to human form after mutating. The mages will definitely buy his corpse." "We could have gotten more if he was alive," another man said. "Just take his gear." Deer sighed, "It can't be helped, let's do that first." But when they looked again at where Junshu had been, they were shocked to find only a pool of blood, and he was gone. Hugh cries out in fear, "Where's the body?" Just then, glass shatters as the alley's light is smashed, plunging it back into darkness. Then a man next to Hu was ambushed, struck in the back of the head, and collapsed to the ground, without a sound, leaving the others to cry out in confusion. What is this? Huer speculates. Don't tell me he's still alive. Suddenly, Junshu's voice echoed. I'm still alive. He doesn't look like he's been shot, and one of his pupils has turned gold. His current stats are immense: strength, endurance, mana, heart, night vision, and mana recovery. At this moment, Junshu smirks. I can't die to someone who repays kindness with evil. He's grateful he bought that bulletproof vest at the store earlier. Furthermore, after being shot by the long-haired girl, Junu gained a new trait, Feigned Death. Thanks to this, Junu tricked the deer gang into letting their guard down successfully, creating an advantage for himself. Now, without the streetlights, the deer and their gang were like flies without heads, frantically looking around and shouting. He broke the streetlights. I can't see anything. Looking for me, Junu suddenly appears behind the deer, asking softly, looking for me. Hugh instinctively turned around. June immediately punches him, yelling, I saved your life, now I'm taking it back, you bastard. Hugh takes Junu's punch and falls to the ground quickly, getting back up and wiping the blood from his face. The bastard. Hyo cursed as he lunged forward, kicking at Junu. Junu quickly dodges the shot. He should be grateful that I saved him. Did you think trying to kill your savior was the right thing to do? Junu said, landing a powerful punch that sent Hugh sprawling to the ground again. Just as he was about to kick Hugh again, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Are you okay? Hugh froze. He silently looks at the bullet wound on his arm, realizing he's become too careless. In Aoun, the scariest thing isn't monsters or mutants but people. I was too naive and trusted others too easily. Vowing never to repeat that mistake, Junshu unhesitatingly drew a pistol, firing 2 shots in quick succession. One bullet hits the long-haired girl's wrist, disabling her gun, while the other hits the man beside her, sending him to the ground in agony. Seeing that the two had lost their threat, Junu said with satisfaction, that's enough. He was about to eliminate the biggest threat, Hugh, when he suddenly heard a tearing sound from behind. Instinctively, Junu turned to see Deer's foot inches from his head. Reacting instantly, Junu raised his arms to block and was kicked backward. Scrambling to his feet, Junu stared at Hyuk, noticing subtle changes in his appearance. His legs have changed. Muttering to himself, Junu realizes a grave truth. Hyun has awakened as a level 1 superhuman. This terrible game has forced him into superhuman awakening. Since all characters can undergo the superhuman awakening, it's considered a basic stage of development in this game. Within this world, a level 1 superhuman is strong enough to threaten any ordinary person just trying to survive. In other words, he has to fight a superhuman with nothing but his normal body. At that moment, Hyuk glared at a trembling Zhu and said, I'm going to kill you. Then he vanished from Junu's sight, and Junu, alarmed, recalled the deer's abilities. Hyu's ability is called Omnidirectional Movement Kick, allowing him to use his incredibly elastic legs to move freely in any direction. Combining that with the current situation, Junu deduces that he'll use omnidirectional movement to climb the building wall. Sure enough, he looks up to see Deer kicking down from above, shouting, I'll kill you. Faced with Hyuk's powerful attack, Junu knew he could only evade quickly, leaping aside to narrowly avoid the blow. Enraged, Hyo glares at Junu. You may have dodged that, but you won't dodge this. With that, Hyu lunged at Junu, unleashing a kick, and a smile crept across his face as he felt his foot connect. But that smile froze when he saw Junu block his kick with a weapon not his own body. Across from him, Junu smirked. Sorry, but I didn't intend to. He felt a surge of relief, thinking buying that baton was a great idea. Hours earlier, Junu stood before the weapon racks, wondering if he should buy a gun. But Warrior Kim was a warrior class, and even if he was stronger, his shooting skills would only reach a certain limit. To be safe, he decides to buy another warrior class weapon, ultimately choosing a baton. Back in the present, Junsu's purchase of the baton has proven to be the right choice, as each character has weapons and traits that are more effective for their class. That's why to defeat the deer, he needs to use a melee weapon and traits suited to a warrior. Junu raised his bong and struck the deer, knocking him to the ground for the 3rd time, and the system announced that he had acquired a trait. You have acquired the striking trait. Seeing the system window, Junu thought to himself, yes, my first class transfer trait. With the striking trait acquired, Junu's confidence soared, and he relentlessly attacked the deer with a flurry of strikes, but the deer nimbly dodged each one. Then the deer retaliated, kicking at Junu, who thought to himself, this is my chance. Should I dodge? There's no turning back now. Even if I break a bone, I have to keep attacking. Making a snap decision, Junu gritted his teeth and took a gamble, raising one arm to block Hyuk's kick while striking his thigh with the baton. System notification, a trait has been acquired. You have acquired the combo trait. Junu grinned inwardly, thinking, this is it, the perfect trait for an early game warrior. He then used the strike and combination traits to unleash a furious barrage of attacks on Hugh, leaving him with no chance to evade. The more he was hit, the more the pain intensified, and Hugh's consciousness began to erode with each blow. Soon he couldn't take it anymore, and weakly begged, please stop. Junu actually stopped, ending his assault after a full force blow to the deer's chest. Seeing the deer lying motionless on the ground, Junu raised his hands, looked up and shouted, "I did it! I defeated an awakened deer." Suddenly Junu's skin turned red, and the raindrops that fell on him immediately evaporated. "What is this feeling? My whole body aches, but I feel something surging within me." Junshu doubled over, crying out in pain, but a thought crossed his mind. Could this be the day he learns the cruel truth of the world? The system notification announced the awakening of Level 1. The initial shock of becoming a superhuman warrior faded, and Junu, overjoyed at his awakening, tumbled around shouting, "I'm finally a superhuman. Now I can get high-paying mercenary offers and low-interest bank loans." Suddenly, a voice behind him said, "Are you done yet?" Junu quickly turned toward the speaker. Upon seeing who it was, Junu frowned and thought, "That's Kim Cheol-gwan." He was the second basic character introduced in Exension after Kim Seon-woo, a character from the enhanced warrior class using guns as their main weapon, specializing in hunting with artificial hands. The problem is, Kim Cheol-gwan is a fearsome figure in the Iron Fist gang of the underworld, and fighting in their territory means I've provoked them. At that moment, Iron Fist Kim questioned, "Did you check this place out before you came, causing trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, his henchmen pointed their guns at Junu, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Faced with this, Junu paled, thinking, "I was suddenly attacked. I can't just lie down and wait to die." As Junu explained, Kim Cheol-gwan cocked his gun and asked, "Oh, so you're saying those guys are scarier than the Iron Fist clan?" Junshu was shocked, thinking, "A gun. If I fight like this, I'm done for." Kim Tich-kwayen gave Junshu no chance to react, raising his gun and aiming straight at his chest. "You've made a terrible mistake, you little whelp. I'll show you what happens when you defile our territory." With that, Kim Tich-kwayen's expression turned fierce, but as he prepared to pull the trigger, he heard Du's unnervingly calm voice. "Oh, is that so? But you've forgotten one thing." As he spoke, he grabbed the gun, pressed the barrel against his chest and roared, "I'm not the kind of person who dies easily." Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger himself. The gunshot rang out as a bullet pierced through Yu's chest. Kim So-kwon finally reacted, his face incredulous as he thought, "This bastard just pulled the trigger himself." But facing him, Run-shu, who had just taken a bullet, acted as if nothing had happened, saying, "Huh, what's this? It just itches." At the same time, the bullet wound is closing at a visibly rapid pace. The system announces the acquisition of the regeneration trait, piquing Kim So-kwon's interest. He switched to a smiling face and said, "Oh, look at you, you have an interesting ability." Junu thought to himself, an upgraded version of the wound recovery trait, regeneration. That's an ability you can get when you become a level 1 superhuman. Things will end when they start underestimating me, and I'll use scare tactics. But on the surface, he smirked, pointing to the corpses behind him. "You see, I don't live by luck. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, Kim Shin-si, you better be prepared." Hearing this, Kim Thiet-kwayen remained unfazed. He chuckled. "Kim Warrior, huh? Is that your name? I like your courage. Alright, I'll let you go this time, but that means you owe me one." He then patted Junu's shoulder and whispered, "I'm sure you know what that means, right?" Junu replies with a smile, "Okay, I'll keep that in mind," but inwardly wonders, did he recognize me? Pleased with Junu's answer, Kim Thiet-kwayen reached out his hand, saying, "Alright, let's work together next time." Kim Tich-kwayen wasn't the type to betray someone, so building a relationship here wouldn't be a bad choice. Thinking this, Junu shook Kim Tich-kwayen's hand and said with a smile, "Sounds great, see you next time." The next morning, Junu, dressed as if for a beach vacation, entered Jamsiu's superhuman building. I couldn't tell when I saw it in the game, but it's magnificent now, completely different from my town. As Junu eagerly looked around, a woman in business attire approached with a smile, welcoming him. "Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How may I help you?" Seeing the employee, Junu's face flushed slightly as he thought, "What? She's so pretty, but she looks like an NPC." The staff here seem highly professional. The woman didn't appear flustered or angry when Junu stared at her. Her professional smile never wavered as she gestured towards a large machine to the right, explaining that if he was there for superhuman certification, he should use that machine to measure his mana and abilities. Junu thanked her and headed toward the massive machine. As he walked, he mused, "I didn't even ask, but she still guided me. I must look like a newbie. In any case, once I get my superhuman certification, my real life and soon will begin." Suddenly, there were many exclamations. "What's that? Look at the ceiling. The Saintess is here." Hearing this, Junu looked up curiously and saw a golden light above. He wondered to himself, "It's just a ship, isn't it?" Just then, the golden light intensified, shining down on the large circle on the ground, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Then a group of people emerged, coming into view, and when Junu saw them, especially the girl in the lead, disbelief washed over his face as he thought, "This is the main force, but why? Why is the Saintess here?" Meanwhile, their arrival sparks a wave of celebration. "Welcome, Saintess. This is truly an honor." Unlike them, Junu couldn't bring himself to be happy. She's already a Saintess while he's still in training. But as the story unfolds, it's revealed that they're a destructive cult, disguised as a peaceful religion, and they begin attacking innocent people indiscriminately. Is the Saintess here to measure mana? Or perhaps she's here to renew her level? The Saintess simply smiled and headed straight for the massive machine. Moments later, the machinery whirs to life, its sound grating on Junshu's nerves as he quietly complains. The mana measurement sounds stable, and soon to the crowd's anticipation, the screen lights up. A level 8 mana priestess with 6 support attributes. Another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What the heck, level 8? She even has 6 attributes. This is insane. The saintess smiled, basking in the admiration of the crowd as Junu watched her for a few moments, before heading towards the mana measuring device. He thought gravely to himself that this was no time for praise. An 8th level Esper could be likened to a squadron of aircraft, a national superpower on the move, and such a powerful Esper would wipe out soon in the future. But if I said that now, they'd treat me like a madman and stone me. I'll think about the future later. I should measure my mana first. Having 6 attributes as a rookie would attract too much attention, so I'll reduce it to mana. Just as Junu opened his attribute window to adjust it, the saintess who hadn't gone far suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Seeing this, one of the saintess's team members asked, "Your Eminence, is something the matter?" The saintess, still staring intently at Junshu, replied softly, "It seems there's someone I've never encountered before." Then the holy maiden suddenly appeared behind Junu and spoke, "You seem to have an interesting ability." Junshu jumped, saying, "You startled me," but then he panicked, thinking, "Wait, what did she just say to me? Did she sense a change in his attributes?" The surrounding people whispered, "What is the saintess? He looks normal to me." Just as they were confused, to their surprise, the saintess took his hand and asked Warrior, "What is your name?" Junu stammered, I am Warrior Kim." Then, in a panic, he thought to himself, "In a noon for the saintess to ask my name." As Junsu predicted, the saintess spoke, "Then Warrior Kim, on behalf of the Old Order, I will bestow baptism upon you. The former master of black gold yearns for those with rare power like you. Submit to him and find peace in this hellish land." At the same time, golden characters flowed from the saintess's hand to Junu's arm, eliciting envious and admiring voices from the crowd. A baptism? How envious. The saintess herself is performing it. But Junu, caught in the middle of it all, gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, if I accept the baptism and gain its attribute, I'll become a holy knight of the Order. But the Order of the Old Man loses the war against the major powers in Aransoon in the future. It's like being forced to buy stocks about to go bankrupt." That was the only thought in Junu's mind right now. So to everyone's surprise, he decisively pulled his hand back and knelt, declaring, "I refuse the baptism." The holy maiden froze, hardly believing her ears, and asked, Did I hear that wrong?" Junu replied, "No, I'm serious." After a moment of silence, the holy maiden said, "As you wish. Serving or rejecting the gods is your freedom." Then the holy woman cradled Junu's trembling body and said, "But the former patriarch has chosen you. If you can't overcome this mere dust, your little freedom will be meaningless." As she spoke, Junu was horrified to see flames erupt where her hands touched his arms. After the saintess left, the flames engulfed Junu, burning him relentlessly until he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and screaming in agony as onlookers watched his torment with detached amusement. How dare such a lowly being refuse the baptism? A godless fool. How pathetic. The system announces the activation of a trait, as Junshu suffers the unyielding agony of the divine fire for refusing baptism. Junu lamented that he had foreseen this, but his whole body was burning up. Divine Fire, one of the most potent negative statuses in the game. The relentless fever of Divine Fire makes daily life difficult, and the only way to resolve it is to go to the cathedral for baptism. I refused thinking of the future, but am I about to die now? Just as Junu's consciousness was fading, the office lady who greeted him earlier rushed over with a bottle of water, pouring it on his face and anxiously asking, "Warrior, are you okay?" Junshu suddenly felt a cool, comforting sensation on his face. He regained some consciousness, his blurry vision slowly focusing on the person before him. Who is that? This is the woman who guided me, shunned by others because of the divine fire, yet she's helping me. I'm grateful. Come on, just a little further. Encouraging himself, Junshu struggled to sit cross-legged on the ground. The system notified him that he had acquired fire resistance, so he hadn't refused the baptism thoughtlessly after all. The divine fire's negative state intensifies based on the target's magic power. I'm just a level 1 warrior, so the divine fire is weak. There are still ways to deal with it. The first condition is fire resistance now to increase my magic power. Junu opened his attribute window and changed his attributes as he thought. The moment he switched, the flames intensified, causing him to cry out in agony, as the office lady poured 2 bottles of water over him and encouraged him. "Hang in there, it's working wonders." Thanks to those 2 bottles of water, Junu regains his composure once more. A cool stream amidst the excruciating pain. I must focus on this contrasting sensation. Fire and water burning agony and cold reason. As Junu contemplates water and fire merge before him, swirling into a yin and yang symbol. Extinguishing the flames with the magic within him, a great shout echoed in his mind. Junu's eyes widened as the burning pain vanished completely. The system announced he had acquired the magic shield trait. The office lady, seeing Junsu stand, asked, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" Junu replied, "Yes, I'm fine, thanks to you." Those around him cried out in astonishment. He overcame the divine fire. How is this possible? Is he cheating? Junshu grinned to himself. Although it wasn't a complete overcoming, just a temporary solution with the shield, at least the burning pain is gone. That black flame looks pretty cool, though probably only warriors can see it. Next, he heads to the machine to test his own magic. The others watch the monitor with curiosity. Quickly the results appeared. Warrior Kim, age 22 warrior class, magic level 16 traits. Wow, a level 1 with 6 attributes already. So this is why the Saintess called him a super rookie. Junsu awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking, I'm standing out too much. My goal was to get stronger in silence, but because of the magic shield, I can't reduce the number of attributes. The office lady stepped forward, smiling. Congratulations, warrior. This is the first time I've seen someone with 6 attributes from the start since I started working here. Let's get your warrior certification card made right away. A moment later, the office lady slid a card across the table to Junsu, saying, Here's your warrior certification card. Congratulations on officially being recognized as a warrior. Tears welling, Junsu examines the card, saying, I've worked so hard to get this. The woman tilts her head, smiling. Well, let me tell you about the perks for a level 1 warrior. Before she could finish, June interrupted, rattling off, I know all about it. Tax breaks, weapon privileges, tax exemption, upon ranking up immunity from arrest, free transportation, and other benefits. The office lady exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you really know your stuff. June laughs. Am I a game expert? No, I'm a combat expert. Jun Shu then chuckled. I'm not one to waste time. As he said this, he glanced at the noisy crowd staring at him from outside the glass door. We have to bring him back to our guild. Can we get an autograph? Rookie of the Year deserves a special feature. The office lady glanced at the crowd of hungry onlookers outside. As Jun Shu asked, is there any way to sneak out of here? The office lady stood up, smiling. Of course I'm prepared, Junu asked in surprise. Huh, prepared. The office lady produced a large black cloak. I smiled back at Junu. Just follow me. For a moment Junu stared blankly at her, his face flushing slightly. A while later, Junu cloaked followed the office lady, and successfully escaped the crowd, saying, Thank you for looking after me, giving me the cloak of invisibility, and showing me the secret passage. The office lady replied, It was nothing, we're just helping each other out. The system then announced, Stealth trait. Invisibility trait acquired. Seeing this, Junu happily thought, I can't believe I got such a great trait. Just then, the office lady stopped, pointed to the path ahead, and said, Soldier, just go straight down this path to get out. According to regulations, I can only guide you this far. Junu bowed slightly and said, Ah, that's enough. Thank you so much for today. The office lady smiled. Yes, please be careful. Junu watched her leave, chuckling to himself, surprised to find such a kind and beautiful person in Soon. I must repay her kindness when I become stronger. But what was her name again? He remembered the business card and quickly took it out to examine it. Associa Human Manager B. So what? Seeing this name, Junu's face instantly changed as he looked again at the office lady who hadn't gone too far. Wait, BJ. BJ is one of the 3 strongest SSR warrior characters in the game, and because she's a swordsman, she always looks intimidating. But she seems so familiar. So that's why she always looked so fierce in the game. I couldn't imagine it. Who knew BJ was such a kind person? What happened? Meanwhile, B smiles with delight, whispering, I'm glad the warrior is okay. A week later, to maintain the magic shield, Junu had to adjust all his stats inadvertently, making dungeon clearing more difficult than ever. If he'd used his specialized stats to clear the monster cave, it would have been over long ago, but because of that damn cabbage, he couldn't do anything else. To get rid of the heat, you need a rare item called NTA, which is incredibly expensive. How can a low-level cleaner afford that? As Junu pondered, his phone rang incessantly. It was Choiseok. Junu, about to answer and give him a piece of his mind, had a sudden idea and changed his plans. A while later, at the player recruitment room, oh my, if it isn't our Kim assistant, the one who overcame the heat without difficulty, the one who started with 6 different attributes. It's an honor to meet the main character, Cho said, handing Junu his bubble tea, acting even more ingratiating than before. Well, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Junu took a sip of the bubble tea and asked, By the way, did you find what I asked for? Oh, don't even mention it, Choose sighed. It was really difficult. Netta is an item only found with 5th level or higher doctors. If I can't find it, I'll just leave, he threatened. No, this concerns your contract. We have to find it, and I already have. Cho spoke urgently. If it were Major Choi who craved warrior contracts, Junu thought he would find him a mission with N as a reward. Junu secretly thought pretending to back down and sit back down. So what's the mission? Have you ever heard of Gel Security? Choi said, handing Junu a tablet. Is that a security company? It's the first I've heard of them. It's a private military company, one of the top 10, and the director and vice director are husband and wife. Coming from a long line of martial artists, their foundation is solid. Junu, hearing this, wondered, why would such a wealthy family need a mission? I've found the problem. Their son is over 20, but he hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. But both parents are from martial arts families. Looking at the son's picture, Junu asked, I heard he's accumulated level 8 mana but hasn't awakened. That's why this is such a mystery. Their condition is that the person must have awakened as a warrior of at least level 1. This is the perfect mission for you, warrior. Hearing the conditions, Junwoo was intrigued and decided to give it a try, and so Junwoo and Choi So found themselves in the living room of this magnificent mansion. Apparently the director and his wife were busy. They weren't the type to be late, Cho explained, fidgeting nervously. Junwoo, however, didn't seem to mind the host's tardiness. He glanced around, unable to help but think this place reeks of money. Sorry to keep you waiting. A woman's voice startled Choi Se and Junwoo as the director and vice director of G Security entered the main room. The woman smiled, continuing the greeting. We're the ones who requested this Song-do and Lemezi. Oh no, you're too kind, Choi Se quickly replied, bowing his head. Thank you for taking the time to come, Lim said with a smile. Junwoo bowed politely, assessing the couple's aura, likely 6th level warriors at least. Both of them possess considerable power. Song-do, who had been silent until now, suddenly scoffed, saying disdainfully, I can tell at a glance that this guy is useless. What are you saying? If you're going to act like this, go to your room. Absolutely not, Seon-gudu replies firmly. How stubborn. Just sit down. Lemezi spoke to her husband, then turned to the others asking if they were there to take on their mission. First, I want to check on your son's condition. Before Junsu could finish, Sejong-do slammed his hand on the table in anger. A rookie who came out of nowhere. You think I'll just tell you? Honey, calm down. Lemezi soothed her husband, then apologetically told Junwoo, I'm sorry, he's just been stressed about our son. This isn't something we should reveal to outsiders. If you accept the mission, we'll call our son and explain everything. You need him too, don't you, soldier? They knew exactly what they wanted. Junwoo smiled and replied, then I'll accept the mission. Please call your son. A little later, a rather timid young man appeared. Hello, I'm Seyuan. Ah, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. Junwoo shook Yuan's hand, secretly sizing him up. It's suspicious that I can't sense any magic power. Just then, Junwoo noticed Uin's gloves, which were engraved with a seal. Your gloves are beautiful. Ah yes, it's a precious item to me and I always use it with gratitude. Of course, Ujin must need a powerful magic seal. Junsu's words immediately shocked Ujin and his parents. Seeing their expressions, Junwoo knew he was on the right track. The gloves confirmed it. This important matter concerns an entire noble family, yet they're making demands of a level 1 warrior. The simplest explanation is that they're trying to lure me with bait. Yuan, you also underwent baptism from the clergy, right? Junwoo turns to Jongdu, whose son couldn't awaken because he refused the baptism. He sealed his magical power to avoid divine punishment, which is why he couldn't announce it publicly. Rumor has it, a level 1 warrior overcame the baptism and divine punishment. That must be why they're coming to me. Uzin listened to Junwoo's judgment with admiration. Amazing. I don't need to explain further. It's like you're the main character in a detective novel. I simply grasped the situation, Junwoo replied with a smile, thinking, knowing the future makes it easy. I had a feeling the moment I saw the picture of Sa Uin in the future, as a holy knight of the Holy War Order. If he refuses the baptism and tries to resist the Order's orders, a dark future awaits him when his parents lose. Power. Master, how did Dongdu suddenly change his attitude? He shyly asked Junwoo if there was a way for his Uin to avoid the baptism. The guy was so arrogant before, haha, and now he's immediately convinced. Junwoo chuckled inwardly, replying with a smile. Of course it's possible. Who is Junwoo after all? You've spent 10000 hours playing soon. Surely you know how. I understand your pain, Ujin, because I've been there. Junwoo patted Ujin's shoulder, assuring him, trust me, I'll definitely help you break free from it. Ujin, overwhelmed, embraced Junwoo tightly. His parents hugged each other, sobbing. A fake saint dared to perform a baptism for evil. Your future henchmen now stand with me. Junshu warmly embraced Ujin, then added, however, before we proceed with the treatment, I'd like to add a condition. Ujin's parents were surprised. Another condition. The stakes were getting higher, weren't they? Lemezi, wiping away tears, replied, yes, it's no longer about awakening mana, but overcoming this disease. Please do it if you can save my Yuan. Before Lemezi could finish, Uin stated his condition. I want to be taught the no heaven, sword art. The elegance vanished from Lemezi's face. You fully understand what you're asking, correct? Junwoo is intimidated by Lemezi's chilling aura and icy glare. Turns out the vice director is even scarier than the director. Seo Dongdu, seeing her serious, didn't dare object, only softly reminding her, easy, dear. Some might find learning swordsmanship in the 21st century odd, but it's a different story where the strong rule. Because a master swordsman can easily destroy a tank, and a high-level martial artist is worth a squadron of fighter jets. If a level 1 superhuman learns and constantly practices the unbreakable sword art, they can reach level 4 without any difficulty. This is basically a cheat code for the early game. I remember only the elite being able to learn this swordsmanship. Of course, that's only if I complete the mission, Junwoo said, trying to cool Lemeji's temper. Mom! Ujin's call instantly snapped Lemeji out of it. Alright, Lemezi said, retracting her murderous aura. If you succeed, I'll give you the memory chip containing the sword technique and the password. Really, thank you. Yuan bowed, relieved, thinking he almost died, but now he's got sword techniques. How wonderful. However, if it fails, my husband and I may be very disappointed, even angry, Lim cautioned. Haha, that won't happen, I assure you. Well then, we better get started right away. Quickly, a room was prepared with a magic circle and 200 intermediate-grade water magic potions as requested. This is enough. I wish to be alone with the patient during the treatment. So, you were saying, Lemiji suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. My UI was forced to undergo baptism even before starting school. Never had a chance to make friends, let alone go on family outings. He's been forced to stay locked in his room. Perhaps we were too sensitive. From now on, I'll leave everything to you. Lemiji bowed deeply as she spoke, and Junu grew even more indignant upon hearing Uin's story. All of this suffering was caused by the Saintess's trap, and Uin rushes to comfort his mother. Mom, I'm okay. Uin, why are you like this? In the final game, he betrayed his own family. No wonder he became such a cold person. I feel a little bad for them. Thinking this, Junshu said, Don't worry, I'll succeed at all costs. Hearing that, Lee left with a peace of mind. Now it's just the two of us, let's begin. Junshu stretched and cheerfully said, What should I do? Seeing Yuan's pale face and trembling body, Junshu smirked and said, Why are you shaking so much? Just relax, buddy, Yuan anxiously asked. You're not going to torture me with needles or electric shocks to force me awake, are you? Like they usually do. How have you been treated until now? Junu asked with a sigh. The usual treatment for divine power fever is to drink honey after awakening, but Sei Ujin has too much mana built up in his body, making the fever too intense and thus the awakening failed. Don't worry, but remember this, keep everything you see during today's treatment a secret. I promise. Yuan responded decisively, and Junu picked up the 2 bottles of mana potion and began to act. First, he had to expand his mana barrier to its limit, which would then weaken it. And then a surge of divine power struck Junu with pain. He hastily downed the 2 foul-tasting potions in his hands, quickly emptying his reserves. The damage amplification and mana consumption of the drug increased, but its effects also increased abnormally. He's acquired a drug dependency. Now if I concentrate mana into a shield, Junu thought, focusing on creating a shield around the circle, concentrating his magic, and the holy power fever was completely pushed out by the barrier. Seeing this, Ujin's eyes lit up as he looked at Junu. That's amazing. Junu smiled and replied, You're surprised too soon. Now take off your mana-sealing gloves, reach out of the barrier and grab my hand. Ujin paled. Wouldn't that cause a resonance between the 2 holy fevers? You'll be fine as long as you're inside the barrier. With that, Junu stepped outside the barrier, and the holy power surge returned once more. Don't ask why, just do as I say. Ujin, who hadn't removed his gloves since his baptism, decided to listen to Junu. As Ujin's hand reached outside the barrier, the holy power on it flared, shocking Junsu. Just how much mana does he have? Despite knowing the consequences, Junu chose to take that hand. It hurt even more than the Saintess's baptism. My bones are breaking apart, but I have to focus and endure this pain. That wretched Saintess and her accursed holy power. Junu suppressed the pain, fighting against the holy power fever of both Ujin and himself, then returned to the barrier. I took off my gloves, but I'm fine. Yuan, looking at his normal hand, says emotionally, That's why I had to do all that nonsense. Junu explained that in addition to using the barrier, he used damage absorption to transfer some of the holy power fever to himself, significantly reducing Sei Yuan's fever. Next, Junu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Yuan, saying, This is the final step, don't stop, attack me until you awaken. Alright, it's time to use the swordsmanship I've practiced since I was a kid. Yuan responded and swung his sword at Junsu. Junu raised his hand to block, then scrambled away, realizing Yuan had shattered his iron gauntlet with a single strike of the wooden sword, just as the system notified him of a new protection trait. But even with this new trait, a hit from Yuan would still be devastating. After a while of playing cat and mouse, Junsu was exhausted, and Yuan still hadn't awakened, which started to irritate Junsu. What kind of swordsmanship did she teach him? Just dodging is this difficult. You have acquired the trait of evasion. Junu turns to Ujin and notices an aura emanating from him, meaning he's about to awaken. But before he could celebrate, Ujin's sword began to glow as well, the SSR grade Ujin sword fusion. Junu silently reads the information. Sword and man as one, a state of perfect unity, granting warriors immense power. But he's completely lost in the zone. If I get hit, I'm done for. Faced with a life-threatening attack, Junu wouldn't just sit and wait to die. He quickly opened his stat window, his mind racing to find a solution. First, I need to maximize all possible defensive traits and focus the shields on my hands. With the help of the magic circle in this room, Ujin's attack arrived just as Junsu completed the settings on his stat panel. Junu gritted his teeth, crossed his arms and braced for impact. A split second later, a deafening explosion and blinding light filled the room. As the dust settles, Junshu emerges unscathed, a large shield protecting him. The system announces, Mana Shield, you have gained a trait. Junu smirks, thinking, I did it. I combined the mana shield and protection traits to create the mana shield. Exhausted, he sighed, lamenting that a mere man with a wooden sword had nearly turned him to gold. He was about to sit down and rest when he heard Ujin whimpering. Junu looked up to see him staggering before collapsing to the ground. How could he lose consciousness after nearly pushing me to the brink? Muttering to himself, Junwoo slowly approached Ujin, only to find him fast asleep. He must have been a little overwhelmed after awakening. In the game, Ujin was a powerful SSR character, but since he awakened as a warrior instead of a knight, he gained sword proficiency as a starting trait. Looks like I created a monster warrior by awakening Ujin as a warrior instead of a knight. I don't know how this change will affect the future story. He's a silver spooner with unmatched power, and now he owes me a favor, which isn't so bad. Thinking this, Junwoo grinned and hoisted Ewan up, carrying him outside. A while later in Ewan's bedroom, his parents gazed lovingly at their son, sleeping peacefully in his bed, whispering, "Our Ewan has truly overcome the divine fever." Then they bowed to Junwoo, saying, "Thank you so much." Junwoo chuckled. "It was nothing. I told you I could do it." Chus brought Junwoo a glass of water, flattering him, "I knew you could." Lamisi stroked Ujin's hair, saying, "It's been so long since we've seen him sleep like this. I don't know how we can ever repay you." Then she smiled and nodded at her husband. Dongdu understood, smiling and nodding back before taking out an envelope and heading towards Junwoo. "Then, as promised, along with our nation, I'll give you an additional fee for your success with the unpainted sword technique memory chip." Junwoo smiled, pleased but still feigned refusal. "Oh, you really didn't have to do this." Dongdu spoke sincerely. "Please, I hope you'll accept our $1 billion as a token of gratitude, though it may not be enough for what you've done for us." Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, Junwoo was ecstatic inside, but maintained his composure, saying, "Oh dear, my heart would ache if I refused twice, so I guess there's no other way." Soon after, Junsu and Joyeol left Ujin's house. Sitting in the car, Chol spoke up, "We hit the jackpot today, warrior." Junwoo, observing the NTA vial and the memory chip of the swordless demolition in his hands, said, "I know they look great." Chus asked, "Are you planning to drink it?" Junwoo replied, "I do, and I plan to take some time off." Chus responded, understanding that he probably didn't want to attract the attention of his former superiors or those who had heard about his reward. "But it's a shame if you refined and absorbed it, it would significantly boost your mana," Junwoo replied. "That's right." He looked at the NTA in his hand, thinking that if he could refine and drink it, he could upgrade his superhuman level significantly, instead of spending money to cure the divine fever. Soon they arrived at Junsu's hotel, and Cho turned to him with a smile, saying, "Warrior, I'll see if I can find any equipment to refine the NTA. Think carefully before you use it if you can." Junwoo got out of the car and replied, "Thank you very much, I will think about it." Back in his room, Junwoo opened the vial of nectar, laughing to himself, "I'll drink it now." Just how cruel could Asen be, as he learned from the deer? "I can't guarantee Director Choi won't betray me. Drug addiction, mana absorption dependent on drugs, but I have traits that maximize the NTA's effectiveness anyway." With that thought, Junwoo didn't hesitate to down the entire vial of NTA, and a wave of pain washed over his body. Junwoo felt as though every fiber of his being was being torn apart and rebuilt as a terrifying amount of mana surged through him. After a moment, the pain subsided, and a blinding golden light erupted in Junwoo's room. The system announced Superhuman Level 2 Golden Warrior. He had leveled up. Silently celebrating, Junwoo noticed another system notification he had acquired. A trait, the trait of Harvesting Black Fire. And by curing the divine fever with NTA, I've obtained one of the best Tier 1 traits in the entire game. Black Fire has been added to my list of traits, along with Uncolored Sword Demolition, and I feel relieved. Now Junwoo could focus on training these two traits without any problems. But then the phone on his desk began to ring. It was Cho So sending a message. "Sir, there's something I need to tell you." Junwoo glanced at his phone on the desk. It was Director Choi. Why was he suddenly texting him? With only a hint of doubt, Junwoo brushed it off, laughing. "Whatever, I'm going to train." But just seconds later, a series of notifications rang out from his phone. "So noisy, what's so urgent?" Junwoo grumbled, grabbing his phone to check the messages. "Mr. Superman, I have much to discuss, but I thought it more respectful to contact you via message first. I'm sure you'll need help. I understand your hesitation, perhaps, due to opposition from within the sect. Ignore everything and be determined. It's time to look back at yourself. Once you master swordsmanship, your path will reveal itself. Of course, some will complain about it. Please reply as soon as you read this message." Reading the message, Junwoo was filled with questions. What the hell? What is he trying to say? But seconds later, Junwoo noticed the oddity in the messages, rereading them carefully until he found the solution. Escape from the Dagger Gang. Putting it all together, a thought quickly formed in his mind. He hid this information in the message DG clan. They're one of the gangs that opposes the Iron Fist clan. If Director Choi wanted to betray me, he would have called me as usual to buy time. Looking at the messages he sent, he must have been captured beforehand. It seems the information was leaked when he was preparing the equipment. After careful consideration, a coldness unexpectedly appears on Junwoo's face, and he says quietly, "Well, I'll ignore it since I have my own agenda. Everyone is responsible for their own lives, and soon." The next day, in a deserted alley, the pained screams of a man echoed. Inside a small warehouse, Choi So was tied to a chair, surrounded by several men. Just then, a man grabbed Choi So's head and said, "You're persistent, I'll give you that. After a whole night, you still won't tell us where that superhuman bastard is." Choi So stubbornly replied, "He signed a contract. Because he trusted me, I won't say anything no matter what you do." Hearing that, the man grinned like a devil. I didn't want to do this, but you've left me no choice. With that, he signaled to his accomplice who understood, and brought an axe before Choi So, asking left or right, which hand do you use to eat? But Choi So remained silent. Seeing this, the man laughed and said, no answer, then it's usually the right hand, isn't it? As he spoke, he raised his axe high, aiming for Choi So's right hand, but just as the blade was about to strike, a loud explosion rang out, stopping him in his tracks. He turned angrily toward the source of the blast, shouting, what the hell is going on? A lackey exclaimed, crawling in. Boss, the axe wielder asked, what the hell's going on over there? The terrified underling replied, some crazy bastard is throwing grenades at our building. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building not far away, Junu grinned, a grenade launcher slung over his shoulder, aiming at the building holding the dealers, thinking, you picked the wrong person to mess with. I can't abandon someone who kept their promise in this cruel world. Alright, let the battle begin. With that, Junu pulled the trigger again, launching a shell that sped towards the Gome Gang's building, causing a massive explosion. Seconds later, a large number of armed men poured out of the gaping hole caused by the explosion. Where is he? Where's he shooting from? Find him now. Watching the chaos below, Runshu smirked. Just as I thought, they're swarming out of the building like cockroaches. Though the building looks like a normal apartment, I know everyone inside, because this is the Dagger Ice dungeon I've cleared countless times. It's a complex dungeon consisting of 6 different buildings, and since the Dagger Gang mission was one of my training missions, I could beat it with my eyes closed now. My past efforts have finally paid off, and now a veteran is here to complete the mission. With that, Junu, carrying a backpack full of weapons, jumped to the rooftop of the next building, avoiding staying in one place for too long and being discovered, while below the Dagger Gang members split up and searched the surroundings. A few minutes later, in a certain alley, 3 Dagger Gang members were slowly searching. The ones who attacked us earlier were definitely the Iron Fist Gang, right? Only they would pull off something this crazy. When we catch them, let's beat them to a pulp. As they spoke, one of them heard a strange noise coming from behind a trash can. Alert, he turned and said, what was that sound? Let me check it out, the buzzcut guy said. Okay, make sure you search thoroughly. The guy who heard the noise went behind the trash can, peered inside, but didn't see anyone. Nothing here. As he turned to rejoin his comrades, a hand grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Activating his stealth, Jun places the unconscious man against the wall, chuckling to himself. He's standing right in front of him, and the guy doesn't even know it. Speaking of infiltration without a team, it's better to play dead with the Shadow Squad. While those thugs are wandering outside, I'll slip into their main building. This is too easy. Let's take the secret passage. Junu then approaches a trash can, gently opens the lid, and descends using the elevator inside. Once he was down, Junu warily scanned his surroundings. He'd tried his best to avoid conflict until now to infiltrate. The Gome Gang likes to keep hostages near their boss's room on the 5th floor, so there must be a way. I'll move as stealthily as possible to avoid getting caught. Junu's intentions were good, but reality rarely cooperates. He'd barely taken his first steps when the alarms blared. Emergency, emergency. We have enemies attacking. Intruders have infiltrated the building. Everyone gear up and head to the designated assembly point. Hearing this, Junu grimaced, thinking, they've found out. Then his eyes fell on the closed door in front of him. I'm in a bind. If I leave here, I'll find a hallway, the optimal route, because it has the main staircase leading to the upper floors. But the problem is, now that they know someone's infiltrated the building, they'll have barricades set up in the hallway as a defensive line. If he opened the door now, they'd unleash a hail of bullets. After a moment's thought, Junu decided to open it anyway. Just as he predicted, the Razor Gang had set up barricades and were waiting with guns. Hello everyone, eat this, it's on me. With a laugh, Junu pulled out a gun and unleashed a furious hail of bullets upon the Stiletto Gang, instantly filling the air with the screams of the wounded. Those who weren't hit reacted quickly. What the hell? A Gatling gun, you bastard, fire back. They cursed and raised their weapons to fire back, but suddenly a grenade flew in. A huge explosion echoed from the room, and Junshu, hiding outside the door, laughed. If you're scared, go home. Style. Next, he pulls more grenades from his backpack, holding them in his hands, thinking one isn't enough, so have some more. Without another word, Junu tossed several grenades into the room, retreated, and slammed the door shut. The explosions and screams that followed brought a devilish smile to his face as he said, I'm glad you like them. After a few minutes, Junshu entered the room, his eyes scanning cautiously as he thought, is that all of them? Some must still be alive. I can't let my guard down. Suddenly, one of the men on the ground jumps up and fires at Junu. Having been on guard, Junu's heightened senses detected the bullet headed his way, and he simply tilted his head to dodge it. The system notifies him that he has acquired the delicious sensitivity trait. He now has the sensitivity trait he needed from this dungeon. Silently, Junshu turned his gaze toward the sniper. After swiftly dealing with the sniper, Junshu wipes the sweat from his brow. Now that the underlings are taken care of, it's time to head upstairs. A while later, Junshu reached the 4th floor. Perhaps he'd made it this far unscathed, but the real danger was only just beginning. The gang members will appear on the 4th floor right before I reach the 5th floor and the boss's room. Thinking to himself, Junshu quietly approached a corner. He peered inside, surprised to find no one there. Suspicious Junu headed to the casino and opened the door, but it was empty. Sensing something was off, Junu steeled himself, realizing something was wrong and that he needed to focus. The system then notified him that he had acquired the focus trait. With this new focus, Junu quickly heard a strange noise above him and looked up to see a drone emerging from the ventilation shaft. Junu then saw the drone drop a flash grenade, filling the area with blinding light, forcing him to shut his eyes. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, a stun grenade! At that moment a figure appeared behind Junu, brandishing a dagger and lunging for his neck, cackling. Got you, you little rat. It was the Gangyo Gam boss, a level 2 superhuman assassin. But the gang leader's stab was blocked by a shield that suddenly appeared. Jun regained, his sight turned to him and asked, "Who did you say you caught?" The knife didn't pierce through. He quickly jumped back, creating distance between himself and Junu. Junu remained still, asking, "Who are you calling a rat? Aren't you the one dressed like one?" He thought to himself, "I didn't expect the boss to appear on the 4th floor. That was close. That didn't happen in the game, but I could still read the game's patterns. White grenades are a linked attack pattern triggered when a player enters the boss's room. Before the boss ambushed me, I had to equip heightened senses and focus. The Dagger Gang's boss is an assassin. I'll have to sense his attacks with all 5 senses." The Dagger Gang boss angrily shouts, "You blocked my ambush." Junshu laughed. "Don't be surprised already, okay?" Then he took a weapon from his backpack and said, "Seriously, I'll make you regret targeting me." Junshu lunged at the Dagger Gang leader, striking with his sword, but he vanished before the blow could land, only to reappear behind him. Despite his slowness, the Dagger Gang leader throws a glowing green dagger at Jun's back. Jun deflects it with his sword, realizing his opponent is incredibly fast, a true assassin. If I didn't have heightened senses and focus, I'd be done for. That dagger is laced with poison magic. A mere touch would send me to the afterlife. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it will be for me. The Dagger Clan leader spoke in surprise. "Oh, you're quite lucky, aren't you? If you surrender now, I'll be merciful and only take one of your arms." Junshu chuckled. "Stop the nonsense and come at me." The Knife Gang leader laughed. "Judging by that awful sword grip, I can tell you're a marksman. For someone who can't even assess the situation, you sure run your mouth." Hearing that, Junshu was taken aback, thinking, "He thinks I'm a marksman. Right, because I've been using firearms, he must have mistaken me for an augmented soldier." Seeing Junshu silent, the gang leader assumed he was right, and grinned cruelly. "I'm going to tear you apart and deal with you in the most painful way possible." He roared as he lunged toward Junshu, unleashing a sweeping attack, while Junshu gripped his sword tightly, raising it high above his head. This is my only chance. And it's now while he's off guard. With that thought, Junshu strikes. Seeing this, the gang leader retracted his attack and dodged to the side, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Too slow. Little does he know, Runshu has been waiting for this moment. Junu's eyes flashed, and with a twist of the wrist, he changed his downward strike to a horizontal slash, causing the gangster to panic, thinking, "What?" A marksman using a combination attack, he hastily parried with his dagger, but the force sent him crashing to the ground. At this point, the Dagger Gang leader no longer dared to underestimate Junu, his eyes now filled with fear and respect. Junu raises his sword once more. "Sorry, but I've changed my class. I'm no longer an archer, but a first-rate warrior equipped with swordsmanship." With that, Junu unleashes the first form of the No Mountain Sword. The Sword Mountain strike lands gravely, wounding the gang leader, sending his dagger flying as he coughs up blood. Junshu smugly says, "Letting your guard down means defeat." The Dagger Gang leader angrily retorts, "You bastard." He's copying Runu, taking advantage of your complacency. He grabs his dagger and hurls it with all his might, shouting, "This isn't over." Jun exclaims. He's making a last stand. In the next instant, blood splatters as Junu defeats the Knife Gang leader with a single strike, but he's hit in the side by the thrown dagger. A few seconds later, Junu suddenly collapsed to the ground, frowning as he pulled out the dagger. "Damn it," he muttered. "I let my guard down at the last second. The poison's already spreading through my body. I need to switch attributes: recovery, regeneration, vigor, deep breathing, mana, core mana recovery." After switching his traits, Junu was able to stand on his own, but the pain was immense. As he spoke, Junu packed his weapons into his bag, but as he was about to leave, he heard a commotion outside the window. "Hurry, there's an intruder nearby." Junshu glanced out the window and muttered, "I can't waste any time. I need to get out of this building as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in the 5th floor torture room, Cho was trying to save himself, rocking his body until the chair tipped backward. "I have to get out of here." Silently, Choseo reached for a shard of glass, intending to cut his bonds. But before he could grab the glass, a shadow fell over him. He looked up in shock to see Junu. "Exactly how did you end up in their clutches?" Junu asked as he removed Choseo's gag. Cho exclaims with delight, "You're a superhero." Junu unties Choseo, who sighs softly. "You're making me a little tired." Tears welling, Cho asks if he came all this way just to save him. With a serious look, Junu placed his hand on Choseo's shoulder and said, "Let's get out of here, they're coming." Choseo chuckled. "Yes, of course, of course." But as he tried to walk, he felt a sharp pain in his legs and cried out. Jun turned back suspiciously, and upon seeing Choi Seo's trembling legs, he frowned and cursed. Those bastards, look what they've done to him. He then took the initiative, sitting down and saying, "Get on my back." Cho quickly waved his hands, saying, "What are you talking about? No need, I shouldn't ask any more of you." Junshu urged him on. "It's alright, we're in a hurry, so let's get to safety first." He was right, and Choso reluctantly agreed. "Okay, just this once then, thank you." Carrying Junshu, he chuckled to himself, thinking that, despite being brutally tortured, he still maintained his loyalty. He thought this world was hell on earth, but it also gave people unexpected moments of emotion. A few hours later, Junsu and Joyel safely returned to Joyel's office, where Junsu sat chugging recovery potions. System notification, poison resistance. You have acquired the trait. Seeing this notification, Junu stopped drinking, leaned back in his chair, and said, "Drinking recovery potions has cleared out all the poison." Chus enthusiastically took out a pile of recovery potions, saying, "If you need more, feel free to take them." Junu chuckles. "Alright, this is enough." In his mind, he happily adds, "Because I've acquired that trait." At that moment, a remorseful Choso spoke up. "By the way, I can't apologize enough. It seems that when I was preparing the elixir for us, the information was leaked. I shouldn't have trusted my staff so much." Junshu reassured him. "It's alright, I drank the elixir anyway." Chu is shocked and asks, "What, you drank the elixir?" Jun laughs. "If I hadn't drunk it, then I wouldn't have been able to save you." Hearing this, the director clutches his head in despair. "No way you had to drink the immortal wine to save me." Junshu turns away thinking, it's not his fault, but I'll let him think what he wants. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoes from outside. Chus cried out in alarm. What could it be? The Dagger Society. "What do we do, Junu?" Junu crossed his arms, looking towards the door, and said, "Looks like we have some guests, so let's welcome them." He then gets up and opens the door with Chus, anxiously following behind. As Junu opened the door, Choso gasped, "It's the Golden Knuckle Gang. It's Kim Tich Kwayan and his men." Junu smirked. Well, well, well. Kim Tich Kwayan speaks, "I didn't expect you to wipe out the Dagger Gang. I knew you weren't just some nobody. So what do you need me for?" Junu thought, knowing it was time to collect his reward for completing the difficult quest. The Iron Fist and Dagger Gangs were rivals, locked in a turf war over Seoul. The game's tutorial required players to help the Iron Fist Gang eliminate the Dagger Gang. The Iron Fist Gang offers generous rewards for eliminating the Dagger Gang. Seeing Junsu's silence, Kim Iron Fist inquires, "Are you planning to start a new organization or something?" Junsu shakes his head, replying, "No, running an organization isn't my style. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that you can have the territory the Dagger Gang has held all this time." Kim Tichkwayan exclaimed in surprise. What Junshu explained, "I prefer to work alone, and I have no intention of entering the underworld, so this is to repay the debt from last time." Kim Cheol-gwan paused, then asked, "I have nothing to lose by accepting your offer, but it seems like a bit much to repay your debt to me, doesn't it?" Junshu chuckled. "Looks like we understand each other. Thanks to me, you now own the Super Limb territory, so grant me a wish." Kim Thiet Kwayan inquired. "A wish, huh? And if I were to grant you one, what would you wish for?" "Tell me first," Kim Cheol-gwan says. Junshu thinks, of course it'll be something everyone in Soon wants. Outwardly he said he just wanted a house, but inwardly he longed to finally go home. Kim Tich Kwan asks, "You said a house," Junu replies. "Since starting to operate independently in this crazy world, I've realized I should have a proper place to call home." Kim Tich Kwayan pondered for a moment, and said, "Alright, you did escape those dagger-wielding thugs, so deal." Junsu smiled happily. "You're so straightforward, I like that." Kim Seol Kwan asked, "So, what kind of house are you looking for? A luxurious villa, or just a simple apartment?" Junsu stated his request. "Neither of those. I need a house in a sparsely populated area with good security and soundproofing, and it has a training area in the basement." Hearing this, Kim Thiet Kwayan pondered. A house in a sparsely populated area with a basement training area. Junshu tried to remain calm and patient, but inside he was desperately hoping. Say it's the house I'm thinking of." Kim Chol-gwan quickly spoke up. "I know of one like that, a house on the outskirts of Siam, following the Jian Yubong range." Hearing this, Junshu cheered inwardly. Bingo, a house nestled on the slopes of Jeonbong Mountain, the perfect first base for a Soon player. Junu outwardly tried not to show any strange expressions to avoid arousing suspicion. The next morning, Junu was in his new home. He's now leisurely sunbathing on the second-floor patio, with food and drinks at his side. So, this is the feeling of smug satisfaction that comes with acquiring a place to live. Trembling with excitement, he approached the railing, stretched out his arms, and exclaimed how much he loved the relaxing air and the beautiful view, a perfect house. At first he was confused, and spent 20 million, but now he had a magnificent mansion, and financial backing from the #1 security organization. Even if he was hospitalized for a year, he wouldn't have to worry. The joy passed, and Junu regained his composure, gazing into the distance thoughtfully, knowing he couldn't rest on his laurels. As the game's story progressed, evil villains like the Holy Maiden and the Father would appear and devastate the city. Junu grabbed a pickaxe, saying, "Now it's time to find out why I really chose this house." He then went down to the underground training room, tapping along the walls as if searching for something. "It's gotta be around here somewhere." Junu muttered, continuing to tap until he found a spot that sounded different. Time to get to work. With a shout, Junu swung his pickaxe, smashing the wall and revealing a hollow space within. Seeing the result of his one strike, Junshu happily exclaimed that his trait seemed to be working. At this rate, I'll finish ahead of schedule. Later, Junu diligently dug, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. His face gaunt, he cursed loudly, faster than expected, my ass. I didn't know it was this deep. Even so, Junu didn't give up, encouraging himself to keep going to make his mark. With a shout, Junu brought his pickaxe down hard. With that strike, water suddenly gushed from the ground. There it is. Overjoyed, he shouted, eagerly catching the droplets in his mouth. Just seconds later, the gaunt look was completely gone. He looked at his hands and whispered, I can feel my body gradually recovering. So this is the effect of a mana spring. A spring overflowing with mana, a real mana spring. Even characters with 0 vitality can rapidly recover by bathing in the mana stream, and most negative effects disappear. Truly an amazing skill. To have free access to a mana spring like this, there's no place better than the house near the Gion Mountains, the Iron Fist clan's first base. Junsu then personally installed a water system and brought in a large bathtub. He turned on the tap, filling the tub with mana, and sat inside saying, I went through a lot to get this house, unlike in the game, where it only took a click. The vitality here is palpable, and the mana spring is the perfect restorative, allowing for endless training with no repercussions. Now it's time for the ultimate try-hard to start training. With that, Jun quickly grabbed a sword and began practicing with excitement. Time passed, and on an evening 2 weeks later, Jun stood with his sword in the underground training room, thinking that he'd been locked in here for a while now, and that he could now activate Black Fire with ease. Then, with a focused expression, he unleashed the first form of the No Mountain Sword, the Mountain Crusher, the second form, Dividing Rivers and Mountains, and the third form, Heart-Piercing Mountain. Now that training is done, Junu smiles, saying he can use the No Mountain Sword art, along with the Black Fire, and he even gained some very useful traits during training. Explosive Burst, Single Stroke, Fire Resistance, Heavenly Decree, Mana, Stability. Junu pondered these traits. Now that training is done, there's only one important thing left to do, acquire the mana forging ability that I can't get through practice. If I had refined the spirit ore before consuming it, I probably would have reached superhuman level 3. But now I'm only level 2, so I don't have that much mana in me. Now to fully absorb the mana of the Yuxian and reach level 3, I need the ability to forge mana, difficult to obtain but worth far more. Thinking back, Junsu suddenly remembered something from when he was still playing the game. Junu had controlled the character Kim Warrior to go to Kim Chunbok's weapon shop. Inside the shop, the vendor, surprised by his request, asked, You really want to buy that? It's been gathering dust in the warehouse for almost a decade. Junu confirmed, I want to buy it. The seller said nothing more and went to get it for him. System notification. You have purchased the mana training skill. Seeing this notification on his phone, Junu, who was lying in bed playing a game smugly, said, I'm probably the only one who knows that the mana training skill can be bought at that antique store, right? Coming back to reality, Junu happily said, Now let's head over to Sing World Shopping District to that antique shop. It's time to level up. So Junu immediately set off for the shop, only to be disappointed to find it closed. Why is it closed, and the doors locked with mana so no one can get in? As Junu approached, he noticed a small notice hanging in front of the lock, closed, until the Sinon market stabilizes. Junu looked around, surprised to see that the other stores were also closed. The place was deserted, a far cry from the bustling Sinon district, he remembered. The Sing commerce area was supposed to have the most shops in the region. There's no way this place would be closed. It was open 24/7 inches the game, so why is it closed now? Most of the other shops are closed too. Is Soon's world different from what I know? Seeking information, Junu walked down the street and saw a man smoking in front of the only store that was still open, so he slowly approached him. Is the market not doing so well these days? Junu asks the man, who is the shop owner. He glanced at Junu, annoyed, and spoke up. Can't you see that, kid? I'm exhausted. With thugs fighting all day, no customers want to come here. Junshu asked in surprise. Thugs? I thought this place was under the Iron Fist clan's control. The shop owner waved his hand dismissively, cursing the Iron Fist gang. Ever since the Dagger gang was purged, all sorts of gangs have been causing trouble. Iron Fist, Poison Drug, and even the Naked gang. Hearing this, Junu immediately understood the situation. Gangs are fighting each other. I see. In the original game, the Iron Fist clan defeated the Jiao Gam clan and claimed their territory, naturally placing the Singo market under Kim Iron Fist's control. But this time, I'm the one dealing with the daggers, so this market has become a battleground for the remaining gangs. What should I do? As Junu pondered a solution, he heard shouting in the distance. Look at these fools, get them out of here. The shopkeeper clicked his tongue, saying, It's them again. Jun decided to head towards the commotion. He needed to assess the situation before acting. Nearby, a member of the Ice Iron Fist was sent flying, crashing into tarp-covered crates. 3 other members of the Iron Fist gang, though enraged, dared not act, only standing guard and glaring at their opponents. A group of 4 from the Poison Drug gang, led by Gang Hija, a second-tier superhuman and underboss of the Poison Drug gang, After taking down one of the Ice Iron Fist members, Gang Hiat-2 smirked and said, "Are you deaf? I told you this intersection belongs to the Poison Drug Gang. Got it. Get out of here, Iron Fist punks, and crawl back to your holes." But at that moment, a voice cut through the tension, questioning, "What's going on in our territory?" Hearing this, the Iron Fist and Poison Drug Gangs turned to see the Nude Body Gang approaching, led by the flamboyant Nude Body Underboss, a Class 2 superhuman named Don No. As Kang Hyuk-seo saw them coming, he cursed, "Damn, those freaks are here." The foe Ram laughs, stating this intersection is under the Naked Gang's control. Kang Hyul-jae leads his men toward the Naked Gang saying, "Don't talk nonsense, get lost." The show-off asks, "You still want to continue this intrusion?" The Iron Fist member who was just attacked curses under his breath, "These lunatics, I need to get out of here." As he tried to stand, he noticed someone next to him. Junwoo stood beside him, watching the two groups clash, and muttered, "What a mess." The injured recruit asked in surprise, "You're the superhuman who wiped out the Dagger Clan." Only then did Junwoo look at him. He helped him up with one hand, saying, "What are you doing? Get up and get to work." The stunned recruit asked what. Junshu directly addressed the two groups, yelling, "Hey, you brainless thugs, gather around." The frightened newbie stammered, "Wait, what are you doing?" Junshu glanced at him, saying calmly, "I'm helping you." He thought to himself that to restore order to the market, he needed to establish a clear hierarchy, preferably by helping the Iron Fist Gang. Jiang Xieji looked at Junshu and said with a smile, "Oh, what do we have here? Who do you think you are, ordering me around?" The musclehead folded, his arms glaring at Jun. "Is this guy trying to offer us a gift?" Junshu glanced at the two men, then at the townspeople drawn by the commotion and thought, "They're both level 2 superhumans. I could win if I went all out, but I don't want to involve the merchants. I need to show them my power first." With that in mind, Jun grinned, pulled a sword from his backpack and quickly rearranged his stat panel. A second later, black flames engulfed him, and his sword was shrouded in the signature blue energy of the Void Mountain sword. Seeing this, Kang Xieji exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, what? The emptiness, severing sword, and this divine sensation. Could it be?" The show-off was so surprised that his mouth dropped open as he asked, "You're the superhuman who single-handedly wiped out the Dagger Gang." Junshu smirks, "That's right, I'll be generous this time. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Instead of complicating things, let's settle this with a duel. The winner takes control of the market. What do you think? Fair terms, right?" Kang Hyuk-seo angrily retorted, "Do you think I'm stupid enough to agree to a one-on-one fight with a warrior?" The foe Ram remained silent, sharing the same view as Kwang Hit-2. Junwoo spoke up, "Don't worry, we'll fight in the style you're most confident in." Moments later, the three gangs retreated, leaving Junwoo Gang Hiat-2 and the show-off in the center. Junwoo looked at the show-off and said, "So, your special ability is mind control. If I can resist, I win." The show-off grinned lecherously, looking at Junwoo and saying, "It's an honor to have such a handsome man understand me. Or we could skip this pointless fight, and you could join our primeval goddess faith," Junwoo said, with a disgusted look. "Ugh. Why would I join your group? Use your brain. Your beliefs aren't even among the 7 secondary faiths, you're just some nameless cult. Why would I join a fake religion not even recognized by Westphalia?" Hearing Junwoo's words, the fanatic's smile vanished, and he angrily retorted, "You are a blasphemer. I'll correct that thinking of yours with the love and mercy of the goddess. Kneel before me, and I'll grant you the chance to meet her." At the same time he raised his hand towards Junwoo, activating his mind control ability, but Junwoo stood still, making no attempt to dodge. In an instant, his mind grew heavy, his knees buckling as if to kneel. The priest's mind control was indeed powerful, but sorry pal, not even a goddess can mess with me. Junwoo silently opened his attribute window and switched to Divine Resistance, instantly feeling lighter and more clear-headed. Without hesitation, he delivered a knockout punch to the phony priest, and the rest of the nudist gang rushed to his aid. "Are you all right, Lord Pervert? Let's retreat for now." As the nudist gang retreated, Jun turned to Jiang Xieji and said, "It's your turn." Jiang Xieji replied, "Oh, you're not so bad yourself, but let me tell you, poison is on a whole other level than those guys." Junshu replies, "Not necessarily. We'll only know if we try. Your special ability is concocting poisons, right? Give me the worst you've got and I'll drink it." Kang Hail-jae laughs. "Alright, if you're so eager to die, I'll help you out." Just then, the man who had been beaten earlier ran to Junwoo's side pleading, "Hey, I know you're strong, but drinking their poison is suicide." Junshu smiled, replying, "Don't worry, I'm confident enough." At the same time, Kang Hija also handed Junwoo a glass of poison, saying, "Drink up. If you can take it, you win. If you die, I win." Junwoo took the glass and stared intently, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought, she gave me Peaknik, the most painful poison they have." Then a look of disgust crossed his face as he spoke. "Ugh, this tastes awful. If I don't die, you're getting punched." Kang Hiju angrily says, "Don't even dream of getting the antidote after drinking it. Sorry, but it's not going to happen." As he finished speaking, Junwoo decisively drank the poison. A second later he collapsed to the ground, silently cursing the feeling of his flesh boiling. Seeing this, Kang Hyuk-jae smugly approached, kicked Junwoo a few times and said, "You feel it already, huh? If you beg for your life like a dog, maybe I'll consider helping you." But Junwoo had no time to argue with her. He grits his teeth enduring and searching for a solution. He must focus. This poison was made by mixing special drugs, so resistance won't work. I have to endure as much damage as possible with healing, and find a way to control it. With that in mind, Junu acted immediately, first altering his stats, then concentrating the poison into his left hand. The system announces the drug resistance trait. You have acquired a trait. Now that I have drug resistance, I can control the toxins with mana, the last thing I need to do, Junu said, cutting his left palm with his sword. Instantly, a large amount of poison escaped, causing the injured man to cry out, "Heavens!" He focuses the poison into his arm to eliminate it as a disbelieving. Gang Hyukja cries out, "Impossible." Then she was terrified as Junshu appeared before her saying, "That poison was terrible, now it's my turn." Before she could react, Junshu grabbed her arm, forced up a finger, and sliced it off. Her subordinates cried out in alarm. Leader, Kyung Heoja, kneeling on the ground, glared at Junshu and hissed, "You think you can get away with this?" Junshu casually says, "Don't be such a sore loser, just get out of here." An enraged Gang Hyukja curses, "You bastard." His underlings rushed to her side, urging her to leave. "Let's go, boss." Kang Heeja could only grit her teeth and leave, vowing, "I'll remember your face." The Iron Fist clan members cheered with delight. "We won, ha ha, serves them right, the bastards." Kim Junshu smirked, savoring the victory, but thought to himself, the win was inevitable. Now comes the real problem. Nearby, the merchants whispered amongst themselves, "Did the Iron Fist clan win? I wonder how bossy they'll be with us now." Leaving, Junshu glanced at the merchants, then turned to the man he'd saved, saying, "Make sure you report that I was the one who did this." The man smiled. "Of course, sir, thank you so much." Junshu raised a finger saying, "There's one thing the Iron Fist clan must remember about this market." "Tell me," Junshu says, "protection fees in this market will be half of what the Dagger Society charged." Hearing this, the man who had been beaten cried out, "What? We won't make any profit then?" Junshu's face turned menacing as he asked, "Are you defying me?" The man immediately cowered in fear. "No, of course not. I think our boss will understand." Junshu made sure the nearby merchants could clearly hear their conversation. Overjoyed, they exclaimed, "Wow, half the protection fee. He's the hero of Singo Market." Junshu secretly rejoiced. This was the reason he'd been embracing trouble all this time. Ha ha. The merchants approached Junu, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, thanking him profusely. "Thank you so much." Junso smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No, I only did what needed to be done. Just remember to give me a discount in the future." The merchants happily agreed. "Of course, we'll give you an 80% discount anytime." Junu secretly rejoiced, thinking that the Singo market was clearly a bargain, and it also increased the favorability of the merchant NPCs. The next morning, the merchants of Sing were back in business, including Kim Chun-bok. Seeing Junu enter his shop, he greeted him warmly. "I've heard a lot about you from the other merchants. You're the hero who saved the Singo market." Junu grinned at the praise. "I only did what was right." "Don't be so modest. Those gangsters caused so much trouble. Look, I had to close my shop because I got caught in a brawl and broke my arm." Chun raised his injured arm, sighing. "Oh no, is it okay now? I was healed with chi. Luckily it worked. If it weren't for the doctor, I'd still be stuck in the hospital." Jun asks in surprise. "There's a chi doctor in Shilin." "Yes, there is. Would you like me to introduce you? He's very skilled." Jun laughed and said, "I appreciate it, but I need to buy a few things first." "Oh, of course, feel free to look around. We have everything except what we don't." Junu ignored the items on display, looked directly at Chun-bok, and tapped his foot on the floor with a smile. "You have many quality items here, but may I see what's below?" Taken aback, Chun-bok asked, "How did you know?" Junshu smiled, replying, "I have my ways." In his heart he thought, "Don't underestimate a game addict with 1,000,000 hours of playtime. What secrets wouldn't I know?" Chun-bok didn't refuse, leading Junu to a basement room, turning to look at him as he opened the door. "I rarely show this to first-time customers, but I'll make an exception for you." Junu smiled and said, "Thank you so much." As the door opened, Chun-bok led Junsu inside, introducing the collection. "These are magical artifacts. Feel free to look around," Junu excitedly exclaimed. "Awesome." He eagerly examined each item, his ultimate goal, the flute of the ancient god. He held the item in his hands excitedly, thinking I had many unique items when I played the game, but above all, the flute of the ancient god which seals the magic cultivation technique. This is the jackpot. Now that I have this top-tier item in my hands, it's time to put it to good use. Heh. A moment later, the two returned to the shop upstairs. Junu placed the ancient god's flute and the other items he'd chosen on the counter. "These are the items I'll be taking today." Chun-bok examined the items, impressed, and praised Junu's discerning eye, noting the rare 5-colored diamond magic grimoire magic gloves and the flute of an ancient god. Then he quoted him a price of 2 billion. Junu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Good heavens, 2 billion. Chun-bok chuckled, saying, "That's the price for strangers, but since you're the guardian angel of this market, I can give you a fairer price of 500 million. Junu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Chun-bok, you almost scared me there." Junu then paid Chun-bok, who carefully wrapped up the items and handed them over. "What a great 80% discount from the NPC thanks to my high favorability." Now all I need to do is find a priest-type superhuman who can remove the seal on this item. And of course, I've already got a lead on where to find them. With that thought, Junu smiled at Chunbok and asked, by the way, could I get the address for Miss Healer? Later that day, Junu followed Chunbok's directions to a house and knocked on the door, calling out, hello, is anyone there? With no response, Junu leaned in whispering, looks like he's out. Just then, the door swung open. A young man peeked out and asked, what do you need, this early in the morning? Junu secretly observed him. Oh, white hair and a pale face. That's him, the one I'm looking for. Junshu chuckled. It's afternoon, not morning. What brings me here? The young man replied. It's morning to me. So what can I do for you? Jun scratched his head, explaining, well, I heard your treatment methods are very effective. Hearing this, the young man's demeanor changed completely, and he spoke warmly. Oh, so you're a client. I thought you were one of those thugs. Come in. Leading Junu into the room, the young man pointed to a cot and said, you can lie here. Where are you hurt? Junu didn't answer immediately, instead, scanning the room before his eyes landed on a statue, thinking considering that statue is here, it seems he's the one. The young man asked suspiciously, what are you doing? You can lie down on that bed. Junshu finally turned to face the young man. He retrieved the ancient god flute and said, actually, I'm not here for treatment, but to ask you to remove the seal on this. The young man waved his hands saying, remove the seal. I'm just a key healer. That looks like a holy seal. You should ask a temple for help. Jun explains, no places like that would demand a high price, and I might lose my item. He then opens a bag full of cash and places it in front of the young man. If you can remove the seal on this item, I'll give you 100 million gold. Priest Kim asked in surprise. You know my name? Jun smiles. Of course. In his mind, he thinks Priest Kim is Enun's third guide. He's a priest of a forgotten religion, serving a god who vanished 3000 years ago, one of the few genuinely pure and virtuous characters in the game. With so many corrupt priests around, it's rare to find one with a heart of gold. In other words, I can exploit him. The priest stammered. How did you know that? Jun handed the ancient god's flute to Priest Kim, saying, I'll keep it a secret, so please help me. Priest Kim sighed, took the flute, and said, I don't think this will be easy, but alright, I'll try. Junshu thought to himself, as expected of a good person. Then the two sat on the floor with the flute of the ancient god in front of them. With a serious expression, Priest Kim reached for the ancient god's flute and attempted to break the seal, and in that instant, the paper wrapping showed signs of loosening. Oh, it works. With a soft exclamation, High Priest Kim continued to channel his mana towards the ancient god's flute. The loosening of the paper became more pronounced, until it finally separated completely and fell to the ground, revealing the item's true form, radiating a dazzling golden light. The ancient god's flute grants the cultivation technique characteristic. Priest Kim exclaimed in astonishment. It actually worked. As expected, Junu praised his skills. When Priest Kim saw the effect of the ancient god's flute, he exclaimed in surprise, Heavens, is that a mana cultivation technique? Junu happily admits, yes, thank you so much. He raises the ancient god's flute to his lips and blows a note. As the flute played, Junu instantly felt the wasted magic power in his body being absorbed. System message, you have acquired the Enherza cultivation technique. Junu chuckled. The effect is amazing. It's like the tranquil currents of the North Sea have entered my body. In about 2 weeks, I should be able to absorb all this magic and reach superhuman level 3. Watching this, Priest Kim clapped and said, this is the first time I've seen a warrior superhuman use mana cultivation techniques. Junu walked over to the bed, sat down and said, well, it's not something you see every day. Seeing this, Father Kim advised, you must be exhausted. You can lie down and rest. Junu didn't refuse, lying down on the bed and wearily speaking. Too much information is flooding my brain. I'm so tired. Alright, then I'll leave myself in your care for a bit. Father Kim smiled. Yes, please make yourself at home. You paid me a lot, so feel free to stay as long as you like. Jun mumbled sleepily. Thank you. He thought he's just as good as the one I knew in the game. It was good to find a trustworthy pastor who would be beneficial in the long run. So, without any precautions, Junu slept soundly until late at night when he was slowly awakened by strange noises. Groggy, he sits up, scratching his head. What's all the noise? Then Junu sees Father Kim pouring gasoline into the bag full of cash he brought. Junu started to regain his senses, questioning, what are you doing, Father? Kim didn't respond, his eyes empty and soulless as he stood before the bag of gasoline-soaked money and lit it on fire. Oh, forgotten deity, accept this offering from a believer and be reborn. With the prayer complete, Priest Kim released his grip and the lighter fell into the gasoline-soaked bag below. Seeing this, Junshu cursed inwardly. What the hell? What's going on? Are you crazy? Junshu quickly grabbed the lighter and pushed Priest Kim aside. What the hell do you think you're doing? Is this any of your business? What are you going to burn as an offering? I have to burn all the money and offer it to the god. Furious Priest Kim shouts, and Junshu is left dumbfounded. What money as an offering? Our god only accepts cash, and that's the only way to receive power, Father Kim explained. Junshu immediately understood. So this must be when you still believed in your god, huh? Now it was Priest Kim's turn to look dumbfounded as he asked, what do you mean? The god he worshipped had died 3000 years ago. Even in the game, this religion had almost no power until Priest Kim revived the god and obtained a method of practice. Still, I didn't think he wouldn't know the proper way to serve his god. Thinking to himself, Junwoo offered some advice. You're doing it wrong. You shouldn't burn money like that. You need to burn and vaporize gold. Priest Kim looked at Junwoo with suspicion. Gold. That sounds like heresy, but you've never tried it, have you? The priest said with distaste. Don't talk nonsense. Our order has created and practiced this for thousands of years, but there must be a reason why your god hasn't been resurrected. Don't you think so? The priest was speechless. It's hard to burn gold these days, so I have another idea, another way. Since you helped me with demonic cultivation techniques, let me return the favor, said the priest. A moment later, Priest Kim looked at the boiling golden liquid and said hesitantly, I really don't think I should be doing this. Let's stop here. Junsu poured the gold from the pot into a glass and handed it to Priest Kim. Trust me, drinking gold will greatly enhance your divine power. Focus and see if your god responds. If you're so sure, I'll trust you this once. With that, Priest Kim downed the cup of liquid gold in one gulp. Moments later, Priest Kim felt the change. His entire body enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Good heavens, it's real. This is far more effective than burning millions of dollars. Junwoo replied with a smile. The growth will be much faster if you maintain this method. Priest Kim looked at Junwoo with sparkling eyes. I don't know how to repay you for this valuable information. Oh, right here, this is for you. With that, Priest Kim handed Junwoo a necklace. What is this necklace? Junwoo asked, feigning surprise already knowing the answer. It's a sacred artifact with healing properties. I believe my god will be pleased, knowing you possess it. I mean, since you gave it to me, I shouldn't refuse. Junwoo said, feigning reluctance, but inside he was ecstatic, realizing this deal was even better than he thought. Come to think of it, Priest Kim's order really did offer a lot of good quests. With that in mind, Junwoo proposed, Father, would you mind if I prayed to your god in a week, please? Stop, I feel like my whole body is turning gold. But you have to drink more. Junwoo said, grabbing 10 more bottles of golden water and heading towards Priest Kim, who cried out in fear. I'll get magic poisoning if I keep increasing my magic power like this in such a short time. Don't worry, I guarantee nothing will happen, so keep praying. Junwoo forced the golden liquid into the priest's mouth, thinking to himself, don't worry, each of the 4 guide NPCs has their own unique traits. While warriors have strong bodies, priests are immune to mana poisoning, allowing for rapid growth. Sure enough, after Junwoo's intervention, Priest Kim successfully awakened to level 3, becoming Bishop Kim. With wide eyes, Priest Kim stared at his glowing body, hardly believing he'd reached level 3. At this rate, he could even become an apostle. Great, at this rate it won't be long before you become an apostle of God, Junwoo said, pleased. I'm still lacking to achieve that, Father Kim humbly replied. I think you're experienced enough to become an apostle. Now that you've reached level 3, you'll need to attend a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop. Yes, that's right. I've grown so quickly thanks to you. I'll never forget your kindness. Father Kim said gratefully, don't mention it. I just like helping people. Junwoo replied, though his thoughts were quite different. You better not forget. Become a bishop as quickly as possible, and bring me the relics from the order's vault. And while I have you I ask another favor. I'm planning a regional council, but it's a bit overwhelming to go alone. Could you be my bodyguard during the meeting? Other bishops will be there as well. Junwoo immediately accepts. The next day, Father Kim led Junwoo to the meeting point, and the other priests showered Father Kim with praise for reaching level 3, much to his delight. The scale is small, with so few people attending. Junwoo is a little disappointed when a voice suddenly speaks, revealing a pitiful sight. Everyone turned towards the door, where an old man, a priest of the clergy, and a group of masked followers entered. Bishop, you've arrived. In response to Father Kim's greeting, a shout rang out. Who gave you the right to organize a regional council? Father Kim. Father Kim timidly replied, well, every priest in the congregation has the right to organize a council. That only applies to normal priests. It's different for a traitor. Your divine power has increased 3-fold in just 3 months. There's no way you could level up that fast through normal means. You must have betrayed us for greater divine power. That's absurd. I just found a great way to level up. Despite Priest Kim's pleas, the elder priest ordered his arrest, but just as his men moved to apprehend him, Junwoo intervened. Come now, don't frighten the children. One of the attendants asked, who are you? His bodyguard. Junwoo chuckled. This is internal to our order, so outsiders shouldn't interfere. The high priest said, I told you I'm his bodyguard, I'm not an outsider. Make a more reasonable argument, old man. As the old priest fumed, the golden priest with the pure soul continued to defend himself, which only made the old priest angrier. Absorb gold, what he roared. How dare you commit such atrocities and think you'll get away with it, you heretic. This is no heresy. Our God has allowed this. Food for the heretic's mouth, I will personally purify you and offer you to God in repentance before the eternal flame. As the old priest spoke, he shot a fireball from his scepter toward the golden priest, but Run was there, and his shield blocked the attack. Wow, attacking without warning like that, how blasphemous. The old priest seemed surprised. You blocked my magic, Runshu retorted. Are you sure you want to fight a candidate for apostle? Enough talk, how could a heretic become an apostle? Priest Kim, frightened by the old priest's anger, quickly grabbed Runshu's arm. Mr. Superman, I'm not sure why you're calling me a candidate. Don't worry, just eat this and pray. With that, Junshu handed a golden pill to Priest Kim. Meanwhile, the old priest, losing patience, threatened Runshu, saying he'd be burned like the other guy if he didn't move. What if I could prove that Priest Kim is an apostle? Junshu smirked, anticipating the spectacle to come. What? Before the old priest could understand, a brilliant aura enveloped Priest Kim, the one kneeling and praying on the ground. This power comes from an apostle. The old priest gasped, and Junshu smirked inwardly at his horrified expression. Take a good look. Are you surprised? This is why I didn't turn Priest Kim into an apostle yesterday. That useless old man. Not only that, but he's a pure villain, radiating evil energy. I should just eliminate him here. The condition for Priest Kim's apostle awakening was to swallow a golden artifact from another sect. While being accused of blasphemy by the bishop, it wouldn't be hard to turn Priest Kim into an apostle. As Priest Kim's transformation concluded, Junshu drew his sword coldly, declaring, "Now it's time to teach these blasphemers a lesson." With that, Junshu tilted his head slightly, asking the Priest Kim, who was standing behind him, "Hey priest, can I ask your god something?" "Yes, how should I punish those bastards who are willing to attack their own people out of jealousy?" And he wasn't just doing this, but many other evil things as well, which startled the old priest. "How did you know about this?" At that moment, Priest Kim, after consulting with God, gave his answer. He said to purge the evil, and since it's God's will, I have no choice but to obey right. In an instant, Jun lunged at the old priest, striking him down and ending his life. I eliminated a threat before it could cause future problems, Junshu thought to himself smugly, while the pure-hearted Priest Kim couldn't help but feel sorry, even though he was still a bishop of their church. Jun waves his hand, saying he doesn't need pity, he deserves what's coming to him. What does God want him to do next? Ah, you mean the Levan region, where the first church council was formed and offered you gold. See, I told you gold was the right choice. Go there and expand your influence. Jun laughs to himself, thinking, then repay me for what I've done for you today. Not wanting to keep Junu waiting, Priest Kim, grateful for Junsu's help, gifted him some valuable items from his storage, including 2 things Junu had been wanting. Finally, his first holy sword worth billions. And what's this? A holy statue radiating a divine aura. A sanctuary brimming with holy power, a skill that transforms a specific area into a safe zone, according to the owner's will. If an enemy intrudes, it will emit energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, I don't have to worry about being ambushed while training anymore. Time to play with my new toys. Runseo, looking pathetic in the bathtub, trembled and whispered, maybe I overdid it. Even recovery potions aren't helping much. Even so, I still have plenty of time to practice holy light techniques and mountain-splitting sword forms. I can feel my power increasing significantly. Time to see the results of all that hard work. With that thought, Junu calls Choi Se to see if he needs any help. We're having some issues right now. Cho sighed. Do you remember the first wasteland? Of course, how could I forget? Junu replied, recalling. That's where I first realized how terrifying the monster's spirit attributes were. The entire cleanup crew was brutally murdered, meaning there are at least 6 mutants there. Is that so? Shouldn't you contact the Protectorate then? The government officials asked us to keep it quiet. They don't want to make a big deal out of it. Yes, at least a few people would be fired if that got out. So, what's the reward for cleaning up this mess? A bit stingy, 100 million for a level 1 and 300 million for a level 3. Plus, they're throwing in a rifle relic with a special effect. Junu was immediately drawn in by the reward. A rifle, huh? The effect depends on you. It was used by the Order's father. This vision of the Saintess excites Junu, presenting a request he can't refuse. The rifle used by the Order's father will inflict a black fire effect on its target. This was a valuable item, so Junu accepted the quest without hesitation. Arriving at the mission point, Junu is overwhelmed by the thick, foul air. Has this place become so polluted in just a few days, without anyone cleaning it? Something's not right. I can't see far ahead. My vision's limited, so I need to be ready for a surprise attack. Just then, the sounds of monsters echoed from all directions, making it impossible for Junu to pinpoint their exact locations. And as he aimed his gun in one direction, he sensed movement behind him. Instantly, Junu spun around, firing at the monster, lunging from behind, causing it to screech in pain and veer upwards. It was the leader. Junu continued firing, only to realize the creature's wings were bulletproof, and suddenly it dove toward him from above. Luckily he dodged in time, or he'd be a goner. The enemy is bulletproof, can fly, and is agile. He'll be at a disadvantage if this fight drags on. In this case, he had to end it with one precise shot. Junshu raised his gun, and just before the monster lunged, he fired a bullet straight into its forehead, sending it to meet its ancestors, and gaining a new attribute. I'm sure I'll win, especially since I just learned high-level aiming. Hee. But before Junshu could celebrate, he heard the roars of monsters. This is bad. The mutants are coming because of the noise, and I can't fight them all like this. Thinking on his feet, Junu hatches a plan. First he uses his stealth ability to hide in a corner, and then he waits. Sure enough, the monsters arrived, surrounding the corpse of their fallen comrade. Junwoo seized the moment, tossing grenades and unleashing a hail of bullets. Heh, I should use battle tactics more often. Junwoo smugly looks at the monster corpses littering the ground, then exits stealth mode. Little did he know he had underestimated his foes, for he was now completely surrounded. What? They approached without a sound, so I didn't notice them. But they're not mutated monsters, they're spirits summoned by a dark mage. It's a real crowd. As Jun silently pondered his next move, one of the monsters suddenly spoke. Oh Superman, I have something to say. How are these guys even talking? Jun looked at the monsters in surprise, then understood when he saw the speakers attached to their heads. The one who wanted to talk to him must be the summoner of these zombies. Jun Shu speculated as the speaker on the zombie's head continued to transmit. I want to ask you something. Why did you invade our territory, your territory? Jun Shu wondered, calling an infected facility their territory. Just seconds later, Jun Shu had his answer. I see. The External Protection Association, a charity that cleans up contaminated magic energy, is actually one of the most notorious villainous organizations. Cleaning up magic-contaminated areas is just a cover for their willingness to do anything to expand their power. This incident must have been their doing as well. They create situations where the government has no choice but to ask for their help because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to dismiss officials hostile to them, and then the other party says, if there's no reason to continue this fight, let me make a suggestion. You're talented, so why not join the Protectors? Junshu said with a smile. Join the organization that caused the mutant attacks at the landfill. I'm serious. With your skills, you could be among the top ranks of the association. Never mind. Junshu flatly refuses, offering a loving middle finger. The name of the group alone doesn't suit me. It's not cool at all. Ha, it seems you don't know your place. If you don't want to join now, you can join after you become a zombie warrior. As the mage spoke, the undead swarmed, but Jun unleashed a barrage of gunfire, mowing them down. But quickly, the monsters' bodies began to reassemble, returning to their original state. Realizing firearms were ineffective, Junshu switched to a sword, knowing its holy light attribute would be effective against the dark attribute monsters. Wait, a sword? Aren't you a marksman? Before the monster could finish its sentence, Junu sliced it to pieces. Less talk, little one. I'll find you and send you to the afterlife soon enough. And with his enhanced stats, the battle became easier for Junu, but the monsters were just too numerous. To conserve his strength, Junu changes tactics, combining endurance traits like strength, vitality, speed, protection, resistance, and perseverance with the artifact's unique recovery trait, the steel gauntlets trait from the glove, and the holy swords trait from the sword, raising the total traits in use from 6 to 9. After equipping them, Junu tested the sword, which was effective to some degree, but not enough to deal with this overwhelming horde. Before long, Junu began to feel dizzy from exhaustion, but just then, he unlocked a new trait, Quick Step, allowing him to dash forward a certain distance, dealing damage along the way. Thanks to this ability, Junu moved like the wind, reaping the lives of any monster in his path. Not stopping there, Junu continued to experiment with linking abilities and unlocked the jump ability. With swiftness and leap escaping, this encirclement will be a piece of cake, and these small fries will be wiped out in an instant. Moments later, Junu had cleared out all the monsters, and a voice echoed from the speakers once more. What a surprise, I didn't expect you to be a knight. That makes me want you even more. Junsu turned toward the voice and issued a challenge. So confident, why don't you show yourself? What kind of mage would be dumb enough to face a warrior head-on? Here's a gift for you. Hee. The mage laughs, gifting Junu a massive, oversized present, a level 2 zombie shield. Karen's zombie is still recovering. Junu cursed under his breath as the monster swung its scythe down where he stood. Junshu quickly jumps back to dodge, but while he's distracted, an arrow pierces his back. Haha, I must say, your attacks aren't bad. You'll make a useful addition to my undead army, the summoner gloated through the loudspeaker. This reminds me of a rule: when fighting a summoner, you can't fight the summons. You have to find the summoner. Thinking quickly, Junu feigns an attack on the monster, but slips past its legs to escape quickly, scanning his surroundings and spotting a figure on the second floor. He uses Quick Step to evade the monster's pursuit, closing the distance to the summoner. This rat is only good at ruining things, Junu muttered in annoyance. Upon closer inspection, Junu realizes the summoner is Karen, an R-level summoner, a leader of the Protection Society, and the final boss of this stage. So you do use your brain a little, huh? Having been discovered, Karen was a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. Things aren't going according to your plan. You'll never touch me. Karen raises his hands to the sky, and countless mana tentacles reach out to restrain Junsu, clearing the way for arrows to pierce him, causing him to cry out in pain. I love the echo of screams. You should know your place. Is that all you've got, buddy? Karen taunts. In his hand, a crimson orb begins to form Karen's ultimate attack. Junshu struggled to break free as dark flames flickered around him. Seeing his plight, Ken grinned, taunting. Is this really the extent of your power? How cute for a final battle. You're wrong if you think that's all I've got. If I equip the right traits when using a skill against a summoner like you, something interesting will happen. You know. As Junsu rearranged his attribute board, including the No Mountain Sword Break, he said, enough talk, just die. Enraged, Ken unleashes a fireball at Junsu, unaware that his end is near, as the perfect harmony of magic physique and swordsmanship births a skill born of mortal danger. The ultimate sword energy can cut through anything tangible or intangible, so Junsu's sword sliced the fireball in two. In Karen's astonishment, Junsu gains the new trait, Thunder Fury, the ultimate swordsmanship, attainable only by those who reach the pinnacle of the sword. After the finishing blow that defeated Karen, Junsu collapses to the ground exhausted. Though exhausted, he couldn't hide his joy, muttering, "That was close," but he had defeated the level 3 superhuman and dungeon boss Karen. In the game, you'd need a full party to hunt it at level 2, and even level 3 players with normal stats and gear couldn't solo it. I only won because I've played this game for over 1,000 hours. After regaining some strength, Junsu stood up laughing. Alright, time to collect the spoils. About an hour later, Junsu arrived at Joyel's office. In the room besides Choi and himself were 3 employees from the quest delegation, sent to deliver his reward, while Choi fanned Junsu with a flattering expression. "You actually cleared out that whole mutation zone. You're amazing." Junsu leans back in his chair, feet up on the table and smirks. "Oh, it was nothing." But realizing there were others present, he quickly put his feet down, clutching his arm and crying out, "Ouch, I'm hurt there, be careful." Cho feigns concern, saying, "Oh no, I'm so sorry to have harmed your precious body." The 3 task force employees can't stand their amateur acting any longer. One of them, a blonde, spoke up. "Thanks for your work, Superman. I can't believe you took down all those mutants." Getting down to business, Junsu and Cho sat up straight again. "Oh, I was just doing my job. By the way, when I went into the junkyard, something completely different from what you asked happened. Do you recognize these?" As Junsu spoke, he pulled out the electronic devices he'd collected from the undead in the junkyard, and the blonde man immediately recognized them. His face filled with shock as he exclaimed, "These are mana chips, used to create phantoms. They're used by Ken of the Preservation Society." Junsu stated seriously, "This wasn't an accident, it was intentional." The blonde man slams his hand on the table in anger, cursing the Protectorate bastards. Seeing this, Junsu asks, "So it seems you don't like them very much." The blonde man gritted his teeth, saying, "They always charged unreasonable prices, so we struggled in the past. We had conflicts, but I never imagined they'd turn innocent people into mutants." Noticing the blonde man's expression, Junsu realized he was unaware, which made sense since the Protection Association's true colors only came out after the junkyard quest was completed. At this, the blonde man bowed to Junsu and said, "I apologize, Superhuman, for putting you in unnecessary danger because of us." Junsu humbly replied, "I only did what was necessary to blow away the bad guys," but inwardly he thought, it better be more than just an apology. The blonde man pushed a briefcase towards Junsu, saying, "This is the reward we promised." Junsu took it, opened it, and asked in surprise, "Thank you, but why are there 2? The blonde man chuckled, explaining, "It's an accelerator gun and a bonus for taking on such a dangerous task." Junsu happily accepted. "Oh, thanks." With that, Junsu began to examine the bonus reward. "Is this holy water getting essential divine medicine for free instead of having to buy it at the temple is a steal." As Junsu rejoiced over his reward, the blonde man said, "Stay safe, Superman. We're going to charge the Protection Association based on your evidence." But before he could finish, Junsu interjected, "They'll try to retaliate against me." The blonde man confirmed, "Yes, that's right, but we can't overlook something this big." Junsu replied, with his usual stoic expression, "I'll be fine. I always find a way to survive." The conversation was brief, and soon the 3 representatives from the commission departed with Cho driving Junsu. Inside the car, Cho Seo spoke up, "Maybe it's a good idea for you Superhuman to lay low for a while and avoid the Preservation Society." Junsu thought for a moment, then replied, "I don't think that's the best idea." He thought to himself that after completing the landfill quest, the player would receive a quest chain, leading to an unavoidable conflict with the Protectors Association. Naturally, since the player had caused them trouble, and even Protectors killed Director Karen. More importantly, the Hero Association questline branches out, and the worst outcome is doing nothing and wasting time, in which case, the association president will attack the player's home with a bunch of heroes. Meanwhile, Junsu, the easiest of the bunch, turned and asked, "Director, have you ever heard of a place called John Yubong?" Cho replied, "Of course. It's a restricted area south of Sai Lim, right? There's a huge poppy field there, so you'll be in trouble if you go." Junsu says, "That place is owned by the Protection Society." Chus exclaims in surprise, "Huh? The Protection Society. What are they doing? Growing poppies." Jun says, "It's not just poppies, they're performing body modifications and trafficking people there." What those lunatics choose cursed outraged that they were nothing more than a glorified crime syndicate. Junsu calmly replied, "That's right, so I'm planning to attack John Yubong first." Hearing that, Cho's hands trembled and he almost crashed into the curb. Luckily, he reacted in time, regaining control of the car, as Junsu nonchalantly held up his phone, saying, "I need a lot of things, so here's a list of what to prepare." Cho glanced over, frowning as he spoke. "Claymore mines and landmines. What is this? Are you trying to start a war? Buying all this stuff is going to cost a fortune." Junsu chuckled. "Only amateurs worry about money." Then handing Choi Seal a long box, he said, "Here are the items I collected while clearing out the monsters at the junkyard." Chell quickly took it and said, "That will cover the costs, but I assure you can't fight the association alone. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman, and the directors are level 3. Junu chuckled. "I never said I'd fight alone," Chose exclaimed in surprise, but Junu mysteriously smiled and said, "For now, don't worry about a thing. Just gather the items on the list." 2 nights later, near John Yubong's location, 2 armed guards stood watch. When suddenly an unseen hand struck one of them from behind, silencing him before he could cry out. The remaining guard, terrified, raised his gun and shouted, "Who's there?" Then he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. A second later, Jun Shu appeared with a silenced pistol, chuckling, "Oh man, I love infiltrating. It never gets old. Now that the outer guards are done, time to check out the underground." With that, Run pulled out his phone and contacted Kim Cheol-Gwan, who was busy felling a man with one hand while answering the call with the other. "I hear you, Warrior Kim. Thanks to you clearing the path, we easily took the underground area. But these guys are truly evil, forcing body modifications and trafficking people. They've crossed the line." Junshu replies, "Yes, they deserve to be wiped out." "Did you check?" Kim Cheol-Gwan responds, confirming it's a proper modification factory. Junu says, "Now that it's over, you can have it. It will help you strengthen your people." "That sounds good, Iron Fist, but are you sure you can play the Protection Association? It would be troublesome if we got caught up in the aftermath," Junu chuckled. "Of course I'm sure. Have you ever known me to act without reason?" After disconnecting, Junu muttered, "Jian Yubong is their main source of income, yet security is quite lax." Then he pulled out a lighter, flicked it on, and with a sinister laugh added, "Which makes it the perfect place to start the guild's downfall." The next morning, in a skyscraper downtown, a hot high association member burst into a room shouting, "Chairman, urgent news. John Ubong Point has been attacked." In his office, Park DJ Job, president of the Protection Association, was looking out over the city when he frowned and glanced at the messenger, asking, "What do you mean?" The messenger replied, "Well, the guy who took out Director Karen has also seized the John Yubong outpost." Before the messenger could finish, he gasped in horror as Dijop, in a fit of rage, punched a hole in the stone desk, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he roared, "How dare he attack us so brazenly!" The messenger, trembling with fear, pulled out a phone and offered it to DJ, saying, "He also sent this." Desjo took the phone to look. Seeing a selfie of Junu with their burning farm in the background, Desjo crushed the phone and roared, "That bastard burned our farm. Kim was it. I'll take care of him and tear him to pieces." The next morning, a large number of armed men divided into teams approached John Yubong's stronghold from various directions. They were members of the Protection Society, advancing to eliminate Junsu and reclaim DJ's poppy farm. One of the teams stopped to observe a few hundred meters from the farm. The bald leader saw the black smoke still rising from the stronghold and gritted his teeth in anger. He really did burn the opium farm to the ground. A colored-hair lackey in the back spoke up, "That warrior Kim, he's definitely insane." The bald leader turned to the group behind him and shouted, "All we have to do is catch that madman. Quickly breach and resolve the situation. Let the chairman witness the strength of the outer circle." The group responded in unison, then continued forward as the bald man turned back to the colored-hair man to remind him, "He might be watching us from inside the building. Be careful." The blonde responded, "Understood. We'll blow him away the moment we spot him." But as soon as he said those words, he noticed a gun barrel poking out of a slightly open window. He quickly pointed and shouted, "Wait, there's a gun in that window." The bald man reacted instantly, aiming and firing, shattering the window. The gun falls away, and the bald man smugly declares, "My prediction was correct." The blonde-haired man flattered him with a smile. "That was amazing, Captain." Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, making it hard for them to stand. The crowd cried out in confusion, "What's going on?" The buzzcut man turned back in disbelief, witnessing a massive explosion erupt from the crowd behind them, instantly causing numerous casualties. He cried out in horror, "It's Min, Claymore." The colored hair guy was even more terrified, trembling as he asked, "What do we do?" "Captain." Before the bald man could answer, he heard someone shout, "Captain Rocket Launcher." The buzzcut man instinctively looked up to see a rocket heading straight for him. The bald man's eyes widened as he muttered a curse, and then boom, a deafening explosion sent smoke and debris billowing into the air. In the control room, Junu, dark circles under his eyes, watches the scene unfold on the monitor and laughs. "Heh, it's a good thing I stayed up all night planting bombs." He then looked at the assassin trait in his stat window and chuckled with satisfaction. "Thanks to my unique trait, they couldn't detect me beforehand. I'm not crazy enough to face 100 of you head-on. I'll be in this underground control room killing you all." With that, Junshu placed his hands on the 2 red buttons on the table, activating explosions in other locations. In an instant, explosions rang out around the base, wiping out all life within range. Only one team remained unscathed, standing calmly within a protective barrier, led by none other than Jop. As the explosions subside, Dezop speaks, his face grim. He's more prepared than he seems. "Someone who dares to provoke us directly is different." At that moment, one of the team members stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me. I've completed his tactical analysis." This man is Bak, a rank G, level 3 superhuman, and the vice president of the Protection Association. Desjo seems to have faith in Bak, and tells him to bring the protagonist back alive so he can kill him in the most painful way possible. And so Bak led a group forward, one of them tossing a grenade ahead. After the explosion, he announced that the area was safe. Sybok says to throw grenades to check for traps in advance, and the grenade thrower complies, but suddenly, Sybok notices a missile heading their way. Instead of dodging, he uses his weapon to deflect the missile, causing it to explode elsewhere. Sybok then turns to a sniper and asks, "Got it?" The sniper confirms the location, the right side of the rooftop, and fires, destroying the missile launcher that Runshu had set up. With a smirk, Sybok declared, "Perfect, we're at the focal point. Let's show him the hell he's likely already tasting." Soon, Sybok's group successfully breached the focal point. Through the surveillance monitor, Jun witnessed everything. Tisk Sabak is different. They're truly ruthless, aren't they? As Runu mused, he noticed the alarm light on his desk, and he immediately stood up, saying with a smile, "They're faster than I thought. The rookie killer mission lives up to its name." A few seconds later, the doorknob outside was shot off. "Why hide underground like rats? Come out and play with us." Laughing, two girls carrying guns entered the room, Ebony and VIP, both L-ranked level 3 espers and directors of the Protection Society. Finding the room empty, VIP and Ebony spoke up. "Huh, wait, did he know we were coming?" Little did they know, Junu used stealth and feigned death to hide right beside them, fully aware of the Protectorate's plan to create a diversion under the guise of a war of attrition. While the assassin executives move in the rear, "I know all your tactics. Eat this." Chuckling to himself, Junu pulled the pin on a flashbang and tossed it onto the floor, drawing the attention of Ebony and VIP, who were immediately blinded by the intense light. Taking advantage of the moment, Junu dashed out, saying, "I don't have time to play with you guys." Ebony and VIP realize Junsu has tricked them, but blinded, they can only shout in anger. "You dog, I'll tear you to pieces when I catch you." Junsu ignores them, hurrying up the stairs, thinking, "The assassins will catch up soon, I have to move quickly." However, just as Junu reached the next floor, 2 bullets came flying from behind, narrowly missing him. 2 bullets whizzed past his head, leaving holes in the wall. Damn, they caught up already. He needed to defend first. Junu quickly equipped the mana shield and protection traits. He turned and created a massive shield, blocking the entire hallway, and stopping Ebony and VIP from pursuing him further. Ebony and VIP fired at the shield, but couldn't break through. Seeing this, Junu stuck out his tongue and taunted, "Shoot, all you want, I'll block it all." Heh. Unfazed Vi smirks and raises her gun again. "You really thought that was all we had?" VIP pulled the trigger, and this time, the bullet pierced the shield, striking Junsu as he fled, sending him crashing to the ground. Vi smirked. "How's that taste? Those bullets were enchanted to explode." Junu struggles to his feet, cursing, "Damn it." Ebony replies, "Here's some dessert for you." "Oh, I shot a blue arrow right into Junu's hip." Ebony added, "This is nothing compared to the pain I'm about to inflict on you." Jun struggles to his feet, flipping them off. "Bullshit. You're just spandex-wearing scum," Viper retorted angrily. "What did you say, brat? This will fix your attitude." With that, she rushed forward and kicked Junu in the face, sending him flying backward into a large clock before he crashed to the ground. As Junu struggled to get up, a sudden wave of pain struck him, and he collapsed once more. "Hurts, doesn't it? It's a potent poison that attacks the arteries, so it's hard to bear." As Ebony and VIP approached, Jisoo-V grabbed Junu's collar and said, "Take him to the chairman." Just then, Junu smiles, grabbing her wrist and saying, "Welcome to the destination." He sighs inwardly, thinking, "Acting is harder than I thought." Ebony and the VIPs, startled by Junu's strange behavior, cried out, "What?" Junu smirks. "Hear that ticking? Doesn't it remind you of something?" Ebony and VIP angrily shout, "What the hell are you talking about?" Junshu grins ominously, "Sounds like a giant time bomb." Without waiting for their reaction, he added the swift trait to his stat sheet, saying, "Alright, rot here." With that, Junu dashed away like the wind, leaving Ebony and VIP, who were as strong as Karen, far behind. I couldn't be sure of winning a head-on fight. I sacrificed all my stats to put on an act, luring them to the watch while they were off guard. Because inside the clock he'd planted a pile of white phosphorus explosives costing him over $1 billion. Thinking this, Junu turned to look at Ebony, and VIP pressed the control button in his hand, and said with a smile, "Sleep tight, darlings." It's only now that Ebony and VIP realize they've fallen into another one of Junu's traps, but it's too late. They can only curse helplessly before being consumed by the massive explosion. Looks like I managed to get rid of those guys. But more are coming, so I need to recover my strength quickly. Especially since I don't know when that robot will show up. Before Junu could finish, Sybok and his men appeared. Seeing the bloodstains near his comrades' weapons, Sybok gritted his teeth in anger. "You defeated Ebony and Viper." Junshu, unfazed, simply winked and smiled in response. "And you're about to join them. Don't expect an easy death. I'm going to torture you until you beg for it." "That's a bit harsh. Try to be more humane next time." "But words are wasted on you. I'll end you here." Boss XE gestures and his men immediately point their guns at Runu. "But you know, I'm glad you guys could make it here. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Augmenting your bodies with machinery was exactly what I wanted. Thanks. You fools are just here to give me experience. With that, Junwoo detonates the 1,000,000,001 mine he planted on the ceiling and fires buckshot at his opponent. The smoke clears and all enemies are gone. Except for the mech. Junwoo exclaims in surprise. Seriously, how much did you spend on your body? Even those mines were useless. Fine, I'll tear you apart here. The armored vehicle swiftly lunges at Junwoo, its weaponized hand slicing away his gun before attacking again. Luckily, Junwoo narrowly blocks the blow with his sword. And so the cyborg relentlessly attacked while Junwoo desperately defended. How annoying. His strength is immense. I need to overwhelm him with speed. Junwoo suddenly leaned and slashed at the cyborg's side. The collision doesn't harm Saib, but allows him to grab the sword, pull back, close the gap, activate his leg system, and kick Junwoo away. This is bad. His body is reinforced with magic, making blades useless. Before Junwoo can react, Saib leaps forward, kicking him in the stomach, then stomping on him as Gaoge mocks his battered state. What can you even hope to accomplish with that weak body? I'll start by cutting off your hands so you know what pain really is. As the boxer raised his hand to strike, he noticed Junwoo now held a gun. What kind of pistol was that? Looking at your disgusting body gave me an idea. Junwoo replied with a smile. Haven't you realized that ordinary bullets are useless against me? But this isn't ordinary ammunition. It's black fire. Upon contact, the fixer's body erupted in flames, and the agonizing pain forced him to scream like a stuck pig. Your mechanical body runs on magic, and black fire burns through magic. In other words, once it latches on, there's no way to put it out. That's why I said reinforcing your body with machinery has its weaknesses. Junwoo rose sword in hand and finished him off with a single strike. With that done, Junwoo heads to the rooftop and guns down the Protectorate's lackeys. Without those strong supervisors, you're finished. Oh, that scream is music to my ears. Just as Junwoo was reveling in his victory, a piercing sound echoed, the sound of battle cries. So he's finally joined the fray. At that moment, a tall, dark figure appeared on the ground below. Seeing those blood-red eyes, Junwoo knew it was Park Dezo, a level 4 superhuman and chairman of the Protection Association. Just you wait, you bastard. With that, Dejo leaped from the ground, soaring straight to the 5th-floor rooftop where Junwoo stood. I've never been so humiliated. I'll gladly punish you for messing with the protection squad. Dezofo gathered magical energy into his arm and rushed towards Junwoo so fast that he didn't have time to draw his sword and took the loving punch. If I hadn't switched to defense, I'd be done for, but I can't beat him fighting defensively. I tried to attack Dezop with lightning, but he easily dodged it, then sneered. You use some interesting skills. What about this? Junwoo pulls out his gun and fires black flames at Dejo, but he blocks them with a protective shield. He then regained the initiative, pummeling Junwoo with a barrage of punches. He's too strong. This was impossible from the start. Bade is an SR-class character. While I'm just a starter character, he completely outclasses me. The gap is insane. The only way for a level 2 superhuman to beat a B-level superhuman is for Junwoo to activate his body and muscle mutation traits, creating the Kim Warrior mutation trait, directly turning himself into a monster. Knowing he'd lose his mind in this form, Junwoo prepared something. The Berserker glasses grant the wearer the Berserk trait for a limited time. This item has the very trait I need right now. Junwoo crushes the Madman glasses in his hand, and a notification immediately pops up. He's gained the Berserk trait, clearing his mind of all distractions, focusing only on the battle and unleashing power beyond his limits. The preparations are complete, and Junwoo opens the battle, rushing forward to deliver a loving punch to DJ. Dejo uses both arms to block Junwoo's powerful attack, saying, I don't know what you just used, but things are definitely getting more interesting. Let me try, Dej said, excitedly, activating his enhancement trait and going all out against Junwoo. They traded blows, giving Junwoo the chance to acquire 2 new traits, superhuman strength and iron skin, fueling his battle frenzy. I can do this all day, Runshu says. Heh, fine, I admit you're strong. It's been a while since I've had a fight like this, but I've analyzed you. This is my victory. Zop's eyes flashed red, as he confidently declared. Enough nonsense. Junwoo angrily throws a punch at Zop, only to hit thin air. And so Junwoo continued his assault, but Djob easily read his moves and dodged every attack. Punches and kicks are useless. You have no fighting foundation. With that, Djob lands a punch to Junwoo's gut, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. You bastard, Junwoo angrily throws a punch that looks like a clumsy blow from someone who doesn't know how to fight. Djo ducks then lands a precise uppercut, sending Junwoo flying back dozens of meters. This isn't good. He has the upper hand, and the frenzy trait's effect is weakening. There's no choice but to put everything into this attack. I have to give up close combat. Making a decision, Junwoo secretly switches Iron Skin to Monocore. Sensing the change in Junwoo's aura, Dejop says warily, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? I'll end this here. With those words he rushed towards Junwoo, preparing to strike. I admit you're better than me in close combat, but you see, I'm not a fighter, I'm a swordsman. That was a good fight. You monster. Dejop muttered, before collapsing to the ground, sensing the abnormal changes within his body. As the notification rings out, a golden light envelops Junshu, returning him to his human form and elevating him to a transcendent gold rank warrior. Thank goodness for the timely upgrade, what a lucky day. Junshu spoke, then lost consciousness and fell into a coma, only to awaken in a mana bath. Am I home? Just as Junshu was wondering, Choi Seo appeared. Are you okay, superhero? Cho rushed to hug Junshu, sobbing. What happened, Director Choi? I thought you were a goner back there. You were on the ground with the protection squad, he sniffled. Choi's childlike demeanor made Junu chuckle. So he brought me home. I see. I noticed you were still breathing, so I put you in the mana stream. You were unconscious for a week. Oh, you mentioned I've recovered quite a bit. You're incredible, dismantling a cult all by yourself. We've been getting calls about it from the office non-stop, Cho said excitedly. I knew it. I'm so special. You're not just special, you're amazing. Choi gave 2 thumbs up in admiration, making Junu smile. I've collected the spoils of battle. Take a look, and let me know if you need anything else. I need to recover first. And now that I've been promoted to level 3, there's somewhere I need to be. A week later, Junu returned to the superhuman building to measure his mana warrior Kim, age, 22 male professional, level 3 warrior 6-layered circuit. He was about to receive his official certification and all sorts of amazing benefits. Junu was happily thinking to himself when he heard applause from behind. You're amazing. Are you a superhuman? Boggy applauds, saying she's never seen anyone develop so quickly. You're going to establish your own nation in the future, right? Junshu scratched his head and replied with a smile. No, I wouldn't go that far. Can I get my certification? That's right, of course. Please follow me, B said, with a smile, and after a moment handed Junu his official certification, unable to help but sigh, I'm really jealous of you. Junshu was surprised to hear this. Me, why? For many reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, Bitch X replied sadly, and seeing her expression reminded Junu of her in-game persona, which felt a little strange. But an idea quickly pops into his head. Do you want to become a superhuman? Junshu inquired. Of course. Who wouldn't? So why don't you become my disciple? So is taken aback by the offer. If she wants, he guarantees he can turn her into a superhuman. Trust me, because I can see your potential. Little did she know how powerful she would become, and moved by Junshu's words, she accepted his offer, a decision she wouldn't regret. There's no tuition fee. You can repay me after you become a superhuman. Slightly worried. Bitch So says, that sounds good, but I should let you know that I failed to awaken even after taking the specialized class. It won't be easy even for you. Don't worry, just trust me. Junu of course wasn't worried in the slightest, as he knew Bisheu So's awakening story like the back of his hand. Heavenly Executioner, an attribute embodying the rebirth of murderous intent that stains the world with blood. This is Berserker Bagi's Tier 1 core trait. However, while it greatly increases experience gained through combat, it also has a side effect. There's a high risk her sanity could erode, turning her into a psychopath or a battle-crazed maniac. Bagi's awakening story matches her trait. Thinking of that story, Junu reminded her that she would need to prepare her mind, to which Bagi responded with an embarrassed smile. Do I need a lot of money? I only get paid 20 million world a year? Junu chuckled. No, you need mental fortitude more than money. Just as Bej was about to ask more, a girl suddenly entered the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kim, someone has requested a meeting with you. Could we head up to the area above the 5th floor? An invitation from the 5th floor. Junshu was a bit surprised but chose to follow the girl. The superhuman tower divides its floors based on level. Since Junu was called to the 5th floor, it meant a level 5 superhuman had summoned him. Junu racked his brain trying to figure out who it could be when the elevator quickly came to a halt on the 5th floor. And the one who summoned him was none other than the person Junu least expected, Gin. Thanks to her awakening, Gin is now the director of security team 1 and a level 5 superhuman. I thought it might be you, but wow. Congratulations on your 3rd level certification. It's a pleasure to see you here, teacher. Likewise. Junshu chuckled secretly, envious even considering his innate talent and wealthy family. Wasn't level 5 a bit too fast? I want you to have it. It's a congratulatory gift for you. Yuin hands Junu a gift box, saying he really didn't have to. Junu feigns politeness, but his hands eagerly open the gift, an item imbued with mana-focusing properties. It's perfect for a mana user like me. Junu grinned and clapped Yuin on the shoulder. I mean, I shouldn't refuse a gift from a friend, right? Thanks. Please put it to good use. Yuan replied with a smile, then hesitated for a moment. Warrior, there's actually another reason I wanted to see you. Could I ask you for a favor? A favor. Why the sudden seriousness? Would you be willing to help my friends? They're also infected with divine fever just like I was. They were also infected by the bloodline that serves T-deity. Yes, I have 4 friends who have suffered since they were children. Ujin answered, honestly. 4 people are infected with divine fever. Wait, does he mean those characters? If so, this is the perfect opportunity to make things easier. Thinking to himself, Junu agreed to help. I can't ignore people in need, but can I meet them before treating them? Uzin of course agreed, and immediately arranged for them to meet at his house. Looking at the 4 people before him, Junu knew he was right. They were supporting characters for the Holy Knight Yuan, all children of wealthy families essentially held hostage by the temple's decree to the pontiff. Let me get this straight. You were all forcibly baptized against your will, correct? Yes, that's right. Can it really be cured? Junsu replied. My method of curing is actually very painful. However, if you can endure it, you'll awaken like Ujin. Can you do it? The four looked at each other, then replied in unison, we'll do anything to get rid of the divine fever. Thanks to him, and mostly to their own inner talents, Ujin's four friends awakened a week later. Junu received many valuable gifts from the families of the four Rick kids, but these were not the rewards he truly desired. Junu requested a private meeting with the Galaxy Store representative, the parent of one of the four rich kids, saying, I have a favor to ask. For my brother, I'm willing to do anything. Teacher Junu said, seriously, I want to enter the underground gold mine located beneath Galaxy Store's H-Nam branch. Hearing this, the Galaxy Store representative vehemently denied it. There's no such thing as a gold mine under our shopping center. I'm talking about the one between the walls of areas A1 and A2 on the 8th basement level below the parking lot. Are you sure there isn't one? The Galaxy Store representative waved his hands. I don't know how you know about it, but even if you ask, I can't do it. I promise I won't breathe a word about what I see there. Seeing the Galaxy Store rep's hesitation, Junu added, just one day, that's all I ask. I'll keep the secret you want hidden. The next day, Junu took Boggy to the gold mine. I can't believe there was a hidden space behind the wall, Boggy exclaimed. See? I told you this was where you'd awaken. You have no idea how hard it was for me to get here. But are we really going to train in a place like this? Baek So-yi asked hesitantly. Of course, I guarantee it'll be fun, Junshu replied with a smile. Those with the destined to kill trait can't awaken normally. You have to put them in extreme situations fighting for their lives. And this is a dungeon unknown to the world, where Baji will awaken in the future. Soldier, it's so dark and smells strange here, it's making me anxious. As soon as Boggy finished speaking, a scream echoed as a zombie appeared, attacking B and shattering her glasses. Warrior, help me, B screamed in terror, only to see Junshu toss her a sword, saying, it's time for training. Huh. What, take down the zombie yourself? Junshu coldly replies as So-D stares at Junu with terrified eyes. What do you mean, fight for your life? That's what I mean. It's the only way for you to awaken. What? What are you even talking about? Before Baek-so could finish, the zombie attacked again. Begone. The monster was already annoyed, and with a swing of her sword, Baek-so sent the zombie to meet its ancestors. Even Junu is surprised. What was that? How can one swing have so much power? What is this? She may possess talent far beyond what he imagined. Well done. A great start, Junshu said, applauding. You're so mean, so he whined. You can't just tell me to fight without warning, but you did do well. Junshu chuckled, pointing at the zombie lying flat on the ground. As expected of one of the game's top 3 warriors. Even unawakened, she fights like a character with the born to kill trait when entering battle, Junshu thought to himself. Do I really have to fight alone? Yes, but don't worry, at least I won't let you die. Junshu reassured her. Huh, that's not convincing at all, Beishi said, displeased. And so, they continued deeper into the gold mine. Baji's outstanding performance piqued Junu's curiosity. You mentioned taking some superhuman courses before. Did you learn swordsmanship there? No, I've never taken any swordsmanship lessons. You think I'm talented, right? Bichio-D replied with a smile. Junshu chuckled, thinking to himself that he had to go through so much to learn a single trait. This was just too powerful. The two of them continued on, but this place was deeper than he thought. He couldn't see the end. How much further did they have to go? Junshu didn't answer, chuckling to himself. In truth, it won't end until she awakens. Suddenly, a zombie lunged forward, attacking with its drill arm. Fortunately, So reacted quickly, narrowly avoiding the zombie's deadly blow. When I played games, drill zombies were tough opponents, maybe I should lend a hand. But Junu's worries were unfounded. If you're a zombie, shouldn't you be using your bare hands? How dare you use weapons? So Dai cursed and swung 2 basic strikes, knocking the zombie down. Wow. Total victory, as if my body is moving on its own. So turned to Junu, revealing the consequence of her carelessness, a zombie bite on her leg. After eliminating the zombie, she anxiously asked, what do I do? Junshu rushes to examine Soji's wound, replying, well, normally a zombie bite would turn you into one. Please end me before I turn. As dark veins spread across her face and arms, So whimpered, then gave Junu a serious look before pulling out a vial of medicine, a grin spreading across her face. Don't worry, I've got a solution prepared. After the treatment, Baji and Junshu take a rest, and Baji gratefully says, I'm surprised. I thought I was going to become one of those hideous creatures. This world is brutal. Junshu chuckled in response. But the zombies here are a bit strange, from their clothes to their equipment. It feels like this place is artificial. She's right. Galaxy Store was built faster than normal considering its size. Perhaps due to the massive workforce, but the tight schedule led to many injuries and even deaths. But the official death toll for the construction was 0. These unscrupulous construction companies buried them here. Later, a Galaxy Store representative heard about it. But fearing the damage to their public image, he covered up the area and the secret along with it. Junsu recounted. I didn't expect this place to hide such a dark truth, but how did you know this secret? The truth is that Dongdae released the zombies to take over Seoul, and the dungeon opened because it was a Galaxy Store restricted area. But of course, Junsu couldn't say that. Let's just say I have a special ability. B seemed to believe me, not asking any further questions. Junu stared at B, wondering if this was the optimal place for her awakening, since it was where she was attacked by zombies. But there were still no signs. With that, Baji stood up, looking determined. Then at the very least, we can help them rest in peace. Oh, so you found your resolve. That and I have this strange feeling that we should keep fighting. Bech answered honestly. Haha, it's starting. Junshu was secretly pleased and urged Bej to continue on their way, the path growing darker and darker. Suddenly, it's freezing here. This place feels eerie, so be careful. Deeper inside, they found a warehouse playing a children's fable with a chilling voiceover, until static and an ear-splitting sound forced Junu and Bizia to cover their ears. A block of ice falls towards Bi, but Junu pulls her out of the way, just in time, saving her life, but injuring himself in the process. A level 3 mutant, a combined spirit from the Galaxy Store restricted area. Junshu clutched his injured arm, urging B to escape. It's not something you can handle. But before Soji could finish, hundreds of sharp icicles were launched toward them. Junshu slashed at the ice shards only to be pinned against the wall by a massive beam of ice. Soren, run. I'll buy you some time. How can I leave you here? Boggy cries, saying one of them must survive. I can't do that, B. The reason I'm so sure of your talent is because you're a celestial killer. So believe in yourself, and you will awaken. And as Junshu watches another barrage of ice rain approach, he continues, my lesson ends here. Believe in yourself. How can you? The hailstorm is instantly nullified by an unknown force. I will believe in myself, and that warrior. So don't give up. BJ is enveloped in a divine golden light, signifying her awakening as a superhuman SSR rank warrior, level 1. With a single strike, BJ shatters the ice, freeing Junshu. What is this power? Great, I've really awakened. Bisoji rejoices, unaware of an ice pillar hurtling towards her. Just as it was about to claim her life, a figure flashed, shattering the ice pillar and saving her. Now that she's awakened, there's no need to act anymore. Junshu grinned, saying, act. The awakening of a heavenly star requires a life or death battle to overcome. Did he put himself in danger just to awaken me? You've done well. Now it's time to fight. At that moment, the monster roared and fired ice shurikens at them. Seeing this, Soren muttered worriedly that it seemed angry. Run, Shu reassured her. Don't worry, just block its attacks. As soon as he said that, he rushed forward, sword in hand. The ice shards are deflected, and Junu raises an eyebrow at Soren. See, easy peasy. But when he turned around, Soren was frozen solid, and he quickly asked, are you okay? Looking back, even though she awakened, she's only level 1, and can't fully control that power yet. The ice eventually melts, and Soren shivers, shaking her head. I got hit by a lot of ice spikes, but it doesn't hurt too much. Junshu nodded apologetically. Everyone awakens with a unique trait, but Soren's is invincibility. Before awakening, she felt like she could die at any moment, but it suited her a top-tier defensive trait. Junu had awakened quite a few times, gaining the trait of insight, allowing him to see the traits of others. This skill is incredibly powerful. As Junu pondered this, Soren suddenly spoke, I don't think I need help anymore. Without hesitation, he nodded. Alright, let's let our heavenly executioner star practice. Just then, the icy bone shurikens came flying again. This time, Junu and Soren didn't stand still, but sped away. Soren dodging the ice daggers thanks to her newly awakened dash ability. Seeing this, Junu couldn't help but be impressed she had learned quickness. It's okay. Soren smiled faintly, replying, my body feels like it's flying. It makes me want to keep fighting. But just as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw something, and her eyes narrowed involuntarily. 2 large blocks of ice were rushing towards them. Without hesitation, Junu leaps away, but remembering Soren, he shouts, no wait, let me only to be cut off. Immediately, she leaped high into the air, leaving Junu in awe as the ice blocks crashed and exploded. Seeing this, Junu immediately praised her. Nice one, I didn't know Soren could do jump boosts. Soren breathed a sigh of relief cheerfully, asking as if she were flying, so soldier, what should I do now? Junu watched with growing concern. Soren's getting stronger than you, like Ewan. Junu snapped out of his thoughts and slowly said, stall him while I finish him off. You taught Soren what she needs to know, so this should be over quickly. Soren agreed, nodding. Okay, I understand. And with that, she stepped forward. Immediately, she dashed forward like the wind, dodging the monster's ice projectiles, while yelling, hit me, you idiot. Junu, watching from the sidelines, muttered in bewilderment. Soren has all those traits, such incredible talent. With that, he could only chuckle helplessly, deciding he'd taught her enough and it was time to end this. With that, he charged forward with his sword, its sharp light carrying immense energy as it struck. The speed and trajectory of the sword's light were unbelievably fast, reaching the monster in an instant. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, filling the cavern with smoke and fire, leaving Soren in awe of the spectacle. That was a powerful blow, warrior. Junu chuckled and shook his head. It was nothing really. As they spoke, something fell from above. It looked like a phone. Junwoo picked it up, frowning as he muttered, "This is the monster's mana core." Soren, a bit incredulous, asks, "A phone can become a mana core," Junwoo slowly explains. "For a demonic monster, it's quite normal." At that moment, an image of a little girl appeared on the phone. Junwoo looked it over, and explained that a worker had died, protecting his daughter with his life. His resentment was stored in the phone, turning it into a mana core, and Soren, heartbroken by the story, sobbed, "May he rest in peace." Junwoo nods. Of course. Just then the phone suddenly lights up. It's lifted into the air by an unseen force, instantly transforming into two strange objects. Soren stares blankly, asking, "What are these?" Junwoo explained that they were crystals, and if used correctly, she could acquire better equipment. It's a valuable reward obtained from the Galaxy Store dungeon boss. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake, violently startling them both. Soren asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Junwoo realized something and hurriedly said, "We defeated the boss, so this place is collapsing." Worried, Soren asks, "Then what should we do?" Junwoo narrows his eyes at her and replies, "Are you familiar with the movement skills you just learned?" Soren was dazed and confused, but Junwoo had no time to explain turning and running while yelling, "Run, run if you don't want to die." He was fast covering ground in an instant, but seeing Soren lagging far behind, Junwoo shouted, "Run, as fast as you can, or you're dead." Soren pushed herself as hard as she could, desperately shouting, "I can't run any faster." Hearing this, Junwoo frowned. The portal was still quite far. Could she push past her limits? As he pondered this, a rock struck Soren's foot, but her momentary panic quickly turned to resolve. Soren picks up the pace, determined to survive after her hard-won awakening. As if on cue, cracks and fissures appeared behind them. Ahead, Junwoo found the portal, shouting, "Here it is, the portal." Soren frowned and muttered, "Is this it?" Junwoo looked at her battered state, his worry growing. He couldn't help her. Soren still had one more trait to acquire, the final piece of what made her one of the strongest. The Heavenly Star helped Soren grow rapidly, and Invincible helped her resist its side effects. But there was still one more. Meanwhile, Soren was desperately trying to reach the teleportation gate, but obstacles kept appearing. Falling debris strikes her shoulder, causing blood to flow as Soren collapses in pain. She bit her lip, clutched her wound, and rose determinedly, muttering, "I won't give up. I have to survive." Immediately crimson energy swirled around Soren, and she vanished in a flash. Her final trait, the train, has awakened, allowing Soren to easily overcome the obstacles before her. Junwoo looked on in bewilderment. Where did she go? Did I fail? His expression instantly darkens. But just then, Soren dove from the sky, grabbed Junwoo and yelled, "Let's go, hurry." Junwoo was taken aback by the sudden embrace, but before he could react, a layer of energy enveloped them, and they vanished from the rubble, narrowly escaping, thanks to Soren's ability. When they reappeared, they were in the streets, surrounded by devotees. Their sudden arrival confused the crowd, but Junwoo paid them no mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, I knew you could do it. Soren has awakened all three traits, including escape." Just then, a sobbing voice suddenly rang out, "Mr. Warrior." Junwoo startled, looking down to realize Soren was still in his arms. He quickly pulled her away, asking anxiously, "Big Soren, are you okay? Can you stand?" Soren shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm okay." Seeing she was anything but okay, Junwoo exclaimed, "How can you be fine? Your face is completely red." Soren's face wasn't just flushed, her ears were as red as tomatoes, and after a long pause she mumbled, "It's because you, warrior, should stay like this for a little longer." And just like that, Soren fell into Junsu's arms, pleading, "Can you hold me a little longer?" Junsu was bewildered, but Soren muttered softly, "Let me fix my clothes first." She quickly did so gratefully, saying, "All done, thank you." Jun then realized the problem, scratching his head in embarrassment. "It was nothing, scared me to death." The two quickly got up and Soren sighed. "That was a close call, glad we made it." Junwoo looked at her, a wave of emotion washing over him, still worried about Soren, unless she awakened in a way that differed greatly from the original story, where she had survived countless hardships. Junwoo then suggested, "All right, let's get out of this mess." As they left, he handed Soren a crystal, saying softly, "Take this." Confused, she looked at Junwoo and asked, "You're giving me this crystal, it's worth billions." With a nod, Junwoo casually says, "That's right, use it to get stronger quickly." Soren takes the crystal, still hesitant, and mutters, "This gift is too much. I don't know if I can ever repay you." "It's okay, you can pay me back later," Junwoo said generously, but in his heart he was already calculating his investment in Soren's awakening. Fire Spirit Sword Technique is one of the top 3 sword techniques, and once learned a character's experience skyrockets. However, it's a unique trait only Soren can use. So the only way to learn it is by receiving that trait as a memory chip, something Soren is blissfully unaware of. She looked at him gratefully, saying, "Thank you so much." The warrior Junwoo waved his hand, replying, "Don't worry about it too much, but don't forget it either." A short while later, Junwoo finally arrived home, but before he could rest, a car was already waiting at his door. He was truly speechless. He just wanted to rest, but this sun world wouldn't allow it. The person in the car was Uin. He poked his head out the car window, smiling warmly, and said, "Hop in, soldier." Junwoo opened the door and got in slowly, saying, "Thank you for coming all the way here to pick me up." Yuan shook his head, replying, I'm the one who should be grateful for the chance to repay you for saving my friend. That's right. Junshu nodded with a slight smile, but inwardly sighed, wishing he hadn't come at all. I'm exhausted, Yuan cheerfully replied. Finally, we've managed to arrange a meeting with the armor management. Junu couldn't miss this event. He was beyond excited. In this world, superior items bring extraordinary skills, and master blacksmiths who can craft tier 3 items are incredibly busy. As Junu pondered, Uwin chuckled. Our new contractee can craft level 7 armor, Junu exclaimed excitedly. Level 7, let's go step on it. A short while later, their car pulled up to a large estate, and as they entered, they were greeted by 2 rows of waiting knights. Junu was taken aback. Is this for real? Yuan nodded in admiration, remarking on the beauty of the blacksmith's home. But then Junu suddenly asked, suspiciously, Yuan, do you know what religion this blacksmith follows? Yuan frowned slightly, asking in confusion, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Junshu sighed, muttering, so you didn't know. Of course Yuan wouldn't know. It's just like when he got into trouble because of the father's order. This is the home of the blacksmith who follows Father Jun's order. Jun is an incredibly devout follower of that order, a symbol of the order's future blacksmithing battles. Junu refused baptism, but Chun still agreed to make armor for him. What does he want? Just then, a hand intervened, stopping the 2 Jus. A knight spoke slowly, requesting they show their hands for identification. Junu frowned, puzzled. Verify their identities. Before Junu could react, the knight grabbed his hand coldly, demanding, show me your black fire. Having no choice, Junshu summoned the black flames in his hand, showed them to the knight, and asked with great dissatisfaction, are you satisfied now? The knight narrowed his eyes at the black flames, the chill around him growing thicker. Yuan couldn't help but speak up. What is going on? Let him go. We're guests with an appointment. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from behind them. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached. It was none other than Jun, the level 6 superhuman blacksmith. He coldly asked, who authorized you to treat my honored guests this way? The knight immediately bowed his head. Master Smith Ro-chun said, eyes narrowed at Junshu, ignoring the question. Refusing baptism and the awakening of the black fire, you're quite the unusual guest. Junshu scoffed, asking with a sneer, and this is how you treat me? Ro-chun coldly smiled. Please forgive me, but light and salvation are recognized by the Supreme Being. Jun was taken aback by this statement. Light and salvation, huh? What nonsense is this? Before he could think, Ro-chun spoke up with a suggestion. Now let's go inside and discuss what kind of armor you'd like. Junu narrowed his eyes, watching him a thoughtful look in his eyes. But he quickly followed inside, where Round immediately presented his armor collection. These mid-tier armors are my specialty, made at the request of the Saintess, but he says he can make one in Junu's style if you'd like. Junu surveyed the armors, his eyes landing on one in particular. He approached it and declared, I've decided. I'll take this one. He pointed to a very ordinary suit of armor sitting in the corner, prompting Ro-chun to exclaim in surprise. Seriously, you're choosing that? Junu calmly replies. Yes, this is exactly the kind I like. Ro-chun immediately protests. Ridiculous. Do you know how hard it is to forge magic into armor like that? I can't make a holy armor like that. Shrugging indifferently, Junu smirked. I don't need holy armor, just imbue it with immense and extreme attributes. Based on Jun's reaction, you can tell if his request is reasonable. Holy armor, also known as the armor of the Holy Knight, provides the wearer with a large amount of defense. However, this armor has a fatal flaw to unleash its full potential. The user needs a massive amount of divine power. To increase his divine power, Junu needs to join a religion they're pretending to offer him something great, all while trying to lure him into their religion. With that thought, Junu eagerly grabbed Jo-chun's hand, flashing a flattering smile. Well, I'll be expecting the best from you then, Smith Jo-chun. With that said, he and Yu quickly departed. They left laughing and talking, unaware that the knight was staring intently at them. A moment later, he turned and went inside. Hearing footsteps, Ro-chun immediately spoke up. I can only imbue a few attributes into this armor. The knight questioned with doubt. Are you really going to comply with his request? Jun shook his head helplessly. So you want me to go against the goddess's will? You said he was the light and salvation of the temple, the knight retorted, still unconvinced. But I can't believe it, no matter how much I think about it. He said he needed to see it with his own eyes, then bowed his head, a look of determination in his eyes. A week later at Chunbok's shop, Chunbok pleaded with Junu. You shouldn't drink so much refined mandragora at once, but Junu didn't listen, downing 3 vials of the refined medicine to Chunbok's horror. Junu finished the drink, and smiled sincerely. Thank you, sir. Chunbok looked at him fearfully, and asked worriedly, Are you all right? Junu raised an eyebrow and smirked. Of course, thanks for giving me this for free. Chunbok, relieved he was okay, happily replied. You saved us, and our business is booming because of it. This is just a drop in the bucket compared to what you've done for us. As they spoke, someone approached Junu and bowed, saying, Greetings, Superman. Junu was puzzled but quickly remembered who it was. He patted the man's shoulder and said, Oh, hello, you're the guy from the Iron Fist gang, right? Long time no see, huh? The young man whispered nervously. Could I have a moment of your time? Our boss would like to meet you. Junshu asked, puzzled. What is it? The man glanced around before speaking. There are too many eyes around here. Let's find somewhere more secluded. Without hesitation, Junshu agreed, following the young man into a car and leaving the market. As he drove, the man chuckled. We've prepared the most advanced armored vehicles for you. Do you like them? Junu, not paying much attention, simply nodded. Not bad. The car sped into the Miorim area and Junu frowned slightly. Something's not right. Is Miorim the Iron Fist clan's headquarters? If he remembers correctly, that's where all the dregs of society hang out. As Junu was thinking, the man suddenly said, "We're out of gas, so let's pull into a gas station to fill up." June casually agreed, "Okay," but he quickly realized something was wrong. The car was stopped at Miori Station. Just then, the man grinned maliciously and said, "All right, now have a good rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he got out of the car, and Run's expression immediately turned grim. This was clearly a trap, but Junshu reacted in time, grabbing the man's hand and sneering, "You think I'm stupid? Who do you think you're playing with?" The man looked at him bewildered and asked, "What? What did you say?" Without a word, Junu kicked open the car door and jumped out, a smirk playing on his lips. "Enjoy all those bombs you've been saving up for a lifetime." As he finished speaking, Junu tossed a grenade into the car, and in an instant, it was engulfed in flames. Junu quickly ran to safety, and once he found it, he raised an eyebrow and muttered, "That explosion was bigger than a grenade could cause. Just as I thought, that guy's the traitor." Junu then began to piece everything together, starting with the expensive bulletproof car. Then there was the trip to Miorim swarming with thugs and finally being taken to the station. There was a reason Junu felt so familiar with it all. It was because all of these events occurred when Iron Fist was betrayed by his own men. He didn't know why, but someone in the Iron Fist gang had taken notice of him. As Junu pondered this, a hail of bullets suddenly rained down from afar. He glanced over to see a group of armed men approaching their target clear him. The leader shouted, "There he is. He's the one in the picture. If we kill him, we'll be rich. Let's get that money." In an instant, the group went wild and charged toward Junu. Junu bit his lip. He knew that bomb car couldn't be the only thing they prepared for him. Meanwhile, the group continued to fire. Junu had no choice but to hide behind a car, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, there are too many of them. This car won't hold them off for long. I have to get out of here." With that, Junu used his ability to jump to the mid-level landing on a nearby rooftop. He nodded in satisfaction. All right, there's no way they could have predicted this. But they quickly pointed their guns at the building and opened fire. Junu panicked, realizing they'd seen through his plan, and desperately used his shield to block the incoming hail of bullets. Junu exclaimed in disbelief. "They're not superhumans. How are they reacting so fast?" But more surprises were in store, as one of them yelled, "Focus on the center, kill him." Immediately, every gun was trained on the shield's center, unleashing a furious barrage that made it tremble. Jun was instantly shaken. How could they be so accurate? He had to retreat. It was too dangerous. Thinking quickly, Junu leaps away, just as his shield shatters and a bullet whizzes past his arm. It was then that Junu realized a problem. He couldn't underestimate them as he had thought. Junu really didn't want to use these since he just bought them, but there was no choice. He pulled something out and threw it, saying, "Take this, you bastards." In an instant, a series of smoke bombs rained down upon the group, filling the air with a hazy fog. The thugs panicked, covering their noses and muttering fearfully, "Tear gas. We can't let him escape. We have to kill him for the antidote." Junu scoffed, sneering, "Who do you think you're chasing? You're not even Superman. It's time to get out of here," Junu thought quickly, turning to run. He ran straight to a nearby residential area, finally stopping when he felt he was far enough. He landed on a building's rooftop, Junu furrowing his brow as he muttered, "After all, how could a bunch of con artists display the focus and strength of a superhuman?" Suddenly he remembers something. The only thing that could cause this is a combat enhancement drug. It has serious side effects, but can temporarily boost a person's fighting ability. Junu felt it was highly probable, nodding as he muttered, "They mentioned something about an antidote. Perhaps that's the key." And the only one in Miorim who could command this gang, the only one Junu could think of, was that hunter, the best at long-range combat in Miorim. The hunter's method would be to first use an inside spy to plant a bomb, and second to deploy the rogues to fight under the influence of combat stimulants. And third, he'll use his sharpshooting skills to eliminate his opponents. Sure enough, Junu quickly spotted a flickering light in the distance. As if on cue, a bullet tore through the air, and Junu, not daring to ignore it, quickly dodged. The bullet whizzed past him. He breathed a sigh of relief. A moment slower, and he'd be dead. But then Junu smirked. The risk of this gamble was worth it because now I know where the hunter is hiding. Junu narrowed his eyes, a calculating look in them. Immediately he leaped from the rooftop, muttering triumphantly, "I know where you're hiding, you bastard." With that, he frantically charged forward, determined to defeat the cowardly sniper who only attacks from afar. With no other choice but to close the distance, Junu accelerated his pace. Though his body burned, he had to endure. Junu needed to ensure the hunter couldn't target him through the smoke. As Junu ran, a bullet came flying at him, but luckily, he dodged it. To fight a professional marksman, he's not without options. After running for a while, Junu stops. Looking up, Junu smirked. "Gotcha." The hunter cursed, frustrated that he couldn't see him. But Junu was extremely pleased with himself, having used the smoke and fire to escape the hunter's sights, making him impossible to find. Junshu relentlessly advanced, soon reaching the hunter's hiding spot, who exclaimed in alarm. He jumped up. Ignoring the hunter's reaction, Junwoo raised his gun to aim, but the hunter scoffed. You dare challenge a marksman to a gunfight. But before he could fire, Junwoo unleashed the black flames and shot first almost simultaneously with the hunter. The hunter's bullet grazed Junwoo's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. This guy was definitely a sniper. To still land a hit in that situation is impressive, but Junwoo isn't too worried. He smirked, a victorious smile playing on his lips, because the hunter on the other side had also been shot in the shoulder. But unlike Junwoo, he was engulfed in black flames, causing him to scream in agony. Even though Junwoo's bullets only grazed him, they were fatal wounds for the hunter, who Junwoo silently watched engulfed in black flames. He smirks, a triumphant smile on his face. I win. But just then, the ground beneath Junwoo suddenly gave way, trapping his legs. Junwoo cried out in alarm. A magic trap. The hunter then poured a vial of something over himself, gritting his teeth as he cursed. You wretch, don't think this will end so quickly. Junwoo's face instantly paled. This is bad. If I don't escape, I'm dead. Just then the hunter gritted his teeth and said, now prepare to die in black flames. Junwoo struggles to escape, knowing that if he's hit by that gunpowder, he's dead. Everything has suddenly become a race against time. Now Junwoo needs to slow down the sinking by reducing the amount of magical damage. It's a long shot, but he has to survive this first. Immediately, Junwoo braced himself against the ground, his power surging. Junwoo struggles to escape, using purification to destroy as much magic in the trap as possible. But before he could escape the mire, his eyes suddenly widened, for the hunter had extinguished the dark fire and was slowly approaching him. He scoffed. I commend your efforts to resist the magic trap, but you're too late. The trembling expression on his face instantly hardened. He didn't think the hunter would extinguish the black flames. Ignoring him, the hunter shakily reached down to pick something up from the ground. Looks like victory is mine this time. If I kill him, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. I will kill. But when the hunter raised his gun to fire, there was no one there. His face froze, and before he could understand what was happening, Junwoo punched him. He smirked, saying, now that's what I call a comeback. Thank goodness Junwoo received that attribute at the last possible second. The attribute he just received was Earth Resistance, and Junwoo was overjoyed. It saved him. Junwoo grabbed the hunter's collar and coldly said, you're a marksman, so at this range, you're as good as done for. Now tell me who ordered the hit on me. The hunter trembled quickly, replying, all right, I admit I lost. I'll tell you everything, but at least let me have a smoke first. Fine, do what you want. Junwoo agreed without hesitation and released him. Now free, the hunter pulls out a cigarette, ready to light it as Junwoo watches him with narrowed eyes, his thoughts unreadable. The hunter casually smoked, and Junwoo frowned, asking, do you like the taste? The hunter chuckled, a twisted smile spreading across his face. He laughed. Of course I like it. It tastes like sweet victory. Immediately after, the manhunter charged forward. But before he could react, a bang rang out and blood splattered like rain. The hunter stared blankly at his opponent and muttered, trembling, you knew. Junwoo smirks. Of course I knew. Did you really think a 10,000-year player like me wouldn't recognize that the cigar would turn a smoker like you into a mutant? What? The hunter barely managed to utter 3 words before collapsing face first onto the ground. Junwoo looked down, sighing. Well, that was unexpected. This hunter really was a scumbag. He was willing to surrender and confess everything when faced with failure before, but this time he fought to the bitter end. Even if he became a mutant, there must be a reason. Junwoo hesitated for a moment before bending down to examine the hunter's body. You found a USB drive, I see. Junwoo smirked. Let's find out who's behind all this. The next day at Joy's company, Choel and Junwoo are in the office, watching the news, which is reporting on the gang shootout in Myorim last night. Cho is shocked and exclaims, you survived something that dangerous? Junwoo nods. And that's how I got caught up in all this. It was a close call. Choel, enraged, grits his teeth and asks, who attacked you? Junwoo sighed, unsure where to even begin the long story. Just then, a crash echoed, as the office door was destroyed, one man thrown to the ground, and another standing outside. Upon hearing this, the two Choi So's exchanged glances as Iron Fist arrived. The Iron Fist hero booms, forgive me, it seems I've failed to keep my men in line. Junwoo, still relaxed in his chair, nods and smiles. Glad you realize that. Choi, on the other hand, yelled out in dissatisfaction. Can you not break a door every time you come here? Did the Iron Fist gang attack you? Hearing this, Tijkwayan quickly explained, he's just one of our low-ranking subordinates, but after further investigation I've uncovered some useful information. Junwoo narrowed his eyes at the man Iron Fist was holding up, muttering, the guy who attacked me seems short on cash, something like that. Iron Fist was taken aback. How did you know? That guy blows all his bonus money on gambling and is drowning in debt. Junwoo nodded, understanding the obvious reason for the betrayal. Whatever the reason, it's still my fault, and I apologize again. Junwoo indifferently replied, apology accepted. Even for a mercenary leader, managing all the soldiers isn't easy. So, Iron Fist wasn't fully aware of everything. If it weren't for Junwoo, Iron Fist would have been the target of their revenge. Iron Fist then says, I'll take responsibility and find out who's behind all of this. Junshu raised an eyebrow and smirked. Oh, I actually have proof of that. He held up a USB drive and explained, the superhuman who tried to kill me had this on him. Do you know how to use a computer? Cho nods eagerly, exclaiming, I even have a computer certification, and with that, he begins working on the computer. After a long while, Cho exclaimed, this guy is a big shot. He's killed about 20 superhumans. Junsu unfazed casually says, whatever, check his most recent request. Cho nods and checks quickly replying, it's the one he accepted 3 days ago. Just seeing the reward, he exclaimed in shock. The reward is 20 billion. Even Iron Fist and Junu were equally astonished. Junsu quickly asked, who could offer so much money? Chell glanced at him and replied that the request came from someone within Ascendant Security. Junu frowned and muttered, someone from a major corporation. Let me pull up the computer so you can see who it is. Seeing the information on the screen, Jun cries out in alarm. Oh my god, it's that bastard. Don't you recognize him as the night we met at Yu's house? Junu sighed. Things were getting complicated. Chus glanced at him, asking why he would want to kill him. Runsun didn't answer quickly, suggesting I have an idea. Can you show me Ascendant Security's family tree? He immediately began searching, and soon showed Junsu the information whose expression darkened. He knew what was happening. Ascendant Security is a private military guild under the Ascendant Group, one of the 5 largest guilds, and Legion is a descendant of that company. He was at the top of the inheritance list, but after performing the baptism according to the father's will and becoming a holy knight, Jian was removed from the list of heirs. Now his only path is to become a renowned holy knight, but that saint sees Junu as her savior. Junu sighed, muttering, he must be so angry that I passed the baptism and gained fame that he ordered my assassination. Cho, upon hearing this, shouted in agreement, we have to teach him a lesson. Tai Ching frowned, slightly hesitating as he muttered, but how? The opponent isn't just the heir to some small merchant guild. He comes from the top family of a major guild. One wrong move, and the entire guild will attack us. That doesn't mean we have to sit still. Jun says, you're right, I have an idea. Cho grinned, knowing he'd have a plan. Chuckling, Jun declared, since we're dealing with a big shot, let's focus on getting stronger first. Later, another person arrived at the office, Yuan, who after hearing Junu's story of the assassination attempt, exploded in anger, slamming his fist on the table. That mad dog, how dare he try to assassinate Warrior Kim? Seeing his strong reaction, Junshu quickly reassured him, hey, calm down, I'm still alive. Yuan, the most reliable, rich, and a level 5 superhuman, firmly declares, I won't let this go. They say blood must be paid with blood, so let's hire an assassin to get revenge. I want to assassinate the son of Ascendant Security. Yuan wanted to say something but Junu cut him off. I have an idea. Ujin glanced at him, hesitating to speak. Go on, Junu said with a smirk. I'll challenge Lion to a duel. His words stunned the 3 who frantically protested. A duel? That's too dangerous. Junu shook his head calmly, saying indifferently, there's no other way. If we leave it, he'll hire even stronger assassins to kill me. Uin hurriedly advised, he'll just have someone else fight for him. This world is full of injustice. Junu calmly replied, if I win the duel, I'll get an apology and decent compensation. Silence fills the room until Iron Fist hesitantly mutters, well, it sounds like the most viable option we have. Junu nodded, holding up the USB drive. With this evidence, I have enough grounds to challenge him. If we allow him to send a proxy and limit the duel to family members only, he'll accept. What you said makes sense. Since Chus has volunteered, I'll officially send the challenge letter, and we'll need a lawyer to represent us. After a moment's hesitation, Uzin spoke up, let me handle it. My parents know a lawyer who used to be a Supreme Court judge. Seeing everyone taking charge, Jun happily said, thanks everyone, but the 3 of them just stared at him without a word. Junshu sighed helplessly, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to throw my life away. Iron Fist asked hesitantly, are you confident you'll win? Because the enemy knows your strength, they'll definitely find a level 4 fighter or higher. This won't be easy. Junu answers without hesitation, knowing he can't use his mutation in the duel, making this even harder than facing the chairman. But there's always a way. Junu confidently declares, I can guess who he'll send to fight for him. Hearing this, Chol Quan exclaimed in surprise. So, you know who your opponent is? Junu confidently replied, yes, that's why I need time to prepare. Yuan, can we spar? Yuan agrees without hesitation. Of course, I'll do my best to help you, sir. Seeing his excitement, Jun quickly reminded him, thanks, but take it easy, or you'll end up like last time. 3 days later, at the duel arena, Junsu's supporters were already waiting in the stands. Ujin and Joel cheered, we're rooting for you, Warrior Kim, we believe in you. But Junu looked pale and exhausted, likely from overtraining these past 3 days. But he was ready to face his opponent. Just then, a group of people approached from afar, and Junu recognized the leader Oich, commander of the Holy Knights under the Pope. Ich then smirks, saying, it's been a while since I've had a duel. Jian, walking behind him, quickly says, Commander, you didn't have to come all the way here. Hearing this, Du was displeased and scolded, shut up, do you even have the right to speak? As long as I'm in command, no Holy Knight in our squad is allowed to lose. Seeing this, Junu frowned. Jian acted tough in front of him, but before the commander, he was a coward. As Junu pondered, Duich spoke up, Warrior Kim, it's a pleasure to meet you. Junshu politely nodded. Hello Dweek, suddenly said, bowing his head deeply. First, I want to apologize for this unfortunate incident. Junwoo was stunned. What's this? Is he actually apologizing? Before he could recover, Yuich continued, this is entirely the fault of one individual, and has nothing to do with the Holy Maiden. Junwoo narrowed his eyes, asking in a deep voice, what exactly is the Fatherland Association's position? Duet hesitated for a moment, then whispered, the Saintess said that Warrior Kim will be our light and savior. Junshu was stunned once again. Light and savior Ro-chun said the same thing last time. What does it all mean? Ignoring Run's reaction, Duet continued, so, my condition is, if I win, you'll join our team. What join the team? Run was shocked, and exclaimed, are you guys that obsessed with me? While Junsu panicked, Jian gritted his teeth in anger, powerless to do anything. Then Duik spoke up, this is all according to our master and Saintess's wishes. Before Junwoo could answer, the lawyer hired by Uin arrived, slowly announcing, it's time for the duel. Everyone is present, so please confirm the terms of the duel. If the Holy Knight wins, Junsu will join the Papal Knights, but if Junsu wins, Jian will be forbidden from harming him directly or indirectly, and must pay compensation. The lawyer looked at them both again, confirming, is that correct? Junsu and Jian both answered in unison, yes. As he said this, a surge of magical power welled up in Junsu's chest in Exensun. The dual oath was a magical one. Anyone who breaks it will have their heart explode, and no one, not even Jian, would be crazy enough to break such an oath in this chaotic world. At that moment, the lawyer spoke up. Now I will continue to confirm the rules of the duel. The duel follows international standard rules, allowing all personal abilities and weapons, but consumables can only be crafted on site. Junsu's faction remained in the stands, their faces etched with worry as the Holy Knights waited outside. At this point, Duke excitedly declared, I'm ready. But Junwoo smirked and said I'll craft my own items. Duich suddenly deflated, still nodded in agreement. Okay, 10 minutes per item. Before long, Junwoo produced 3 vials of potion, switching attributes like a true alchemist. These are the elixirs to fight the Holy Knight. The lawyer spoke, seeing the 3 vials. Adamantine elixir, swiftness elixir, and magic dragon elixir, correct. Junwoo nods slightly in response, yes, I will use them. In battle, pinpointing the right moment is key, so he chugs all 3 potions at once. Both are ready, and the duel is about to begin. On the screen, a countdown timer appears as Junwoo and Du-shi step onto the arena floor. Narrowing his eyes at Junsu Du said, Warrior Kim, it's an honor to join our guild. Why don't you change your mind and join us willingly? Without hesitation, Junwoo scoffs. Seeing his lack of cooperation, Duish speaks coldly. Then there's no choice but don't worry too much. He said he won't kill Junwoo because you still have to join the association. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge amount of magical power surged around Du-hyuk, causing Junwoo to frown. That magic power is immense. He's on a completely different level than Junwoo. Even with thorough preparation, Junwoo can't defeat him without risking his life. In an instant, the countdown dwindled to a single second. And then 0. Duich roared, his magic power intensifying, and in an instant he vanished, leaving a large crater in the ground, as Junwoo frowned, bewildered, and muttered, he's gone. But Junwoo quickly realized that Du had only activated his speed ability. Sure enough, Du was instantly in front of Junwoo, screaming, Warrior Kim, you will become a god. Hearing this, Junwoo was stunned. What? Become a god? As he wondered, Duich's hammer came crashing down, engulfing the area in smoke and fire. From the stands, Yuan and the others watched in horror, crying out, what? He's that strong? Is it really over in one hit? But as the smoke cleared, Soren saw something, and gasped, there. On the platform, Junwoo is still standing tall, unharmed, because at the same moment Duich swung his hammer, he created a shield to block it. Junwoo narrowed his eyes at Duich, and coldly said, becoming a god? What nonsense are you spouting? Duich, however, remained silent, standing calmly with a faint smile on his lips. Junwoo's guess was correct. He had indeed used the quick trait from the start, a top-tier trait for surprise attacks, but Junwoo had anticipated it, so there was no reason to fall for it. Even so, that last attack cracked Junwoo's triple shield. At this, Duich chuckled. Now I see why the Saintess recognized you. Junshu scoffed. Enough with the theatrics, just explain. First it was the light, then the savior. Now you call him a god. Dudik smiled faintly and said, that's right, you are the hope of our legion, the victor who will save us from the coming doomsday. Junshu frowned. The hope of the Holy Father's army. Now that I think about it, the god they worshipped is dead. Years later, as the story progresses, the Saintess performs rituals for the gods, and a great battle with the boss takes place in the heart of Sun. Junwoo suddenly realizes something, exclaiming in horror, don't tell me the savior is a vessel for the gods. Exactly, Dushik sneers coldly, adding, a noble sacrifice and sacred devotion. This revelation sends Junwoo into a rage. You, lunatics, you want to sacrifice me. Duyuk just scoffs, laughing maniacally. Your body and soul will become one with the Father and his divinity because you will lose this battle and join us. Junshu scoffed, then charged forward with unbridled fury as Duit scrambled to raise his shield in defense. But he was still pushed back several steps, and Dushichi's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. This power was too much. Junwoo saw his reaction and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Worried now, Of course he's converted all his stats to suit an attack-type warrior, and with that in mind, Junu charges forward with wind-tearing speed. And now he'll attack Dushik with warrior traits that will make him fear. Dushik isn't panicking at all. He uses his shield to defend, a faint smile on his lips. Haha, your swordsmanship is not bad, is it? Junu didn't respond. He was calculating his next attack. Now that he's on the defensive, he can switch attributes. Immediately, Junu draws another weapon to attack. As expected, the weapon struck Duik's bicep, but Duik remained unfazed, even offering praise. This is getting interesting. Junu bit his lip hard. It worked. His 3 days of preparation were not in vain. At that moment, Junu roared, his eyes bloodshot as he charged madly toward Duich, finally learning to use the Berserk trait when the opportunity to attack presented itself. In a battle between a level 3 and a level 4 superhuman, all you need to do is change your traits as you fight. Under Junsu's relentless assault, Du can't even launch a counterattack. He could only grit his teeth and defend, and before long the hammer in Duich's hand was sent flying. Seeing this, Jion's face immediately turned grim, and Duich himself was equally stunned. He felt like he was fighting 4 warriors at once. How could this be? Ignoring his reaction, Junu coldly stated, I will win this battle because I refuse to be a sacrifice for your corrupt army. Clenching his jaw, Duich tightened his fist and sneered, Fine, I admit I can't underestimate you anymore. I don't care if you're a sacrifice or not, I'm going to kill you. No sooner said than done, Duich charged forward with his weapon, hurling it at Junu. Not daring to be careless, Junu quickly conjured a shield to defend himself. He gritted his teeth, saying that direct attacks wouldn't work, but in an instant, Junu's shield shattered, and he was sent flying into the rafters. Biting his lip, Junu cursed. Damn it, Duich's power suddenly increased. Was he holding back before? As Junu pondered, Duich charged again, shouting furiously, How dare you mock our army? Caught off guard, Junu is sent flying once more, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, as Duich narrows his eyes and coldly states, Apologize now, and I will accept your surrender. No. Junu refuses without hesitation. He rises from the ground coldly, declaring, If you can't kill me, you can't win, and with that Junu charges forward. His aura was incredibly fierce as he slashed wildly. Duit didn't dare to neglect it, hurriedly defending and returning a blow to Junsu. They relentlessly attacked each other, unleashing shockwaves with every blow. Both are struck by the other's attacks, and soon, both are sent flying back, creating distance between them. Yuich has suffered many cuts from Junu's sword, but Junu is also bruised and battered. Now Yuich roars, declaring it's time to end this meaningless battle. As he spoke, a large shield appeared in his hand. He raised it high and shouted, "Oh father!" Instantly a wave of water appeared, engulfing Duich's figure within its massive form. Seeing this, Junshu's expression immediately darkened. That was Duich's ultimate move, Dark Tsunami. Seeing it now, it truly is a disaster. If he gets hit by that, Junsu will surely lose. But there's no dodging it. To win, he has to find a way to break through. Though terrified, Junsu must trust in the traits he's forged as a Kim warrior, the mountain split sword technique, which he never forgot to practice. The swordsmanship Junsu learned from Ujin, the cultivation techniques he diligently practiced, and the Dharma heart that grew stronger each day. The river split he attained through sheer desperation, and the ultimate technique that can cut through any material in the universe. Junsu will trust in his own abilities, the time and effort he invested, and most importantly, his belief in himself. With that in mind, Junsu charged forward, sword in hand. A blinding flash of sword light appeared. Duik was completely stunned, left to watch helplessly as the light pierced the tidal wave, expanding slowly with an intense brilliance. Jian and the others in the stands were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Even Yuan's group was blinded and couldn't see a thing. As the light faded, Junu and Duik came into view. But Junu quickly coughed up blood. Across from him, Duik wasn't doing much better, muttering, "That was an amazing fight, Warrior Kim." And then, he collapses. Immediately, the lawyer raised Junu's hand, declaring, "The winner is Warrior Kim Ujin," and the others, seeing the match concluded, rushed to the arena floor to celebrate. Jun smiled, contentedly, having defeated a higher-level superhuman without using his mutation. Ujin hugged Junu tightly, excitedly shouting, "You're the best, Junu!" The three behind him, overjoyed, began to surround him with praise. "You were inhuman back there. I knew you'd beat him." But just then, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Before Junu could react, he saw Jian charging at him with a hammer. Before Junu could react, Uin jumped in front to block the attack, and a shockwave of energy erupted, and of course Jian lost and was thrown out. Uin angrily retorts, "You cowardly bastard, how dare you attack our master after the match? Do you have a death wish?" But before he could act, the lawyers intervened, reminding him, "Don't forget the magic oath. If you act rashly, your heart will explode." Still unconvinced, Jian cried out, "Warrior Kim, our captain is dead because of you. We must avenge him. The Holy Father's army won't forget this grudge," and as he speaks, the knights behind him surge forward. Unafraid, Junu calmly asks, "You're saying I killed him?" Jian answers without hesitation, "That's right, we saw him die by your hand." "Enough nonsense. Junshu scoffed and coldly stated, "The one who killed Odusi is none other than you." These words made Jion's face turn ugly and he trembled incessantly. Junu didn't care, coldly stating, "Even though he was my opponent, he was a great warrior and he shouldn't have died in a match tainted by Jion's disgusting assassination." For Dus's honor, he tells Jion to accept the outcome and fulfill his promise. JJ, hearing this, lowers his head in silence, unsure of what to say. Ignoring his reaction, Junu added, "It's all due to your own inferiority complex." Jion remained there, head bowed, trembling and muttering, as the holy knights helped him up and away. Jun watches Jion leave, his brow furrowed in thought. So even after all this, the Deus army won't consider revenge. The next day, in Choi Seal's office, Choi Seal was happily talking to someone. "That's right, we've officially signed a contract with the warrior Kim, who just defeated the captain of the holy faction. I know what you're after." Just then, someone approaches. He hastily said, "Sorry, I'll call you back later." It was Junu, who had just picked up his armor from Jo Chun, and he spoke cheerfully. "I was worried the master blacksmith, Jo Chun, would mess with my armor, but he really made it as huge and strong as I asked." Seeing this, Chus excitedly ran over with a box of fruit, flattering me. "Why don't you try this while you're at it? These are my fruits." Du hesitantly accepts them and opens the box to take a look. He excitedly exclaimed, "That's more like it." Jun then eagerly chimed in, "This is a luxury handmade training tool, and it even has self-cleaning and mana recovery functions." Jun gives him a thumbs up, and Hai Long smiles. "He gets my taste." "Director Choi, huh? Thanks. He even said you looked like a model in it." Choi So hesitated, then finally spoke. "By the way, could I ask you a favor?" Junu frowned, asking, "What's going on?" Cho muttered, "Thanks to you, our business is booming, but because you haven't been with us long enough, some people are questioning our deal." Junu nodded in understanding. "Ah, if that's the reason I have to do it. Have you already accepted the assignment for me?" "Alright, I've prepared a perfect one for you." Chus nodded slightly, handing Junu a stack of documents. "The solar tower wants to study your dark fire for scientific purposes." Junu frowned upon hearing that. You know, if Junu remembers correctly, the solar tower is one of the 4 great magic towers, a place to learn fire magic. Chus then added, "They will reward you as they would one of their own members." Junu nodded slightly. "Okay, I accept. Since that person is in the solar tower, you know exactly what reward I'll receive." Moments later, at the solar tower, enveloped in fire magic, Junu arrived on assignment, and upon entering, couldn't help but marvel at the magnificent blend of science and magic. Just then, a man approached and said, "Warrior Kim, my name is Park Hyung-do, a researcher. You're here to study the Black Flames, correct?" "Ah, yes." Junu nodded slightly, and Hyung-do led him inside. "We don't have much time, let's go. This way, please." Quickly, they entered the research lab where Hyung-do suggested, "Let's start with some basic tests." Junshu frowned slightly. The machine looked familiar. As he pondered, Hyung-do spoke up, "Please step inside, just stand still." Without a second thought, Junu stepped inside, and a magic circle immediately appeared before Du. In an instant, his face turned grim. This was the machine used to reveal everything about a character to those above. This machine will reveal all of Junsu's hidden traits, and with that thought he smashes the glass, yelling, "Stop this machine. I don't want this thing." Hyung-do stood outside, sneering. "Please stand still. This is a necessary procedure. This was in the contract." Junsu, now enraged, clenches his fist and yells, "Get lost, you bastard." Instantly his fist came down, shattering the glass of the machine. Hyung-do recoiled in shock, shouting, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Junshu angrily retorted, "The contract only required me to demonstrate black fire to cooperate with your research. I never expected you to do this to me." Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and without hesitation the person punched Hyung-do in the face, shouting in dissatisfaction, "You idiot! Hyung-do, you've done it again." The newcomer was Yu Myom-seo, head of the research department. He gritted his teeth. "How dare you ruin my project?" Hyung-do panicked at the sight of him, explaining it was a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, Myom-seo wasn't buying it, angrily, retorting, "Misunderstanding? My foot, I've been watching you. You were trying to sell information about the Golden Warrior." This left Hyung-do speechless. He lowered his head and mumbled, "I'm sorry, I was blinded by greed." With a cold huff, Myung-gok coldly stated, "Get out of here, you're off the team." Junu looked on in confusion, unsure of what to do. At this, Myok spoke up apologetically. "I'm sorry, Warrior Kim. I'm Yu Myung-suk, head of research, about what happened earlier." Before he could finish, Junu interrupted. "It's not your fault. I'm guessing this happens quite often." Misok sighed helplessly. "That idiot sold information because of his gambling addiction. If it weren't for his master, he would have been kicked out of here long ago." "I see." Junu nodded slightly in response. "But I went through all this trouble to fulfill your request, and I almost had my personal information leaked. You can use our advertising facilities as well as our training grounds." Hearing this, Junu was immediately pleased. The Magic Tower's training grounds are usually reserved for mages. "Not bad," he thought, nodding in satisfaction. Seeing this, Myung-zok suggested, "Rest while I prepare." Junshu nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, I'll take a walk around." He then made his way to a level of the Sun Tower. Junu was ecstatic, almost getting swept away. It's worthy of soon, and worth it a chance to gain more attributes from the Magic Tower's training ground. Just then, an announcement echoed, "Commence lightning magic training." As he spoke, the orbs before him were enveloped in mana, and in an instant, a barrage of lightning struck. Juno was consumed by the lightning, which relentlessly pounded him. It was excruciating. Juno gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, wishing he could use his traits to withstand it just a little longer. Thinking quickly, Juno changed his traits, and the lightning strikes began to lessen. Before long, Juno had completed his lightning magic training and acquired resistance to 6 elements. Getting what he wanted, Juno happily shouted, "Now turn off the electricity, I'm about to be burned alive." But at that moment, the system in the room suddenly turned red, with warning sounds, and the training system switched to manual. "Warning, warning, the current intensity has been adjusted." Lightning strikes Juno again, causing him to cry out in frustration. "Wait, what the heck? I said I was done training, who's out there?" Before long, Juno saw the jerk Hyung-do outside. Holding the controls, he glared inside with malice, cursing, "You messed with the wrong guy, you bastard." And with that, Hyung-do cranked the controls to the max. Lightning strikes Juno relentlessly, his face contorting in pain as Hyung-do descends into madness, screaming without end. "Die, you dog." And with that, Juno was struck by the full force of the lightning. Seeing this, Hyung-yu laughed triumphantly. "This is the consequence of messing with me." But soon after, his smile vanished and the expression on his face froze. Because Junshu still stood tall, unscathed, he couldn't be defeated by such petty tricks. Junsu's visits to the training room in his free time were for a reason. Among his traits, he possessed divine resistance. He received it while resisting the Saintess's purification. Fire resistance, a trait gained from bathing in the magic spring. Darkness resistance, which Junsu acquired in the battle with the necromancer Karen. Ice resistance, which he gained in the fight against those vengeful spirits. Earth resistance, which Junsu acquired when escaping the hunter's magical trap. And finally lightning resistance, which he just gained through training. Juno quickly combined all 6 attributes, and a surge of magical power enveloped his body. Juno's heart was also changing, and he soon gained a new trait, magic resistance. He smiled in satisfaction. Seeing this, Hyung-do panicked, wondering how he could block third circle magic with just his body. Is he even human? This time the magic will be stronger than before. Immediately after, Hyung-do manipulates the controls once more, and warning sounds blare. "Warning, warning, the system is now out of control. Please cease training and evacuate immediately." Juno remained unfazed, scoffing. "Out of control, is it? Sounds dangerous. In that case, I'll use my traits to evade all of its attacks." As if on cue, lightning struck Juno, but this time he dodged it, gaining a new trait, retreat. Juno was ecstatic. At this rate, he'd surely get a higher level aerial strike trait. But contrary to his joy, Hyung-do outside was extremely unhappy, furiously manipulating the controls and shouting, "Damn it, I'm really going to kill you." Just then, Myo-ok came in from outside and slapped him. He angrily rebukes, "You lunatic, I heard the warning. What did you think you were doing?" Immediately after, he orders the controls to be shut down. Soon the lightning vanished and the system returned to normal. Myung-suk grabbed Hyung-do by the collar, seething, "You lunatic, how dare you injure Warrior Kim?" Hyung-do frantically waved his hands in denial. "Director, that's not what happened." At that moment, Juno emerged, scoffing, "Hurt me, you say?" Myung-x turned around, startled, and asked worriedly, "Warrior, are you hurt?" With a chuckle, Run-shu pouted and said, "Well, I do feel a little electrified." This scene leaves everyone bewildered as Hyung-do is finally expelled from the tower for his misdeeds, his pleas falling on deaf ears. Jun-shu watched him go, hesitating. "What happens to him now that he's expelled?" Myung-sok explained. "His mind will be enchanted, preventing him from learning any new magic." Jun-woo nodded slightly and said indifferently that his life as a mage was over, and he deserved it. Myung-suk showed no pity either, coldly saying, "That kid has caused too much trouble, so this is the natural result. Please accept this. It may not be much, but consider it our apology." With that, he handed Juno a box containing a potion, a powerful healing elixir. Though inwardly pleased, he calmly replied, "Thank you, this potion is like a second life to me." Miziuk waved his hand and laughed. "Oh no, I think this is a reasonable price to pay." It seems he doesn't want to make a big deal out of this, but Juno needs something else from the tower. He thought, then slowly said, "But it's a bit unsettling that I've been attacked twice since visiting the tower, don't you think?" Me-XAOK asked in confusion. "Then tell me, what do you want?" Juno pretended to think for a moment before calmly saying, "There's something I've wanted for a long time. I want to experience all 4 spells of the Great Magic Tower." Hearing this, Myung-seok cried out in alarm. "What you want to experience? The solar cannon?" June nodded calmly, admitting, "Yes, fire that thing at me." Hearing this, Mi-jae-ok advised, "Even a level 3 superhuman can't withstand that for even a second. Perhaps after you become stronger." But before he could finish, Juno coldly cut him off. "No, I'm sure I can withstand about 15 seconds. Myung-xi was taken aback. "Huh, but even 5th level espers would balk at this," Juno said with conviction. "I'm different from them." Myung-x looked at him hesitant and finally spoke. "That black fire can burn an enemy's mana. That's an interesting approach, but still very dangerous." Junoo chuckled confidently, stating, "We'll just have to see how it goes." And so Junoo headed to the solar cannon room, where he stood facing the weapon, lost in thought. A little afraid of what was about to happen. But with no other options, there were only 3 ways for Junoo to obtain the sun cannon's properties. First, he could enter the magic tower as someone's disciple. The second is to defeat the tower's master in a duel, but both are only suitable for magic-type superhumans, so he can't do it. As Junoo pondered, Mihawk spoke up, "We'll fire now." Junoo nodded slightly, indicating he was ready to act. However, there's a third way. Use the buffs unlocked when you gain enough favor from the tower's master, because the tower's master is present here. The sun cannon's firepower has been unleashed. Junshu looks up as the blast hurtles towards him, and in an instant, a brilliant fireball engulfs him. With a deafening boom, the sphere detonated, engulfing Junoo in a sea of flames. But could he withstand it? Because of the traits he's acquired, through the magic armor's properties, he's able to withstand it. Watching this, the people above are stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, he's actually enduring it. He's only level 3, but how Junoo was oblivious to their reaction, gritting his teeth and enduring the flames. He was well prepared, but the pain was still immense. Junoo endured those 15 seconds. Myung-guk quickly announced, 15 seconds have passed, retract the solar cannon. As soon as he finished speaking, the solar cannon's firepower was withdrawn. Junshu was utterly spent, clutching his chest as he gasped for air. It was finally over. Those were the longest 15 seconds of his life. The Tower Master was pleased with Junoo's performance, smirking as he said, "What was his name again? Kim Warrior. Quite the impressive individual." Later in the Tower Master's office, he invited Junoo for tea. The Tower Master smiled, pleased. "You were magnificent, enduring the solar cannon with dark fire for so long. You'll be a great help with our long-awaited project." "It would be my honor," Junoo said, with a nod and a smile. Despite his calm exterior, he's secretly thrilled to increase his favorability. Meanwhile, the Tower Master chuckles. "Haha, I like the way you talk, and I have a request for you." Junshu couldn't help but be stunned. A request. A moment later, a young man entered and spoke. "Grandfather, did you call for me?" The Tower Master nodded slightly, then introduced the two. "Meet the warrior Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman." Junshu immediately stood up to greet him. "Nice to meet you." The young man bowed in return. "Nice to meet you too." Junoo recognized him. Kim, the mage magic guide, appearing after Iron Fist and Priest. Kim, always so gloomy. Just then, the Tower Master spoke up. "This is my nephew. He has the potential to be a high-level superhuman, but his power is stuck at level 1. Junoo nodded. "That's strange." Kim, the mage, cried out in despair. "I'm sorry for being a freak. Sorry for being a disgrace to the tower." Junoo, bewildered, quickly explained, "I didn't mean it like that." The Tower Master, used to this, glanced at Junoo and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Kim? I heard you healed Director Saw's son. I believe you have an idea how to wake him up." Kim, the mage, didn't dare interrupt, sitting quietly in his place, as Runshu smiled. "Of course there's a way." Hearing this, the Tower Master and his grandson were immediately overjoyed. The Tower Master exclaimed, "Really? If you can do it, I'll grant you any wish." Anything. Hearing this, Junshu smirked, knowing this was the starting point for the Solar Flare hidden quest, and quickly stated his purpose. The Tower Master was shocked, exclaiming, "Say that again. What do you want?" Junoo replied, without hesitation, "The solar cannon." "Wasn't I clear?" The Tower Master hesitated, then muttered, "The solar cannon. If the tower's future depends on it, I can give it to you, but I'm not sure what you intend to do with it." Junoo smiled, unfazed. "Then how about giving it to me as a memory chip? So I can learn it right away." The Tower Lord didn't expect him to be so eager, but could only nod. "All right." Just then, Kim spoke up. "Sorry to interrupt, but how do you plan to train me?" Junoo calmly replied, "First we need to find the root of the problem." Before the mage could answer, the Tower Master coldly stated, "The biggest problem is that this kid is too dumb. He has to become a mage, but his math skills are practically non-existent." Junoo understood the problem. Kim was smart enough to study business management, but hopeless at math, making him unsuitable for magic. After a long pause, Junoo slowly spoke. "Then why don't we learn magic that doesn't involve calculations?" The Tower Master asked, a little confused. "What do you mean?" "Magic that doesn't involve calculations," Danmok nodded. Junshu calmly states that by using spirits he could become a fire shaman. The Tower Master was shocked. "A fire witch? But that's not a mage." Shrugging indifferently, Junshu pouted and asked, "So, are you going to let your grandson live like this his whole life? Or would you rather he become a fire witch and unlock his potential?" The Tower Master glanced at the mage. Kim remained silent for a long time and finally sat down in his chair, sighing, then explained it in detail. Junshu calmly stated, "The core issue is spellcasting right. Because he can't recite the incantation, he can't perform magic. Then let's leave the hard part to the spirits, and you just supply the magic power." The Tower Master shook his head in refusal. "That's impossible. He's not close to any spirits, so how would he get one?" Jun frowned at them both and firmly stated, "I'm not saying he has to make a contract with the spirits. Like I said, he'll be using them. Your method is that the gold mage only needs to write a spell in the magic circle, so the user only needs to worry about providing mana, and the mana circle will take care of performing the spell." The The Tower Master exclaimed in surprise. You mean we should catch a spirit and use it as a mana circle? Or more simply, we could just turn it into a magic circle? Junsu nodded in agreement. Exactly. The Tower Master was immediately overjoyed. Amazing. That's a brilliant hypothesis. I thought you were just a warrior. How do you know about these things? How could Junshu answer that? Of course the method was amazing because they would invent it in the future. At that moment the Tower Master whispered, but the gate to the spirit world is closed. We can't summon any spirits. Runshu calmly replied. Then we can use spirit animals as replacements. The Tower Master frowned, muttering animal spirits like phoenixes. That sounds difficult. How could we find such mythical creatures? With a chuckle, Run confidently says, don't worry about that, I have a way. A moment later, the three arrive at a canyon. Seeing the phoenixes, the wizard Kim couldn't help but exclaim, a valley full of phoenixes really exists. The Tower Master was also surprised, exclaiming that even a high-level superhuman would have a hard time finding such a place. How did you manage that? Junshu said, with an embarrassed smile. The phoenixes aren't like the rumors say. They were hiding behind the valley and I just happened to find them. The Tower Master seemed skeptical, but played along enthusiastically. Haha, good heavens, you really are lucky. Junshu leaned in, eager to hear more. What about the solar cannon we discussed? The Tower Master nodded slightly. Very well, I'll give you one. Junshu was thrilled having completed his mission in one place a great deal. As he celebrated, the Tower Master spoke up. By the way, how does a warrior like you plan to maximize the power of the solar cannon? Junshu casually replied, I want to upgrade it. My goal is to create a division. Hearing this, the Tower Master threw his head back and laughed. Haha, a division you say? That's no easy task. It took us decades to achieve that. Casually shrugging, Junshu calmly says, approaching it as a warrior will surely yield different results than approaching it as a mage. Right, who knows, maybe my separation will be better than yours. The Tower Master narrowed his eyes, pursed his lips, and said, let's make a bet, then 2 years, and we'll see which is better, yours or our magic tower. Junshu calmly replied, what are we betting? The Tower Master thought for a moment before speaking. If you win, I'll grant you a wish, but if I win, you must join the Magic Tower's security team. Okay, sounds good. Without a second thought, Junshu agreed. Another chance to profit from the Magic Tower was too good to pass up. As they spoke, Mage Kim quietly entered the canyon. Now was the time to confirm. A moment later in the operating room, Junshu waited outside. Mi-ung-gas approached, smiling happily. Fantastic warrior Kim, I never expected you to unlock the path to becoming a fire witch in our Magic Tower. Junshu looked up at him, smirking. Director, yes, but let's hope the surgery is successful first. Mi-ung-x sat down and nodded. Yes, but about that expelled mage. Junshu frowned. Oh, that failure. Mi-ung-x contemplates. After he left, I investigated further, and it became clear that he had taken money from the Kumo Group. Junu's eyes widened in shock. The Kumo Corporation, one of the 5 largest conglomerates, is known for its aggressive, uncompromising business expansion, tending to swallow or overwhelm its competitors, the true villains in this game. With a grave expression, Mi-ung-x whispered, the problem isn't them taking our magic information, but that they specifically want yours. They might be trying to recruit you. I don't want to. Hearing this, Junu felt a chill run down his spine and he sighed. He'd never work with villains like Kumo, just another thing to avoid. Just then, the operating room doors opened, and the Tower Master rushed over to Junu and slapped him on the back. He laughed heartily. Haha, a great success all thanks to you. Superman Kim, my grandson has become a super mage. Junshu was stunned by the blow, and Kim, the mage, came out from within, surrounded by a large amount of magic, bowing his head and saying, thank you very much. Junshu narrows his eyes at the mage. He's already as strong as you. Level 3, right off the bat. Is this the power of DNA? Kim then remarked. It feels strange to wield magic so easily. Junshu happily approached, suggesting, from now on you should use fire attribute elixirs to generate even more mana. Kim, grateful, replies, you're even showing me how to get stronger. Thank you. Just then, the Tower Master suddenly calls out, well done, Kim. This is the reward you wanted. Hearing that Junshu's eyes lit up, he finally had his hands on the solar flare, but there was something else in the reward. He asked, suspiciously, what is this? The Tower Master opened the bag at his feet and said, I've added some extra nourishment for you in this bag, and I've used magic to ensure it can't be traced. Junshu's eyes sparkled like stars, his affection exceeding normal levels. Later in Choi Seal's office, Cho was amazed by the amount of money Junsu had brought back. You earned a reward of 5 billion. Fantastic, Junu said, with a smug grin. I think it's time you got used to my greatness. Then he suggested, it's time to drink the honey I've been saving. Cho hesitated. Honey? You've only been level 3 for less than a month. Isn't it a little too soon? Be careful of the side effects. Junshu pouted and asked, then can you refine nectar? The director's going to refine it. Cho Seol was stunned, but he quickly winked with confidence, saying, just trust me. And then he opened his vault, searching for something. After a long pause, Choi Seal spoke, I only need a few key ingredients. These are the most common. Junu frowned, muttering, I'll get different attributes based on the materials I use. This is tough. You already have super strength and regeneration, and steel armor on your shield. After some deliberation, Junwoo pointed to an ingredient and said, "Then let's go with the heart of a horned tiger." Hearing this, Choi Seol was stunned and hesitantly asked, "Does it have to be a horned tiger?" Seeing his reaction, Junwoo asked with a hint of doubt, "What's wrong?" Cho explained slowly. "This creature is endangered, making it quite difficult to obtain." Junwoo was completely bewildered after hearing this. And so, Junsu immediately drove off in search. He wasn't too worried. If he couldn't find one, he'd just get it himself. The problem is, how will he find a horned tiger in this vast area? Junwoo didn't want to resort to this, but he's out of options. He grabbed a can of fish and took a whiff, quickly gaining the nose of a bloodhound. "I'd rather smell durian. This fermented anchovy is awful." The stench of the robbers still lingered in his lungs, but thanks to his ability, he could smell everything. Junwoo ventured deeper. He smelled a lot of blood. Were there predators nearby? "So it's here." Junshu quickly glanced around, searching. Before he could find it, he saw something else, a vehicle in the distance, its occupants chasing an animal firing wildly. On the other side, Junshu hurried after it, another opponent, and he was about to lose its trail. Judging by the claw marks on that corpse, it's no ordinary horned tiger. This is the infamous mythical creature of the Chunghwa Plateau, the Mountain Lord, and it possesses all 6 traits. At that moment, the Mountain King lunged toward Junshu, who knew that any lapse in focus would mean certain death. Junshu couldn't let his guard down and quickly dodged, but to his surprise, the Mountain King also possessed the evasion trait. Junshu bit his lip. "You don't have many chances left. I have to end this in one blow. I'll have to rely on my senses and instincts." As Junshu pondered, the Mountain Lord charged ferociously. He aimed his gun and activated his ability. Without hesitation, Junwoo fired, but the Mountain Lord dodged the bullet, only grazing its body. Junshu bit his lip. "So it can still dodge that, huh? But you're not done yet." Thinking quickly, Jun charges forward once more, facing the Mountain Lord head-on. Junshu aimed again, scoffing, "I'm confident in my shooting skills, even as a warrior." He fired and magic bullets pierced the Mountain Lord's body. Junshu smiled in satisfaction, but before he could relish the moment, the Mountain Lord suddenly charged, startling him. Luckily, Junwoo dodged the attack, surprised it could still move after being hit by black fire. Frowning, he muttered, "If black fire isn't enough, I guess I'll have to fight hand-to-hand." Meanwhile, the Mountain Lord's eyes glazed over, filled with murderous intent, as it stared at Junwoo, and without hesitation, it charged forth madly. Junwoo recognizes the move, Mountain Lord's strongest skill charge, which can amplify its body to over 1.5 tons and completely tear apart its target. Compared to the infamy that terrified countless players, the strategy to defeat it is laughably simple: use its own strength against itself. Thinking quickly, Junwoo leaps onto the Mountain King's back, startling it. With a cold huff, Junwoo says, surprised, "You know you can't dodge this, right?" As soon as he said that, he slashed his sword down on the Mountain Lord's body, causing blood to gush out. A moment later, Junwoo dragged the Mountain Lord's corpse into the city, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Holding the box containing its heart, he roared, "This is the one. Do you all see its heart right here?" Junwoo dealt with it himself, fearing betrayal from his collaborators and the loss of its essence. He spoke slowly, "I only need the heart, so the rest of it is for sale. Anyone interested? Let's see how much the Mountain Lord is worth." As Junwoo finished speaking, people began to bid quickly, reaching 2.5 billion. But from within the crowd, a woman in a hat stepped forward, offering a shocking amount. "I'll pay 5 billion. Without hesitation, Junwoo accepted the offer. Seeing his agreement, the crowd dispersed and the woman approached him saying, "I'll transfer the money to you right away." Junwoo gave her his account information and she quickly transferred the money, then asked suspiciously, "By the way, did you kill it alone?" Junshu nodded slightly. "Ah yes, I was very lucky." The woman scoffed and pouted. "There's no such thing as pure luck in hunting. Skill plays a part too." With that, she handed Jun a business card saying, "Here's my card. I'd appreciate it if you contacted me sometime." Then he turned and left, as Junwoo stared at the business card in his hand. He feels like he's seen her before, probably another rich character. But Junwoo wasn't too concerned. He'd already obtained the tiger's heart, and an extra 5 billion he was already fortunate. 2 days later, Junwoo returned to his home. He quickly heads to the training room, looking at the vial in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Judging by its color, the potion is of the highest quality, refined by Choi So after Junwoo returned with the tiger's heart. He said there wouldn't be any side effects and he seemed so confident, so I guess I can trust him. Still, I can't help but worry. Just in case, he listed his attributes first, then Junwoo drank the entire vial. In an instant, a molten heat surged through his body. Junsu's body began to evolve as it detected the accumulating hormonal shift. Its effects are kicking in, much to Junwoo's delight. His mana circuit is regenerating, and he's reached level 4. Junwoo couldn't be happier. Now that he's level 4, the feeling is different, like his very soul has leveled up, and he's gained the new attribute of Rampage. It's as if the crafting was a success, and there's a reason Junwoo went there to hunt monsters and sell his items. With the traits he's gained through battles, and if he combines the trait in his equipment with this diamond, he'll receive the traits of fortification and gigantification. Junwoo nods in satisfaction. The preparations are complete. Now for the final step. Junsu's body begins to transform. Suddenly, muscle fibers began to tear, and the bone structure was readjusting itself. Before long, the traits began to merge. Junwoo has obtained the power of the giant, and looking down at his strong body, he is extremely happy. It's finally mine, the giant's strength, the warrior's ultimate trait. But Junwoo quickly realized a problem. He may be huge, but let's see how strong he really is. Junwoo immediately throws a punch at the glass. In an instant, the glass shattered completely. Jun muttered in satisfaction. It crumbled from just the sonic boom. This power is incredible, but the side effects are severe. Just as Junwoo thought to use this ability, he needs either a diamond body to make him more durable, or an invincibility trait to increase his recovery rate. But both are top-tier traits. Junwoo could learn them from equipment like before, but he's out of diamonds, which is a major headache. But Junwoo quickly thought of a solution. He knew exactly where to find more. But upon arrival, he received some devastating news. They were out of diamonds. Chunbok sighed. We're out. We won't have any more until next month at the earliest. Junwoo was shocked. Next month is too late. Chunbok then whispered, would you mind coming with me to the mine to get the diamonds? Junshu was stunned. He doesn't remember this from the game. Chunbok whispers, this trip must be kept secret at all costs. Are you interested? Junsu agreed. Without hesitation, of course, let's go. The streets of Seoul were bustling that evening. Chunbok drove Junsu, then spoke slowly. I'm sure you know that getting something like a diamond requires taking risks, right? Junwoo nodded slightly in response. Of course. Hearing that, Chun reminded him, take a look first. If you don't like it, you can back out. Junwoo didn't understand why he was being advised like this, but then he realized something. The car heads towards Bun, speeding forward without stopping. Junwoo finally understood where they were going, a place where superhumans fought for their lives. The capital's largest underground arena, a brutal duel where only blood and victory exist. Soon after, Chunbok and Junwoo slowly entered a lavish building beneath Bun. The crowd roars with anticipation as Junwoo surveys the scene, remarking, this place is huge. Chunbok, surprised, asked, you know about the arena? Junwoo casually replied, I've only heard rumors. By the way, isn't it because you have connections here? Chunbok chuckled, pouting. Heh, you caught me. Junshu had wondered where Mr. Tao got those rare items. Turns out, it was from here. Now that he thinks about it, Kim Chunbok's background in the game was also suspicious. As he pondered, Chunbok spoke up, but I'm not bringing you here to go up there. Junshu pouted and muttered, but you brought me here as part of a plan, right? That's right, nothing in this world is free, Chunbok said with an embarrassed nod. This is one of many ways to quickly acquire diamonds. The winner takes the loser's diamonds, and the loser destroys their magic circle to create more. Jun frowned upon hearing that this is just a way to reset all his experience points. After a long silence, he finally spoke. So, I have to bet my entire life. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Chunbok nodded slightly. That's right, if things don't work out we can leave. But before he could finish, Junwoo smiled and cut him off. Leave. Where do I sign up? This is the perfect opportunity to earn diamonds. Hearing this, Chunbok volunteers to help. Since I'm the one who introduced you, I'll register you. Junshu looked at him suspiciously and asked, what do you get out of it? Chunbok happily says, half of the prize money is yours and the rest is for me and the organizers. Junshu agrees, saying, sounds good, let me experience this place first. And so Junshu entered the arena to fight a massive opponent who charged at him relentlessly. Despite Junshu's evasive maneuvers, the giant roared, are you just going to cower and dodge like a coward? I'll crush you with these muscles in one blow. But at that moment Junwoo suddenly sneered, you talk too much. Now it's my turn, right? With that, he used the giant's strength and landed a punch to the big guy's face. A knockout, and he went down. Of course, Junwoo won. Chunbok rushed down to congratulate him. That's amazing. 5 in a row, Junshu said happily. I bet you have a mountain of diamonds thanks to me. Chunbok happily massages his shoulders, grinning from ear to ear, along with a pile of winnings. What will he do with all that money he's earned today? Junwoo paused, then replied, I'll probably buy another set of items. Chunbok's eyes lit up. So you're only interested in getting stronger? Junwoo nodded impassively. Of course. Strength determines one's rank in Araksun, and I don't want to be a failure toyed with by the world. Just then, Chunbok spoke up, saying he'd just received a challenge. Jun, surprised, asked, from who? Chunbok casually replies, it's from the 4th level superhuman, the top-ranked Destroyer King. Junshu is stunned to hear the name. Chunbok, sensing the danger, advised, this looks tough. You don't have to accept. But Jun seemed to know the name and accepted the challenge anyway. Moments later, he steps into the arena, once more met by a roaring crowd. A large masked figure stood ready in the arena, basking in the roar of the crowd, chanting his name. This is the Destroyer, a level 4 superhuman. He looks at Junwoo and says, I didn't think you'd accept my challenge, kid. Looks like you've lost your mind. Jun narrowed his eyes, observing his opponent. The Destroyer is definitely a different kind of opponent, an SR-class character with close combat, immense strength, and combat techniques. In a fistfight, he's the strongest with 3 high-level traits, but he's still beatable. He was level 5 in the game, but here he's only level 4. More than that, Junwoo was beginning to feel that the diamond rewards weren't good enough anymore. Just as he was thinking this, the Destroyer King charged forward, roaring, I'll smash that smile off your face. Prepare to be minced meat, crying on the ground. His fists flew, but Junwoo dodged them all. Unafraid, he taunts. I was about to say the same to you. At that moment, the destroyer lunges to embrace Junu, who remains calm, anticipating the attack. The destroyer is a wrestler known for slamming opponents to the ground, but he doesn't realize his opponent this time is Junu, who won't go down so easily. Sure enough, as the destroyer prepared to slam him down, Junu suddenly spun around, adding the strength of the giant's super strength and power. Then he timed his counterattack perfectly. Junsu unleashed an absolutely cinematic spin on the arena floor. Then he drove his elbow into the Destroyer King's gut, causing him to cough up blood, but the Destroyer King quickly reacted, grabbing Junu's hand and clamping down on his neck, but Junu had already anticipated this move and easily evaded it. Then he grabbed the Destroyer King's collar and slammed him to the ground, earning the suppression trait and making Jun quite happy. The Destroyer King quickly rose, looking at him suspiciously. How did you? Jun casually smiled. You're probably wondering how I predicted your moves and dodged them right. But you're out of luck, I'm just getting started. After obtaining suppression, he had collected all 6 basic combat traits. And when these traits are combined, they evolve into a single trait melee combat. Jun smirks. Alright, let's see how strong you really are. Hearing this, the Destroyer King was stunned, furrowing his brow as he muttered, What are you planning? Before he could understand what was happening, Junsu charged forward. The Destroyer King didn't dare to be careless, hurriedly raising his hand to defend, but still asked with doubt, What the hell? What did you do to suddenly change your entire aura like that? Junu chuckled, raising an eyebrow. You're sharp. No wonder your rank is so high. He's right. Compared to a rookie in the arena, he shouldn't have the experience, but he's a complete warrior after receiving the melee trait. Equipping it allows Junu's normal attacks to trigger continuous combo traits, and adds some extra oomph to the strikes. Cornered, the Destroyer fought back with a frenzy, but Junu evaded every blow, then seized his attacking arm. Using this trait, Junu combines it with other basic traits, making even the Destroyer King no match for him. Junu then used his legs to trap the Destroyer King's arm and neck, immobilizing him, and said with a raised eyebrow, Surrender, if you don't want your arm broken. Overwhelmed by the pain, the Destroyer choked out, I yield, I surrender. Immediately the referee declared, the winner is Warrior Kim. To everyone's surprise, he's risen to the top of the Superhuman League Level 4. Junu is extremely pleased with this outcome. Below the arena, the crowd erupted, chanting his name, calling him the Warrior King, a title that mortified Junu. At that moment, the referee announced, Now we will begin the diamond creation process. Junu narrowed his eyes at the Destroyer King, wondering if he would really give up all the power he had worked so hard to obtain. The Destroyer bit his lip fiercely, almost drawing blood before finally speaking. I want to use the special contract. The referee, hearing this, asked in disbelief, Are you sure you want to use it? The special contract was made between the organization and the Destroyer when he became the #1 warrior, stipulating that if he were defeated, the organization would pay the diamonds in his stead. However, the winner has to agree to it, so the referee turns to Junu and asks, Do you agree? Before Junu could answer, the Destroyer spoke up, If you agree, I'll give you 10 diamonds, but Junu shook his head saying, That's not enough. These words stunned the Destroyer King and the referee. Junu had to seize the opportunity to obtain the magic power of the B and SR ranked superhuman. So he began to name his price. He wanted something other than diamonds. Junu declared that if he received the Iron Fist, he would accept the terms, a statement that sparked a flicker of panic in the Destroyer King's eyes. He avoided Junu's gaze, muttering under his breath, What is the Scepter of Command? It's too late to pretend you don't know now. Junwoo, having seen his surprised expression, smirked and said, Without 10 diamonds and the Iron Rule, I won't accept. The Destroyer King bit his lip, hesitant, then suspiciously asked, How did you know? Junu didn't answer, but coldly questioned him in return. What will you do now? You know he can't refuse. If you break the magic circle to create diamonds, you'll lose all your skills. The Destroyer King thought for a long time before saying, I'll give you the Tekken, but you have to come back to the arena and fight me for it. Without hesitation, Junu grinned. Sounds good, let's set a time later. And just like that, Junu obtained the Iron Fist and left the underground arena to return home. He grinned, saying, Look at that aura, so cool. It can even reduce damage. This is a cheat code. Plus, Junsu now has a mountain of diamonds. After getting a high-grade trait, I might even have some left over. So he added the healing trait from the necklace Priest Kim gave him. A surge of magic envelops the necklace, and Junu's body begins to transform, granting him the new trait of immortality. He excitedly exclaimed, Now that I have the strength of a giant and immortality, I just need one more to complete my perfect warrior build. With that, Junu stashed away the diamonds. He'll have to keep it safe. As he celebrated, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read Jin Young. Seeing the name, Junu frowned and muttered, Is that the hunter who bought the fox soon after? At the Hunters Guild, Junu arrived at Jin Young's suggestion. She led him to the top floor of the building gratefully, saying, Thank you for coming. Our chairman is very eager to meet you. Junsu was eager to meet him too, as the Hunter Association president was known for handing out rewards. Soon the two entered a room where a man in a black suit was waiting. He greeted with a smile, It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sun's Junbong Jin, the guildmaster. Junsu stared blankly at the man before him. This isn't the guild leader. He's the boss of the assassin organization. What's he doing here? But he didn't say anything, shaking hands with Byung-jin and saying softly, "It's an honor to meet you. I'm Warrior Kim." Byung-jin chuckled and said, "Haha, the honor is all mine." Jun-shu finally remembered he was expelled from the Hunter Association after a few story arcs. But strangely, just then, someone rushed in from outside apologetically saying, "Sorry I'm late." Byung-jin glanced at the man and asked Director Kang, "What is it about the disposition?" Director Kang scratched his head sheepishly. "I heard the one who defeated the Mountain Lord was here, so I rushed over. And today is also the day of the merger competition." Junu quietly observed the man before him. "This man is the chairman from the game. What is going on?" Just then, Director Kang approached, saying, "I'm Director Kang. Just call me Kiok." Junshu shook his head with a smile, replying, "No, I couldn't possibly call you by your first name. You're too kind, Director Kang." Seeing them chatting happily, Bien cut in. "Well, now that introductions are done, let's get down to business." Junu and Kiok exchanged glances, turning to face him as Bien spoke calmly. "Mr. Superhuman, we'd like to invite you to become an official member of our guild." "A hunter's guild. I'll have to think about it." Junu frowned. Becoming a full member sounded good, but he was hesitant about the guild leader. Byung-jin then tried to persuade him, stating frankly that their guild was in the process of building a high-end hunting ground in Xeon-ron. In truth, their guild's current position was not stable. Currently, they're only allowed to hunt in 2 areas, and if permission becomes an issue, they'll be in trouble. So they want to create a territory where they can hunt without permits, and they need someone with Junu's skills to establish it. Junu found it believable, and before he could speak, Kiex continued, "President, that's not our true goal. Our president wants to be recognized as a military force and create an armed kingdom in the Onontron." Junu was shocked, exclaiming that this was too much for a guild to handle, considering the generals in those 2 districts wielded great influence with their independent histories and private armies. "That's right, so it's impossible." Kiok nodded, but Bungjin coldly interrupted. "Yes, it is possible." He narrowed his eyes at Junu, proposing with unwavering resolve, "Superhuman Kim, lend us your strength, and one day this position could be yours." Junu frowned at the offer. The position of chairman, he looks ambitious. Kiok is no different, persuading with a smile. "Forget everything, and join us. I'll take good care of you." Jin Young scoffed Director Kang, "Do you think I'm incapable?" Kiok scratched her head sheepishly, unable to speak as Jun glanced at her, then at Bungjin. "He's a suspicious and unpredictable guy, and if something happens to Kok, who's supposed to give you the offer later, it'll be a real mess." As Junu pondered, Kiok pushed Jin Yang out, her smile still radiant. "If you join Superhuman Kim, you'll get a tax break, and you'll get to enjoy the unification match today." After some thought, Junu makes his decision. He must protect Kok, and so he happily agrees. "Sounds good, I'll join." Kiso then drove Junsu away. The man chuckled, "Haha, now I owe you one. I was worried the chairman would get to you first, so I rushed right over. Honestly, I was worried when he wanted to get close to you." Junu, sitting in the passenger seat, sighed helplessly as Kiok rambled on. He wasn't this talkative in the game. Junu wondered why the director didn't just create his own hunting ground. Kiex didn't hesitate to answer that it was because of the Onron team, leaving Junu slightly puzzled. The man slowly explained that they were a group of members from the guild leader's faction, more concerned with politics than hunting. Junu frowned and muttered, "So, the guild leader is trying to recruit me to his side." Kiso nods slightly, replying, "That's right, he's wrong. Shouldn't he be concerned with what's most important in the guild, instead of worrying about something so meaningless? But recently all the members at Fekigsak have been sent elsewhere, so your position is quite unstable." Junu couldn't help but think, "I thought Kiso was just a fun-loving, simple, happy guy, but he's actually quite insightful." The car sped through the desolate wilderness, finally stopping at a camp. This is a private hunting ground for the Hunter Association. Jun entered alone, looking around, and couldn't help but marvel at the number of hunters. Just then, Jin Yang approached to greet him. "The gold hunter has finally arrived." "Weren't you with Director Kang?" Jun Shu awkwardly replied, "Yeah, he suddenly said he had to use the restroom, so..." But before he could finish, Jin Yang coldly cut him off. "Good, there's something I need to tell you. Getting too close to Director Kang isn't a good idea." Jun Shu frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "You think I'll side with him?" Jin Yang didn't answer coldly, stating, "It seems you're already aware of the factions within our company." Junu nods slightly. "I know a little. Your thoughts are different." Jin Yang says plainly, "That's right, he focuses too much on the small details and can't see the big picture." As she spoke, Junu was secretly observing her, finally noticing a key detail, yellow eyes and a scar. Jin Y is a member of Bungjin's assassin organization, and now he understands the Zhongchon Society was the predecessor to that group. Unaware of his thoughts, Jin Y continued, "Even with the hunting grounds, he'd go crazy over minor infractions." Junshu chuckled, curling his lips into a smile, "But I kind of like him. He doesn't badmouth people behind their backs, and he's very honest." These words darkened Jane Young's face, and she scoffed, "Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me later." With that, she turned and left, and Jun said nothing more. Now that he understood the situation, it was time to prepare, and Junu immediately went to his tent, heading straight to the bathroom to slather sunscreen all over his face. The smell of the cream almost made him throw up on the spot, but Junsu had to endure it. He needed to acquire the sensitivity trait first. After waiting a long time, Junsu washed it off after receiving the trait. Finally, he's acquired enough traits. Combining them creates an absolute hunting advantage, the sixth sense. Junu smiles pleased. His sixth sense isn't just good for hunting, it's perfect for situations like this. After cleaning up, Junu heads out, and Thao suggests, should we wander around and see their wicked thoughts? Just then, he suddenly noticed something 2 figures ahead were radiating murderous intent, and so were all the people around them. Junshu was stunned. What is all this? Could it be that most of the people here are devils? As he pondered this, Kyoke arrived with 2 bottles of soju, still wearing his simple smile. Warrior Kim has finally found you. Let's have a drink before the competition begins. Behind him were 2 more of his trusted men, who quickly greeted Junu. Director Kang has spoken highly of you. Junu politely declines. I don't think I can drink, especially not with someone Ki Seikok considers a confidant. He could smell something, the pungent stench of betrayal. And so Junsu stood outside the meat broth restaurant, watching Kisek's group feast and drink, sighing helplessly, as they reveled completely unaware of the spy in their midst. He needed to tell Kiso, but would he believe a stranger's words? As Junu pondered, this one of Kiso's confidants approached with a proposition. Kim, would you mind looking after the director for a bit? Junu nodded slightly in response. All right. Ki-eok was now completely drunk. The unsteady old man approached Junu, slung an arm around his shoulder and chuckled. So Warrior Kim, how's team building? Fun, right? Junshu could only force a smile and reply, haha, yes, very fun. It's even more fun with a traitor around. Shinshin returned shortly after bringing a crate of drinks. As he poured the drinks, he announced, I'll have a glass of whiskey. And for the director, a beer and soju mix, of course I'll make you a good one. Upon hearing that, Kisuk excitedly exclaimed, Choi's drinks are the best. Choi quickly filled the glass and handed it to Ki-uk with a smile saying, let's drink it all in one go. Ki-uk was fine with that and reached out to take it. Just one sip, that sounds good. But just then Junu intervened. Hold on, you drink first, startling Chief Choi. He asked suspiciously. What are you talking about? Jun narrowed his eyes at Chief Choi and said coldly, what's wrong? Is there a reason you can't drink it? In this situation, poisoning Ki-suk would be the perfect way to kill him. With that thought, Jun Shu offered him the drink and directly questioned him. Could it be that you poisoned this drink? The question clearly unsettles Chief Choi. Confused, he asks, what are you talking about? Stop with the nonsense. Kiok asked confused Warrior Kim, why all of a sudden? Junso didn't answer but firmly ordered, if there's nothing else, drink it. Seeing Chief Choi still frozen, Junso brought the glass to his face, ready to pour it. Seeing things were going south, he slapped Junshu's hand away and coldly shouted, stay away from me. The glass shattered on the ground, and Chief Choi lowered his head in guilt. This scene startles Ki-sok. The uncle retorts, you bastard Choi, did you really poison him? With his treachery exposed, Chief Choi turns on the old man, revealing, you betrayed us first. I've heard everything from the chairman. You blocked my promotion to director. As the two argued, Chief Choi kicked at Ki-sok, but Junshu swiftly grabbed his leg, twisted it back, and pinned him. He held his sword to Choi's neck and coldly said, now that your betrayal is confirmed, what should I do? He trembled, begging for his life. Wait, please, have mercy. Unfazed, Junshu looks at the trembling Ki-sok and asks, or would you prefer to do it yourself? The director and Chief Choi try to speak, but Ki-sok draws his weapon. Without hesitation, he struck blood, spraying like rain, as Director Choi's head was severed. Ki-sok wiped the blood from his face and said coldly, fool, I knew you were greedy, but to kill me for a promotion. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them drove away, Kiso still furious, cursing, that bastard Bung Jin, does he hate me that much? So that's why that bastard sent all my men away. What a dirty rat. But then a truck suddenly pulled up alongside them, and inside was none other than Jin Yang, who smirked and said, I heard you caught a good one. Seeing her, Kiok's expression turned serious, but he tried to remain calm, saying, just a regular catch. Jin Yang scoffed, come on, tell us the truth. I heard you caught Chief Choi. As she finished speaking, she drew her gun and aimed it at Kiok, prompting Junsu to shift gears and floor the accelerator. Behind them, Jin Yang and many other cars were in hot pursuit. Junsu's car quickly broke free, but bullets continued to rain down. Kyoke wasn't backing down. He leaned out of the car and roared, who do you think you're shooting at, you bastards? And with that, he hurled a grenade. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, filling the sky with smoke and fire, but Jin Yang's vehicles remain unscathed. Kiok complains, Hunter, Kim, can you slow down a little? But Junu just smirked. Want me to show you how it's done? Kiok was confused, but then Junu popped out of the car, gun in hand, and aimed at the men behind them. Junsu modified his firearms traits, adding a lightning effect and reducing recoil. With the bonus of 3 traits, he could see their movements and use his 6th sense to aim. And then Junu pulled the trigger, the bullet tearing through the air, slamming into the tire and sending the vehicle careening off course. Junu fires, and the convoy quickly veers off course. Seeing this, Ki-sok's confidant couldn't help but exclaim, he's insane, that's god-tier marksmanship. Kiok nods in agreement. Warrior Kim, you truly are a monster. But at that moment, Jin Yang's car caught up with them, her eyes filled with a murderous rage. Junwoo shifts gears once more, flipping his car and pinning Jin Yang's in a shocking maneuver. And just like that, they escaped the clutches of the two pickup trucks. Junsu drove masterfully away, leaving Jin Yang seething with rage. The woman screamed, "Damn it, catch them." Through the rearview mirror, Junwoo saw 5 cars still tailing them. "You switched back to your showy driving." Junshu sighed in relief, a close call, and the two in the car nearly threw up. Moments later, they arrived at another base, but guards outside barred their entry. Ki quickly introduced him as a level 4 gold warrior from the Hunter Association just back from a hunt. The guard indifferently nodded. But what's going on back there? Jin Yang's men are like dogs chasing a scent. Having followed them all the way here, Jin Yang jumps out of the car and orders his men to drop their guns. The guard narrows his eyes, warning them that any disturbance in Go's territory will be considered a challenge to the general. Junwoo nods in agreement. "I understand, I won't cause any trouble." Just then, Bung Jin arrives, roaring furiously. "Wait, don't let them in. They're criminals, murderers." The guard coldly stated, "The Gon military will not interfere with anything that happens within the hunting grounds." "Does the chairman know about this?" Bai-in tried to speak, but the guard silenced him with a dark look. "Are you challenging the authority of the Eastern Army General? Is this what you want?" Byung-jin was speechless, his face alternating between green and white. After a moment he looked at Ki-ok and said, "Running away like that is no different than a rat. Did you hire a professional racer? It's all thanks to our gold hunter. He's a great hunter, a great driver, and a crack shot. If I had a daughter, I'd marry her off to him." Hearing this, Byung-jin was furious, gritting his teeth as he said, "I don't think Superman Kim would side with someone like you." Seeing things were about to escalate, Junshu advised Director Kang, "Let's keep quiet and avoid bloodshed," but Kiok just scoffed, "I don't want to. Have you forgotten? We're in the Teo World Tree. Why all the noise?" Just then, a stern shout echoed, startling everyone as a dignified figure emerged, Gu Hyun-gu, a level 7 warrior and general of the Eastern Army. Seeing him, the crowd immediately bowed. "General, we apologize, we were just talking." Junwoo frowned slightly. "He's here." Hyun-W glared at the group and roared, "Hunter's grudges are not my concern, and neither is the guild's. Do you think this is a playground?" Kook and Bung-jin were scolded into silence, and Hyun-W warned them sternly against any further incidents. But before he could finish, he suddenly glanced at Ju, observing him silently for a long moment. After a long pause he declared, "Forget it, this time the Eastern Army will intervene." Byung-jin was stunned, and cried out, "General, this is clearly an internal matter for the Hunter Association." But Hongwon resolutely shouted, "This is an order from above," words that horrified Gok and Bung-jin. Hyun-W calmly declared, "Tomorrow afternoon, hold a duel of honor in front of City Hall with only one representative from each side." He then looked at Junsu, causing Junwoo to frown in surprise. "Why is he looking at you like that?" Hyun-W stared at him for a moment, then shifted his gaze coldly, declaring, "The loser must willingly offer their head, and if this is refused, I will be the judge." The next day, a crowd gathered in front of the City Hall as rain poured down. Ki-ok worriedly looks at Junwoo and says, "Hunter Kim, are you sure you're okay with this match? Even if you volunteered, this is a bit much." "Don't worry." Before the old man could finish, Junwoo coldly cut him off. "After all, this duel of honor is just a test for me. This sudden challenge must be orchestrated by that guy, the level 8 Esper, watching silently from the City Hall building. The general of the Eastern Wilderness." Thinking this, Junwoo smirked and said, "Let's see. Watch closely and see what I can do." Soon Junwoo and Bung-jin faced off in the center of the grounds. Bung-jin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What a pity, Warrior Kim. We could have been good comrades if you'd joined our Hunter Association." Hearing this, Junwoo couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand dismissively. "But I don't like working with dirty things like you." These words enraged Bung-jin, and he roared, "Since you've made your choice, I'll just have to kill you all." As soon as he finished speaking, Byung-jin unleashed his demonic power, causing those around him to cry out in terror. "A demon dragon? Is he a shape-shifting devil?" Junsu understood their shock. Vampires were thought to be extinct, but he knew about this one and had prepared accordingly. The night before, Junsu had asked the Kiryok duo to find him something, and his uncle's confidant brought him some, then asked suspiciously, "I searched all the nearby markets to find as much as I could. Are you sure this is enough to deal with that worm vampire?" Junwoo scoffed. "Manager Park, you're always in such a hurry." Then he began to merge his attributes. And then Junsu acquired the diamond body trait, completing the construction of his 3 main attributes. Back in reality, Byung-jin furiously attacks Junsu, who raises his shield in defense. This makes him incredulous as he mutters, "A measly level 4 can easily block my attack." He scoffs and coldly says, "I'm not weak enough to lose to a monster like you." Immediately, he landed a blow that forced Byung-jin backwards, who muttered through gritted teeth, "What kind of power is this? Could he be hiding his true level? This must be the overpowered combination known as the triad traits." But Junsu possesses all 3 of these traits, maximizing the giant's power. And combined with his diamond body and immortality, Junsu quickly lunges at Byung-jin, relentlessly attacking and forcing him into a defensive position. In an instant, Byung-jin's claws are chopped off. His eyes bloodshot with rage, he roared, "If it's come to this, I have no choice." As soon as he said that, Byung-jin's body began to change, his sharp fangs grew rapidly, and his claws formed a new set. Bizarre pincers emerged from Byung-jin's back, causing the two guards outside to murmur in disbelief. A mutated monster. This is the demon's second awakened form achieved through mutation, but the risk is losing control and becoming a monster. But once awakened, it will possess the power to wipe out an entire squad of level 5s, so it must be eliminated before it fully develops. Just then, the mutated Byung-jin attacked Junu, but Junu retaliated with black flames only for his claws to shatter them. Junu was shocked. It could withstand the black flames. If it fully awakens, it could easily surpass level 7. Just then, one of Byung-jin's legs lunged forward. Junu couldn't react in time, and was pinned to the ground. What monstrous power! Seizing the chance, Byung-jin lunges forward, gloating, "I truly regret this, Warrior Kim. I never imagined I'd have to kill such a valuable talent with my own hands." A series of sharp pincers lunged at Junu, shattering the ground and filling the air with dust. Byung-jin stood tall, gazing at the rubble before him, convinced of his victory. Until a sigh echoed from within, the smoke startling him. Junu rose from the rubble, scoffing, "I almost died there. Now you've got the Destroyer King's iron fist." Byung-jin exclaimed in disbelief. "What? With that awakened power, you should be dead right." "I would be, if it weren't for the black flames slowly stopping the bio-corruption." Junu chuckled. "You've had your turn, now it's mine. If your evolution is stopped, there's only one thing left to do. Before it fully evolves, I'll just cut its throat." With that thought, Junu unleashed a strike, a radiant blade of light hurtling forward. He smirked, "Farewell, monster." Byung-jin stared in horror as the radiant sword light hurtled towards him, but he was powerless to stop it, and was cleaved in two. When the light faded, a large fissure had formed in the ground, and Bayan had vanished into smoke. The two Kioks were overjoyed, surrounding Runshu and cheering. "You really defeated a level 5 vampire. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. You're amazing." Meanwhile, Byung-jin's side was in utter chaos, paralyzed by confusion, and Jin Yang was no different, unable to believe Byung-jin had been defeated so easily. Junu, unconcerned, glanced at Guk and asked, "What do you plan to do with the Hunter Association?" Now Kisei paused, then suggested, "How about you become its chairman?" Hunter Kim. Junu shook his head, declining. "No, the director understands the association best, so I believe he's the right man for the job." As they spoke, Hongwan approached and said, "Warrior Kim, come with me. The general wants to see you." Junu smirked, just as he'd suspected John had been watching the fight. Moments later, someone awaited him inside the palace, and Junu bowed in greeting. "Greetings, I am Warrior Kim." He then looked up at the person in front of him. "So this is General John of Hua-Wang. I thought he was over 100 years old, but he doesn't look it, does he?" As Junu pondered, Jom suddenly spoke. "Yes, your fighting style is quite refreshing. Who taught you?" Even without releasing mana, the pressure from his presence is overwhelming. Junshu took a deep breath, calming himself as he replied, "I have no master." Jom, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, "Really, you're self-taught?" The two people sitting on either side of him also spoke up. "Your movements are truly unorthodox. Your swordsmanship is barely passable, and your movements are clumsy." Junu is a little disgruntled by the remark. "The more I watch you, the more intriguing you become," Jom continued, unaware of Junu's thoughts. "Have you considered becoming my disciple?" It was hardly an unexpected offer. In the game, Junsu would have received this upon choosing the warrior class. Becoming Jom's disciple would make him incredibly powerful, and the reward is the swordsmanship of General Huang, but Junu declines with a bow. "I'm honored and grateful, but I want to try to stand on my own 2 feet. These words stunned the onlookers. He dares refuse his father's offer. Has he lost his mind? Junu remained silent, knowing acceptance would come with limitations. Choosing the easy path isn't always the right answer. Jom remained silent, but the others wouldn't stop their incessant chatter, and his patience wore thin. "Silence," he roared. "Silence, all of you." Jom's aura overwhelms everyone around him, and even Junu feels crushed by its weight. Even his pressure alone feels like it's crushing me. "But you'll endure it because of your trait." Seeing Junu stand firm against his aura, Jom was surprised, and he coldly withdrew his killing intent. "You can withstand that. Despite your potential, why refuse to be my disciple?" Junshu trembled, as if facing a lake larger than a mountain. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "My dream is to reach level 9 on my own, to reach the stars. A feat only 4 others have ever achieved." Jom was taken aback by this. To become as strong as a level 9 warrior, you'll need to learn advanced swordsmanship and proper training, but more than anything, you need enlightenment. Upon reaching level 7, one may be hindered by bad habits, but Junu remains firm. Right or wrong, he wants to walk his own path. That's how he chose to deal with it, and Jom couldn't help but laugh. "Very well, I respect your indomitable spirit." With that, he grabbed a sword and threw it to Junu. This scene shocks everyone in the room, as Junu's eyes light up at the sight of the sword in his hands. This is the SSR-level Black Tiger sword, but Junu is still confused. Jom then told him to come closer and take this as well. Junu obediently approached him, lowering his hands to receive the offering. Jom slowly spoke, explaining that this was the Hua Wang sword technique, and he'd heard Junsu's swordsmanship emphasized power. The Hoang sword technique blends strength and speed, making it a perfect fit for Junu. Caught off guard, Junu paused before replying. Thank you, General, but why are you giving this to me? It's not that I dislike gifts, but this is too much pressure. Jom calmly replied. I'm giving it to you because I see your spirit and potential. If within 10 years you reach level 9 or even just level 8, the Eastern Army will be yours. These words left Junu in shock once more. Everyone around him began to dissuade him, saying, General, this is absurd, he's just a foreigner. But Jom was adamant, declaring, Listen, well, any of you who reach level 8 will inherit my position. The others quieted down, and Jom turned to Junu, saying, You have 10 years to do as you please, but if you fail to reach level 8, you must return the Black Lake sword. Upon hearing this, Junu gripped his sword tightly, and after a long pause knelt down and solemnly declared, I will remember this, and I will show you the results in 10 years. Junu had no intention of inheriting the Eastern Army, but keeping the offer open wasn't a bad idea, and refusing someone's kindness would be rude. The next day, Junu finally returned to the city. Sitting in the Hunters Guild headquarters, Kyoke chuckled. Guess who's going to be called Lord Black Lake from now on? But why did you refuse to become his disciple? Junshu replied calmly. Well, I have a dream of making it on my own. To collect all 3 divine swords, he can't be tied to any organization. Soren has a connection, so he just needs to wait for her to awaken as a Mars warrior. But Junsu has yet to meet Janet or Kali, and he can't help but sigh at the thought. Kyok, unaware of Junu's thoughts, chuckled. Haha, you're truly unique. Without you, our association would be in dire straits. He paused, then grasped Junu's hand, solemnly, stating, Since you declined the chairman position, how about becoming an honorary director? Hearing this, Jun frowned in alarm. An honorary director, with a nod, Kisok explained. You'll only need to attend quarterly meetings and all your benefits will be guaranteed. Junu frowned, thinking was this the dream job where he got paid without working? Seeing that he hadn't answered, Ki made an offer. Of course we didn't think that would be enough, so we've prepared something else. Junu's eyes lit up. Kisuk presents a briefcase containing 2 long rifles, gleefully introducing them as Dasan guns. Junu stared excitedly at the gun before him, created by the mad scientist Dasan during the final years of the Joseon dynasty. Seeing Junu's interest, Kisiok happily said, We'll give you both of the ones our association currently holds. What do you think? And while you're at it, why not collect the whole Dan gun collection? If you get all 5 I hear, you can create Dasan's magic book. Junu knew this was a divine artifact that could unlock top-tier sharpshooter traits, and he would collect them when he had the chance. Ki-uk gazes at him, winks, and says, Then let's finalize this. The director has received enough power, so Junu naturally won't refuse. He happily nods. Alright, I'm in your care. After discussing things with Director Kang, no Chairman Kang Junsu returned to his private residence. He heads down to the basement again to practice his swordsmanship. In a short time, Junsu has already reached the 4th stage of flower light swordsmanship. He trains relentlessly, the sword light dancing in the air. The key to mastering the illusory sword lies in controlling magical power. If used correctly, the sword energy will merge. Junsu takes a deep breath, focuses his mind, and draws his sword once more. Instantly, a powerful sword light slashed out, and with a bang, everything in front exploded, smoke and fire filling the sky. When the dust settles, a large crack appears in the thick wall before him. Junshu mutters in awe. This power is insane, but you'll need more practice to fully control it. Thanks to the Black Lake sword, he can draw a huge amount of aura. And Junu smirks, satisfied with his gains. He gained the quick draw and crescent moon traits. Junshu exclaimed excitedly that receiving these 2 traits made the training worthwhile. He's close to unlocking the fox spirit trait, just 2 more to go. He wanted to do it right away, but instead he heads to the rooftop to chill. But Junu's life could never be that rosy. Before long, a commotion downstairs made him grumble in dissatisfaction. What the hell? I was just about to relax. There's a black car parked in front of your house, and a staggering man just jumped out. This man is none other than Chol Kwan, now a one-armed wreck covered in wounds, desperately pleading, Warrior Kim, please help me save my brother. Seeing Chol Kwan's broken state, Junu is shocked. He rushed downstairs anxiously asking, What the hell happened to you? That night, Junu and Chol Kwan arrived at a building's rooftop. Junu, hearing his story, frowned and asked, So your underlings betrayed you because they wanted to start their own gang? Tikwayen nodded, slightly pursing his lips. They secretly created a human trafficking ring behind my back. They harbored resentment because I punished the group leaders. Junu frowned, countering, I don't think that's the reason. These words confused Tikwayen, but Junu didn't care, using his abilities to survey the area. Although Tikwayen was betrayed in the game, Junu remembered that it would end when he brought out the hunters, and despite Tikwayen's serious injuries, the enemy still posted many armed guards around, meaning they might actually be targeting you. The Hunter brothers, the Bomber in Black, and the Demolition Expert might also be involved. Thinking this through, Junu immediately suggests, I'll go through the front gate while you go find your brother. That's definitely a trap. What are you thinking? Smiling confidently, Junu said, Trust me, I'm level 4 now, you know. With that, he pulled out a gun. True to his word, Junu confidently strode through the front gate, seemingly without a care in the world. Seeing him, the ambushers inside immediately took up their battle stances, their leader sneering. "The fool actually came right to us." Junshu narrowed his eyes, then said grimly, "So it's you the one who betrayed the Golden Iron Fist?" The man scoffed. "Betraying the Golden Iron Fist is standing against the will of the entire gang." With a cold huff, Junu retorted, "Even so, human trafficking is beyond the pale, don't you think?" With that he aimed his gun, but the man, unafraid, smugly laughed. "What are you doing? This is a bulletproof vest. Go ahead and shoot, I dare you." Junshu smirked and opened fire. The bullet pierced the armor and struck him, sending him flying backward as he muttered in disbelief. How? How can you pierce my armor with a single bullet?" Junsu was extremely pleased, because in his hands was the Dasan capable of piercing any defense. This smug look of his infuriates the traitor, who screams for the others to shoot him quickly. The first gun he received from the Hunter Association was a Dasan, and its ability was power. So Junsu fearlessly unleashes a barrage of bullets, obliterating everything in their path and sending them to their doom. But that wasn't enough. Junu added more traits suited for a gunslinger. He wiped out those guys with ease and even gained the spread shot trait. And just like that, Junu completed the final piece in building his gunslinger persona, smirking as he said, "Now I'll use this to wipe them out, then deal with the bastards behind this." And just like that, Junu began to show off his sharpshooting skills, unleashing a furious hail of bullets upon them. Even with body armor, they couldn't withstand the multi-shot rifle, and one by one, they fell. Before long, the group was wiped out, leaving only one standing. He trembled on the ground, looking at Junu like he was a monster, but Junu didn't care. He scoffed, "Looks like you weren't the mastermind behind this plan. Where are they?" Before the traitor could answer, the phone on the ground suddenly rang. Junshu answered the phone, and a mocking voice came through. "Warrior Kim, I'm sending you a little gift." Hearing this, Junu frowned in confusion. A gift. Before he could understand what was happening, something hurtled toward him and exploded. Luckily, Junu used his ability to escape just in time, safely exiting the collapsing building. Junu gritted his teeth, realizing these madmen had used the entire building as a trap, and it was time to teach them a lesson. Then he used his sixth sense to detect the magic power of those people, and their location was quickly revealed. Jun quickly heads to the next building, scoffing, "Keep hiding. With this ability I can find you even if I'm blindfolded." But while searching for his enemies, something came flying from afar. Junshu quickly dodged and the object crashed into the building behind him, exploding on impact. Surveying the wreckage, Junu was clearly displeased, muttering, "So this is how they want to play, huh? Fine. Today I'll end this vicious cycle once and for all." With that, he pulled out his sniper rifle, changing his traits to that of a marksman. Without hesitation, Junu takes aim, a smirk spreading across his face. "With these traits, I feel like I'm playing an FPS game." Sure enough, Junu quickly locates the two hidden enemies. Junu smirked and pulled the trigger, sending a bullet screaming through the air and straight into one of their heads. Seeing his comrade fall, the remaining man panicked, desperately, trying to help him as he muttered, "I hid between two buildings, how could he still?" Junushu, far away, was still locked on target with his sniper scope. He smirked, "Better run and hide. These walls are nothing against my bullets now. Because this is a bullet that can penetrate any object and strike what is unseen." And then Junu pulls the trigger again, sending the bullet hurtling forward. A direct hit, it pierced right through his head. But Junu knew he wasn't dead yet, because this bullet targeted the soul, not the body. But this is much better, and the others will handle the rest. As the two men fell, Chi Quan approached. As he pondered, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Boss." Tai Quan turned to see his men approaching, one carrying a boy on his back. He exclaimed with joy, "You're all alive." His subordinate quickly replied, "We did our best to protect your brother." Tai Quan nodded and chuckled. "You kids have no idea how worried I was." He sighed in relief, seeing the boy sleeping soundly on his subordinate's back. He paused for a moment, then asked, "What about the other members?" The subordinate quickly reported, "Those who were imprisoned have escaped safely. What's our plan now?" Tai Quan paused, then spoke. "First we clean up this mess, but first we deal with those who dared to double-cross my gang." Tai Quan stared grimly at the two men who had regained consciousness, causing them to tremble. Meanwhile, after dealing with the two thugs, Junu waited for Tai Quan, who was taking longer than expected. He muttered, "What's taking Tai Quan so long?" Just then, Tai Quan's voice came from behind, startling Kim Junu, who turned to see him suddenly running up and kneeling before him. Confused, Junu asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Iron Fist lowered his head, hesitating for a long moment before finally whispering, "Please, Golden Warrior, teach me how to become as strong as you." Iron Fist says, "If Junu shows me how I'll become his servant." Hearing this, Junu was stunned, then sighed. "If Iron Fist is grateful, just give him a nice reward. You don't need him to be indebted to you for life." But he couldn't deny that Iron Fist could become a much stronger warrior than he was now. Seeing Junu's silence, Iron Fist continued, "I can even sign a magic contract with you, one that proves my absolute obedience." Junshu narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, "Really?" Without hesitation, Iron Fist nodded. "Of course, absolutely." A sinister smile crept across Junshu's face as he spoke. "Good then, starting tomorrow prepare to face death." Hearing his agreement, Iron Fist immediately kowtows. From now on, I will follow your orders absolutely. After the battle, the sky began to brighten. This area has also become a pile of rubble, as the two Junus head somewhere. Is this the human modification zone we acquired? Iron Fist muttered as they walked. Junu nodded slightly. That's right, and the traders used this place to continue their human trafficking. Hearing this, Taekwon was shocked and exclaimed, Here, I told those bastards to only use this place for storage. Don't tell me you brought me here to modify my body. June nonchalantly admits that this is the perfect place to upgrade superhumans with upgradable powers. Today you'll undergo both biological transformation and prosthetic grafting at the same time. As if on reflex, Taekwon shuddered, muttering in a panic. At the same time, isn't that dangerous? Many have lost control of their mana doing that. Before he could finish, Junu waved his hand and said, Don't worry, as long as the transformation factor and the prosthetic are compatible, it'll be fine. And so, the two continued, deeper inside, stopping at a basement level. Junu placed Iron Fist in the experiment machine, controlling it from the outside. They didn't have many materials, but it was more than enough to upgrade a level 3 warrior. The theory of upgrading warriors is basic, but it requires innovative combinations. Thinking this, Junu looked at Iron Fist and warned, It's going to hurt a bit. Are you okay? Taekwon nodded slightly, replying, I'm ready. Then let's begin. Without hesitation, Junu chuckled and began clicking the mouse, his magic enveloping the experiment machine. Taking a deep breath, Cheolkwon steeled himself as the saw slowly moved toward him and began to cut. The pain forces Iron Fist to scream out. In close combat, Zenon's Iron Fist uses his prosthetic hand as a weapon, but in mid-range combat he switches to a machine gun. So instead of materials for close combat or ranged fighting, choosing the right traits will pave the way for Iron Fist to transform into a demon. And finally, Junu adds the Philosopher's Stone. In an instant, the experiment lit up, injecting fluid into the Iron Fist's body. In that instant, his entire body began to transform. June held his breath and waited, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. The experiment is a great success. The machine slowly opens, revealing claws and sharp teeth. Iron Fist has become a werewolf mutant. Junshu smirked and asked, How do you feel, Iron Fist? Do you like this rebirth? The werewolf mutation drug infused with mana into the prosthetic will trigger a mutation, a necessary step for a warrior to grow stronger. Junu used this on Iron Fist. He looked at him intently, raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, If you start evolving, you won't have any difficulty achieving your goals. Chul Quan happily replied, God, thank you so much. So what should we do? Junu thought for a moment before suggesting, How about you guys start expanding your influence throughout District 1? You need a gang to maintain public order and monitor the other villainous gangs. Just then, someone ran in from outside. Shiquan turned to them and said, You guys. But when they saw his current appearance, they paused for a moment. Then trembling, he muttered, Is that you, boss? But what happened to you? With a cold tone, Teach Quian replied, I've upgraded myself with a lot of body enhancements, but never mind that. Why are you here? The man hurriedly reported. We found the human trafficking route used by the traitor Kijom Boom and traces of biological experiments, but it's heavily guarded by a young mage who can fire lasers. Hearing this, Cheolkwon frowned and muttered. A young mage, Junshu behind him was silent, wondering if this was the person he was looking for. In a building not far away, explosions rocked, the interior walls were riddled with holes, and inside a cage a frail figure huddled. When Cheolkwon and Junshu arrived, they witnessed this scene of devastation. Taekwon couldn't help but sigh. Did that mage do this? If we don't hurry, this whole building will collapse. With power like that, there's no doubt. Inside that cage is Janet, one of the game's 3 most overwhelming warriors. If Soren has the Star of Destruction, Janet has a natural gift, the very thing that allowed her to rise to the top as one of the game's 3 most powerful warriors. But the truth is, Janet's constant use of that precious ability means her life is now in danger due to mana depletion, because she's instinctively using her power to protect herself. As Junu pondered, magical beams from the cage suddenly surged toward him and Iron Fist. Iron Fist, not daring to ignore them, quickly dodged, grumbling with displeasure. Damn it, we can't get close to her like this. But Junu dashed forward, ignoring the magical energy aimed at him. With a bang, the magic suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Janet inside the cage stops, but at the same moment Junu reaches the cage. He shattered the iron bars with his bare hands, enduring the pain to save her. But Janet inside suddenly attacks. Caught off guard, Junu is blown back as an explosion erupts in front of the cage, filling the air with smoke. Iron Fist was frantic outside, but before he could act, a vial was thrown out. June emerged from the smoke, cradling Janet's small body. He breathes a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping being burned alive. Seeing him, Cheolkwon happily rushes over to say something, but Junu quickly signals him to stop. Quiet, I've sedated her, we need to leave before it wears off. Junu shook his head. No, I'll take her back to my place and take responsibility for her treatment. Later, at Junsu's home, Soren arrived in the basement, with her things cheerfully announcing, I'm here, teacher. Junu glanced at her, and after a long pause finally spoke. You're a senior in high school already. Soren smiles. I knew you'd notice. By the way, what are you teaching me today? Junshu scratched his head hesitant. The situation is a bit complicated, but my second student candidate isn't feeling well right now. He glanced at Janet, who was resting with her eyes closed. Soren noticed as well, rushing over to check on her. Good heavens, what happened to her? Junu slowly explained. She can't control her powers yet. I plan to take Janet as my disciple and awaken her true power. He asked Soren if she could take care of Janet, and Soren agreed without hesitation. If it's something you need, I'll do anything. And just like that, she stayed at Junu's house. A few days later, in the basement, Junu and Soren had been attacking Janet for days, but her magic continued to protect her. Soren attacked, asking suspiciously, "How long do we have to fight back with these things? It's been a week." Junu didn't know what to say. He was attacking with all his might as well. After a long while, the seawater pouch was almost empty, and Junu finally said, "Her magic should be running low now. She'll regain consciousness soon. Hang in there." They fought for a while longer, and finally their efforts paid off. Janet's magic has stopped, and she slowly opens her eyes, looking around in confusion. Janet muttered in confusion. "Where am I?" Soren rushed over to her, smiling happily. "Hey, you're awake. I was worried you wouldn't wake up. Are you hurt anywhere?" Janet shook her head slightly. "No, I don't think so. But where is this, and why am I here?" Soren pointed to Junu, explaining, "That man over there saved me, and he also helped heal my wounds." Janet stood up and bowed to Junu. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Janet." Junu shook his head. "It was nothing. I'm just glad you're okay." "But how did you get locked up in there?" At this, Janet's voice filled with sorrow. "My parents died trying to escape the Ilyang magic tower, and I was captured." Soren couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Junu wasn't surprised, as it was just like the game's storyline. He approached the girl and said sincerely, "Janet, if you have nowhere to go, I'd love for you to stay here. Actually, I was hoping you'd become my apprentice." Janet was stunned. Janet nodded slightly, saying she can avenge her parents' deaths, and he will teach her how to become a superhuman. She bit her lip and mumbled, "But I have nothing to repay you with." "It's okay." Junu chuckled, saying she could repay him after she became strong enough. Janet hesitated for a moment, her eyes brimming with tears, but she quickly spoke with determination. "Yes, please help me become a superhuman, and I promise I'll repay you in the future." Junu nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll be looking forward to it." He was overjoyed, as Janet was a truly valuable talent, the one who will teach you one of the 3 most overwhelming sword skills in this game. But as Junu was thinking, a ray of magic suddenly shot out. It grazed his ear and blasted the wall behind him. Janet apologized. "I didn't mean to." Soren quickly reassured her. "It's okay, no one was hurt." June, feeling helpless, sighed and said, "Janet, let's focus on helping you control your magic first." She nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." Then Junsu began to explain Janet's unique ability. "The name of the power you possess is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means here?" Janet shook her head. "No." But Soren excitedly chimed in, "Like sword energy, right?" Junu slowly explained that this trait was similar to a star of destruction. However, he says Janet needs to train her body to withstand the magical power she's using, because if the pipes are too small, the water won't flow. Janet hesitated, muttering, "Do you really think my physique can improve?" Junu confidently replied, "Of course I'll teach you one of my attributes." He would use this opportunity to test the transfer system, the same system he'd use to learn swordsmanship from Soren with Janet in the future. The metallic body trait will harden the user's body and mind, and that's exactly what Janet, who has suffered so much physically and mentally, needs right now. Janet, now brimming with excitement, asks Master, "What do we start with?" Junshu smiled knowingly, then roared, "What do we start with? Eating as much as you can, of course. The training will be brutal, so eat up." So, Soren and Janet had a hearty meal, and 2 weeks later, back in Junsu's basement, they were in the thick of intense combat training. Unlike her previous frail appearance, Janet now seemed much more full of life, and Soren was not far behind, having made significant progress as well. Junu quietly observed their training, impressed that they'd reached this level in just 2 weeks. True geniuses. Soren even had swordplay traits already. He then spoke up, "That's enough for now. I'll take her to train something else. Janet's body is strong enough now. It's time to train her to use mana correctly." Junu faces Janet with his sword, smirking. "I won't hold back. Try to block my attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his sword. Janet didn't dare be careless and used her shield to defend, but Junu continued to attack, forcing her into a defensive position. Before long, the two had exchanged several blows, and Junu began to get a feel for her abilities. Her movements exuded a steady aura, along with the magic power from Janet's innate energy and her magical heart, so he raised his sword and struck again. The sword light tore through the air, forcing Janet backward. But Junu smiled with satisfaction now that Janet could precisely control her mana. Just then, Soren rushed over and embraced Janet, exclaiming, "You did it, Janet. Congratulations on awakening." Junu spoke with satisfaction, and Janet smiled gratefully, saying, "Thank you, teacher. It's all thanks to you and Soren." As expected, an SSR character is on a whole other level. Awakening and already at level 3. Compared to others, it's not too surprising. Soren, not to be outdone, declared, "I can't lose to my juniors. I must hunt immediately." Janet, hearing this, quickly followed. "Let me come with you." Junu was naturally pleased with this sight. If they grow fast enough, they'll learn one of the 3 strongest sword techniques soon. I can't fall behind. So Junwoo checked his phone and finally spoke, saying that before his student's personal quest began, he had a few things to take care of. A few days later, Junwoo's plane landed in a mountainous region. This is Atran, the city of the Holy War. Beneath those shell-shaped buildings lies a massive interdimensional labyrinth, a dangerous place where the souls of forgotten gods constantly pour in. But Akin is currently protected by humanity's strongest team, the Guardian Alliance, so there's nothing to worry about. The reason I came to Akin is to transfer the Hojar cultivation technique here. Soon after, Junsu arrived at a bar called Diana, where a woman was waiting for him. Seeing Junsu, the woman frowned and said, "I don't think I've seen you before. Anything special you'd like to drink?" Junwoo coldly replied, "Do you sell information with your drinks?" The woman asked back, puzzled. "Information? What do you want?" Junwoo calmly replied, "I'm looking for Sigmund Sigurdsson, and I'm willing to pay for information." Upon hearing this, the woman was taken aback, and after a long pause, she hesitantly replied, "I'm sorry, but that might be difficult. His wife is currently very ill." Junwoo frowned slightly in silence. Come to think of it, Sigmund's game info mentioned a sad story about his deceased wife. With that in mind, Junwoo immediately asked, "Madam, may I see his wife for a moment?" Meanwhile, at a house on the city's edge, the Dodana barmaid led him there, whispering, "You can go inside now. Sigmund is currently in a very sensitive state." Junwoo nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. With that, the woman entered cautiously, saying, "Excuse me, Mr. Sigmund. A guest said he wanted to check on your wife, but upon entering I saw 2 pastors performing some kind of ritual by the bed." The woman sighed in relief, seeing that they already had a guest. Luckily, it seemed a priest had arrived to treat her. "Perhaps we should step outside for a moment." But before he could finish, a hand grabbed the priest's arm. It was Jun Shu. The pastor, startled, exclaimed, "What do you want?" "Let go of my hand. What do you think you're doing during the healing process?" These 2 are pastors from the Tho and Gur congregations, and their healing abilities are on par. But Jun Shu coldly stated, "Treatment is meaningless now. The holy light will only worsen the injury." This made the Tho Order's pastor angry and indignant, scolding, "What are you saying and how would you know?" Before Junshu could answer, Sitmun, who was waiting nearby, ordered them away, saying, "Get out, what does a strange superhuman like you know?" The woman from Diana's bar quickly explained, "Sitmun, he says he knows how to heal Jordis." Before he could finish, Sitmun angrily shouted that every second mattered, but just then, the person on the bed was suddenly lifted into the air. Sitmun rushes over in a panic. "Ed, no, I'm going to heal you right now." Junu tried to intervene, but it was too late. The priest had already begun channeling holy energy into Jordis. And just like that, she was lifted high into the air once more, and Sitmun's face fell as he witnessed the scene. A dark aura instantly engulfs Jordis's body, and Chi-hyun frantically questions the priest. "Why is Jordis like this? Keep healing her, hurry." The priest shook his head, replying, "It's too late. The holy light can no longer stop this disease." Words that plunged Exihmun into despair. But at that moment Junshu coldly spoke up, saying she could still be saved. "Is your wife's illness caused by the evil spirit of Haki Maris?" Sipun asked, looking at him in disbelief. "How do you know? Do you really know how to cure it?" With a nod, Jun coldly replied, "Indeed, I've been telling the truth from the start." And with that confirmation, Shik-mun knelt on the ground. Trembling, he begged, "I implore you, if you save my wife, I, Chi-mun, swear on my honor to give you everything." "Good." Hearing this, Jun smirked. "Then you must keep your promise." Immediately he changed his demeanor. He then channeled mana into Jordis's body. Stigma is a disease caused by demons in the labyrinth. It can shatter a person's soul, one of the worst afflictions imaginable. A fiend slowly draining their life force. But thanks to Junsu, Edis returned to normal, and Sitmun exclaimed with joy. She stopped convulsing. Junu nodded slightly, saying, "I used mana to put her to sleep." Just then the two priests returned with the supplies. "Savior, we've brought what you asked for," Junshu said with satisfaction. "Very well, let's begin immediately." Immediately the ritual was set up around Jordis's bed, as Junu concocted medicine nearby. With preparations complete, the two priests asked doubtfully, "All the candles have been lit. Will this really cure her?" Junu coldly replied that it was more about helping her win than curing her, and even in a game this kind of buff wasn't easy to deal with. The more they try to heal her, the stronger it becomes, draining Jordis's HP. In short, it's like giving it her power. To overcome the possession, they must first eliminate the seed hidden within the possessed body. At that moment, Edward was once again enveloped in dark energy, his body floating in the air, and before long, two horns emerged from his head. Her body also began to change, and Sipun cried out in alarm. "Why is Jordis turning into a demon? Did he do something wrong?" Junshu shook his head. "No, the process is going perfectly. Demons are always like this. You have to provoke a reaction first." He then grabbed a crucifix and unhesitatingly slammed it into Jordis's stomach. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from her body as Junshu roared, "Begone, you sinful creature, you devil." As he spoke, a cloud of dark energy escaped Jordis's body, which then collapsed onto the bed. Ixihmun rushed over to check on Edward, who had finally regained consciousness. Seeing her husband in tears, she asked in confusion, "Did someone die? Why are you crying?" Sobbing, Zichmun explained, I've been possessed for half a year, and only just woke up. If it weren't for him, I would have died, he said, pointing to Junwoo in the distance, who without paying attention, glanced at the two pastors and said, "Now it's the pastor's turn to finish the exorcism." With that, he turned to leave the room, giving the pastors space to perform their exorcism. A moment later in the drawing room, Sheik Moon gratefully addressed Junwoo. "I'm truly grateful, but why did you come all the way from Korea?" Junwoo didn't hide anything, answering casually, "To find you, of course." This leaves Sheik Moon bewildered as Junwoo continues with a smile. "Didn't you say you'd give me anything? Then please pass down the Sigus technique to me." Sigmund's ancestor is Sigus, the most famous human hero in Norse mythology. The Sus technique is a family heirloom, a cultivation art far superior to Ha. So as Smund began to impart the technique to Junsu, he felt every cell in his body awakening, and the very nature of his magic changing, becoming stronger, tougher, and more intense. Junsu's heart was now enveloped in magical energy, and as he meditated, he finally unlocked the Sig technique. Junsu's maximum mana capacity has increased by over 30%, so he no longer has to worry about learning other sword techniques. Just then, the two priests entered and announced that Jordis's treatment was complete. Hearing this, Xiumin happily stood up. "Really?" Afterward, he ran off. The two pastors approached Junwoo hesitantly, asking Superman, "Kim, you're amazing to be able to cure possession. Do you know how to treat other types of possession?" Junwoo nodded slightly. "A little." Hearing this, the two pastors eagerly suggested, "Could you teach us? Of course we'll pay you, and if we do it right, we might even receive blessings from the religion right." And so Junshu agreed without hesitation. Of course, the Allied forces are the ones who stopped the Great Maze for humanity. He said he couldn't accept money from people like them, so he'd teach them for free, prompting the two pastors to praise him as a saint. Little did they know the depth of Yu's scheme. Would these two armies truly accept this for free and pretend nothing happened? Of course not. This is the way to unlock the hidden quest. Many nights later, Atran City held a banquet, and everyone raised their glasses in celebration. The married couple, Sheik Moon, stood on either side of Junwoo, urging him to drink, then proceeded to drink a lot themselves. Junwoo was speechless. How much had they drunk? He was about to pass out from overload. A week prior, Junwoo held a lecture for the city's people, spreading the method to overcome this stage to both the Church and the Guardian Alliance, and went around saving warriors suffering from possessed demons. Junwoo even revealed the ingredients, so it's only natural that Ayan would throw a festival in his honor as he changed their fate. But now Junwoo needs to rest. He's exhausted from all the attention. A little later, Junwoo finally manages to slip away. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally free. Those people really know how to party. Just then, the director of the Guardian Alliance approached Du to greet him, saying with a cheerful smile, "I was worried I wouldn't get a chance to thank you. I rushed here as soon as I recovered. Do you have time now?" Junshu shook his head slightly, replying, "I'm a bit tired right now. I think we should talk later." Hearing this, the Guardian Alliance director couldn't help but sigh in resignation. "What a pity our chairman wanted to meet you." Hearing this, Junwoo stopped dead in his tracks while the director of the Guardian Alliance continued to ramble on. "If you're not available, I'll explain it to him," but he changed his mind, winking and saying, "No, I'm suddenly not tired anymore, please lead the way." If he's the chairman of the Guardian Alliance, then Junwoo knows who he is, the youngest disciple of the Blood Demon King. A moment later, Junwoo was led to a luxurious house. He bowed to the man in the chair. "It's an honor to meet you, I am Gold Warrior." The man greeted him politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, I am Chen Wei." Junshu stared at him intently, saying, "President, I know all about your dedication to the Guardian Alliance and your guarding of the labyrinth." Chen Wei replied with a modest smile, "Thank you for the compliment. It's nothing, please have a seat." Junshu sat down, and Tranvi chuckled. "I heard you spread the cure for the spirit seal, in a trin, is that right? You're even more impressive than I'd heard." He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You know about me?" Unconsciously smiling, Chen Wei casually replied, "There's no news in this world that the Guardian Alliance doesn't know. I hear you're a rising star in Korea. Have you considered becoming my disciple?" As he finished speaking, he watched Junwoo intently awaiting his answer. Hearing this, Junwoo exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean?" Chen Wei slowly explained, "Your strange personality is very similar to my master's, like someone who can predict the future." Junshu frowned slightly and asked, "You mean the Heavenly Demon?" Damok nodded, and Chen Wei continued, "That's right, the Heavenly Demon was unrivaled in his time. His skills reached the threshold of heaven. Although he's been in secluded training for decades and I haven't seen him, his disciples, the Heavenly Lord, the Ghost Master, the Blood King, they're all SSR rank and level 8, but the Heavenly Demon is unmatched and O rank, and that's because of the Heavenly Demon art. With both offensive and defensive moves, absolute control, mana manipulation and movement techniques, the Heavenly Demon possesses the strongest martial arts in the world." Chen Wei then slowly opened his mouth. "Although it's a pity that the Heavenly Demon art was passed down to my senior brother, my Blood Fist art is also something to behold. Anyone seeking power will not regret it." Junwoo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Are you crazy? Blood Phantom art is a top-tier martial art. This is a golden opportunity." But Junshu said regretfully, "I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I can't accept, Chairman." Confused, Chen Wei asked, am I not worthy to be your master? Junwoo shook his head slightly, replying, it's not that, it's just that I already have one, so I must decline any offers to become someone's disciple. With that, he showed him his sword. After seeing it, Chen Wei nodded in understanding. It seemed he had already met Master Goom. I couldn't possibly disrespect him like that. After all, he's a figure of history. With that, he clicked his tongue in admiration. Just when I thought I'd found a promising disciple, that old man ruined it. It seems I have no choice. With that, Chen Wei placed a badge on the table and said, a small gift to express my feelings for you. Isn't this the heavenly demon insignia? Junshu exclaimed in shock. Wait, you want to give me such a rare item? Chen Wei said solemnly. Only our master and fellow disciples are allowed to use this, so cherish it. Junshu gratefully responded, thank you, but his reason for giving it to me is too obvious. If Junshu changes his mind, come find Chen Wei. Perhaps it's similar to how the general gave him that sword, but Junshu loved it. To be noticed by two powerful figures like this is such a blessing. He's so happy he's shaking. Seeing this, Chen Wei asked suspiciously, why are you suddenly shaking? Junshu quickly stood up, bowed deeply to him, and said respectfully, I'm moved by your gift and I will cherish it. Please take care of yourself. Chen Wei nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I hope we meet again as master and disciple. Junwoo was overjoyed. It was time to collect the reward for that difficult mission. The next day, at a high-rise in the city, the two pastors brought Junwoo a chest of gifts, and though he was pleased, Junwoo feigned reluctance. I don't expect any thanks, which only makes the two pastors praise him more. After some brief responses, Junwoo finally opens the box, revealing a large hammer inside. The pastor from the Thor Church quickly introduced their gift, an item from the Thor Hammer Mjo Nia Church. The gay church then presented him with an SSR-level item, an invisible shield that can freely adapt to the effects of magic. Clutching the items, Junwoo was overjoyed, prompting the pastors to ask, do you like them? Jundu looked up at them, smiling. Are you really giving me such precious gifts? If this is all, I'm a little disappointed. But not to disappoint him, for long they opened another chest. Inside are 10 bottles of Yas honey, 7 diamonds, and even an angel's tear, plus something else. Junshu asked suspiciously, what's this? The heart of a demon. The pastor nodded, explaining, yes, we prepared it for you to refine with the honey when you use it. Junshu frowned, then said, I guess I'll have to ask for a bit more. Thinking about it, he hesitated. Do you have the heart of the fire dragon demon? The guy order priest asked, puzzled. Isn't that something fire mages use? Junwoo summoned black flames in his hand, smirking as he said, that's right, I can use black flames, so I need it. The fire dragon fiend's attribute is hellfire, and you'll need it to win the extreme gamble with the tower. Seeing the black flame, the pastor of the Tho order immediately nodded in understanding. I see, then we're happy to give it to you. He quickly retrieved the fire dragon demon's heart for Junwoo. This is also the last gift for you. Junwoo took it in his hand, smiling brightly. Thank you, everyone. Just then, the priest of the Thor order spoke up. By direct order from above, you are to become an honorary holy knight of the Thor Legion. The gayer priest nodded in agreement. Junshu had no objections. Becoming stronger was important, but there was no need to refuse these offers. So he smiled calmly and said, thank you, I'm happy to become an honorary holy knight. If Junshu ever wants to take back the cardinal's order, he'll need the power of these two orders. As evening approached, the village festival was still in full swing. Helpless Junshu weaved through the crowd on his way home, only to hear a familiar voice and see a figure in a white robe rushing toward him, Priest Kim, looking very worried. Junshu was about to ask what was going on, but Kim silenced him, whispering, shh, I'm being hunted by the cardinal's order, we need to move now. Meanwhile, within the crowd, a group of unfriendly individuals scanned their surroundings, and after escaping to a secluded spot, Priest Kim finally breathed a sigh of relief. I think they're gone. I thought I was a goner. Junshu looked at him suspiciously and asked, what's going on? I thought you were in Levan, the priest slowly explained. At least I found the treasure, and the golden relic inside allowed me to reach level 5, but then he was discovered by the bishop's order. After all, that's their origin. At this, Priest Kim, terrified, clutched his head and muttered, I don't know how hard the trial will be, so I need to reach level 7 quickly for our god. Junshu narrowed his eyes at him, hesitating. Is there anything I can do to help? Hearing this, Priest Kim frowned and fell silent before finally speaking up, embarrassed. Actually, that's why I came to you. Junshu, puzzled, asked, what is it? Kim urgently asked, could you guide me into the great maze? Junshu frowned, muttering the maze. Kim nodded slightly. Yes, to the starting fortress of the 10th floor. Using the labyrinth as a refuge and building strength until then is actually perfect. A little later, at the entrance to the labyrinth, the guards continued to stand watch day and night. Just then, they seemed to notice something. It was Junwoo and Priest Kim approaching, though their faces were covered. The guard suspiciously asked, halt, what do you want? Junwoo calmly replied, I wish to enter the great labyrinth. The guards frowned and fell silent. At this hour, Junwoo calmly explained, I have my reasons. Because of the mask, the guards will think you're a criminal. The Great Maze is often used as a haven for them. This is a chaotic area where the laws of the surface don't apply. The guard hesitated before speaking. A level 4 superhuman, huh? Alright, you can enter, but remember that your identity will be checked on the way out. And so the two entered the labyrinth with ease, Priest Kim wandering in a daze. But on second thought, this wasn't entirely wrong. From an ordinary point of view, Priest Kim is indeed a religious criminal. Inside the maze, Priest Kim walked and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say you were famous around here? But those guys didn't recognize you at all." Junshu smirked. "Don't ask such obvious questions. If I get recognized, rumors will spread and you'll be exposed." Kim, the exorcist, chuckled sheepishly, then spoke up. "It's quieter here than I thought it would be." Just then, Junshu suddenly noticed something, his eyes widening. He frowned and muttered, "There's a dark scent in here." Confused, Father Kim frowned and asked, "What kind of dark scent?" "Run," Shu said grimly. "There are demons lurking ahead. No scratch that they're coming right at us." Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than a horde of demons charged forward. Jun pulled out Thor's hammer and said, "Priest, bless our weapons." Priest Kim quickly cast holy light on Junu, and in an instant, the hammer in his hand was overflowing with it. Junu smirked, wondering how his new weapon would perform. With the SSL weapon and golden blessing in hand, Junu charged forward, beginning his demon sweep. In an instant, they were all defeated. Priest Kim couldn't help but exclaim, truly befitting the name of Golden Warrior. Junshu praised him and his blessing, and with a chuckle, Priest Kim happily said, "To be honest, I was a little worried that the Father's army would follow us here, but once we get through this gate, we'll be on the 9th floor." But Junshu's expression suddenly turned grave, prompting him to ask, "Why?" "The strange look," Junshu replied. "Seriously, I don't think things will go as you expect." Just then, the door ahead burst open and a woman emerged with a group of people behind her. She smirked. "You're later than I expected." The savior, Priest Kim, trembled at the sight of them and hid behind Runshu. Junshu didn't understand how they found him, but on second thought it was obvious they must have been following Priest Kim from the start. So perhaps that woman also has tracking abilities like Runu. No wonder they could follow us no matter where we ran. Just then, the overseer of the Order of the Priesthood chuckled. "This tiresome persuasion ends here. You will finally join our faith." Savior Runu scoffed coldly. "Join your cult. What nonsense are you spouting?" She smirked and said, "The saintess has blessed us with a divine message. If the Savior agrees to join, you'll be treated as her equal, dedicating your body and soul to the Father Church." Hearing this, Junu cursed inwardly. "Are they trying to justify sacrificing me?" He then angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to decide that? You don't need to worry, because the Savior is ready for your inheritance ritual." With that, she gave a malicious smile, as Junu scoffed. "Did you throw Westphalia's etiquette into the soup, or something? You know that acting on your own accord will cause great chaos, right?" Upon hearing this, the woman sneered. Then she threw her head back and roared. "This is a massive labyrinth, a place free from all laws, a place without limits." So she ordered the Holy Knights to eliminate Junu. Junu was initially stunned, and Priest Kim behind him was too scared to say anything. But Run smirked. "That's right, this place is beyond the law, meaning I can tear you limb from limb without hesitation." Priest Kim hesitated. "Are we really going to be able to do this? There are 2 level 5s and the rest are level 3 or higher." Junu confidently replies, "We can do this." He then pulls out a grenade and shouts, "Father Kim bless me." Father Kim immediately complies. Junsu's accumulated stats and weaponry made him confident enough to fight. The grenade, now blessed, surged with holy light. With a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. But when the dust settled, the Order of the Black Father stood there, unharmed. The lead woman scoffed. "What cheap tricks are you trying? Those toys won't even scratch us." But at that moment, Junu pulled out a cannon and aimed it at them, transforming into a sharpshooter and unleashing a furious barrage. But the woman created a protective barrier, rendering them untouchable, and laughed triumphantly. "This is the true power of the Father." "Savior, you say?" Junu scoffed, descending from the sky. A smirk played on his lips as he declared, "That was just the greeting. Now the real show begins." Immediately, Junu shifted his attributes, employing Sig's combat techniques. His mana amplified to the point that the blood in his body boiled. Immediately, Junu moved with blinding speed, launching an assault on the Father Church's forces. Junu's senses heightened, perceiving everything with crystal clarity, pinpointing each enemy's location and weaknesses. He quickly drew his sword, unleashing the flower light chain slash. In an instant, the Father's order's formation was broken, causing one to cry out, "Wait, something's very strange." At the same time, Junu summoned his magic power once more. He then glanced at the remaining enemies and unleashed the Tiger King dual strike. The sword light danced wildly, tearing through the air. The woman hastily commanded, "Don't fall back. The Great Father watches us." Knights form a barricade. Quickly, the remaining knights formed a wall, but Run charged forward without hesitation, drawing his sword once more. This time, it's Tiger King's explosive strike, a furious slash of light that detonates, felling the knights, and even slicing strands of hair from the woman behind them. The holy knights cried out in alarm, "Overseer, the enemy is pushing us back. What should we do? Give us your orders." The woman coldly replied, "Accept death and glory," leaving the knights confused. Ignoring them, she continued with a smile, "Your deaths will please the Father in the divine realm. This is his will. You must not refuse." The difference in numbers and levels means nothing to Junu, who utterly overwhelms the holy knights. Junu relentlessly advances his sword, a whirlwind of destruction, a beautiful dance that brings ruin to all around him, and the woman smiles unfazed. She excitedly exclaimed, "You're absolutely magnificent. Our savior, it's an honor to witness this side of the light." Junsu scoffed, coldly asking, "So, you're finally sending out someone stronger?" Danmo nodded as the woman casually replied, "That's right, I'll send someone worthy of you, but I only care about one thing you absolutely cannot. Design." As she finished speaking, two high-ranking holy knights stepped forward, but Runu's figure remained dauntless, without a trace of fear. Without hesitation, the two holy knights charged forward, and Jun swiftly blocked their swords with his shield. But unexpectedly, the knight who collided with the shield coughed up fresh blood, leaving him utterly bewildered. Internal injuries. He only touched the shield once. Whether the holy knight understood or not, he was sent flying by Jun. Meanwhile, the remaining knight ambushed him from behind, forcing Junshu to quickly dodge. He followed through with a spinning attack, his hammer slamming into the holy knight. He smirked. "Is this the trial you wanted to test me with? I'm not even warmed up yet." The holy knight, battered and broken, looked at Junsu with growing bewilderment. This guy, a savior, he's definitely a devil worshipper. Thinking this, he immediately grabbed his sword, charged forward and shouted, "Vanish demons!" Junu frowned in doubt. Still alive. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, decapitating the man, and scoffed. "Too bad, I don't like doing this much, so it looks like it's just you left." With that, Junu turned his gaze towards the woman who was now laughing maniacally. He still has hidden power within him. He truly is the savior from the father's prophecy. Junu ignored the madwoman's words, quickly switching his weapon to a sword, changing his attributes and receiving support from Priest Kim. Junu coldly said, "Is that all you have to say?" The woman screams, "What more do I need to say? I just want to wait until your soul reaches the divine realm." But as soon as she finished speaking, a powerful ray of sword light struck and exploded. When the smoke cleared, the woman was gone, and Priest Kim marveled at having defeated them all single-handedly. Junshu casually said, "Thanks to your blessing, well done." Then Runshu looked at the woman's corpse and coldly scoffed. "Did you hear the nonsense that woman was spouting at the end? So there's no way to deal with those lunatics." Immediately after, they began to scavenge, but everything around them was in ruins. Junshu sighed, "I got carried away and destroyed everything. Now we can't salvage anything. It's a shame, but that fight gave him enough materials for a high-grade one-on-one trait, so it's all good." With no obstacles remaining, Junsu and Kim enter the massive 10th floor labyrinth. Kim cheers, finally reaching the 10th floor, and Junshu congratulates him on reaching his goal. Kim turns to him gratefully, saying, "Without you, I never would have made it this far. I'd probably still be a normal healer." Junshu chuckled, "You're the one who worked hard. I didn't do anything." Just then, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something, reached into his pocket and pulled out a string, handing it to Junu. He slowly said, "This is the heart of prosperity." Junu excitedly accepted it. This was an SSR-grade divine artifact, a great find. Seeing how much he liked it, the priest added, "I found it in Li Van's treasure valley that you mentioned. I thought it would be perfect for you." Junu was more delighted than ever, and he ruffled the priest's hair, saying, "Thanks, kiddo." Kim was happy to be praised, but then asked curiously, "So, where are you going now?" Junu replied casually, "It's time to return to Korea and find the last item to reach level 5. Days later, in a forest in Gangwon Province, South Korea, Junu enters this lush but dangerous forest after returning home. Junu hadn't gone far when a blade was held to his neck. A figure in a black robe appeared from nowhere, coldly asking, "What's an outsider doing here?" Junu frowned, recognizing the cloaked figure as the SL-ranked Bone Serpent. He'd found the mutant's hiding place. Seeing Junu's silence, Bone Serpent repeated coldly, "I asked you, why are you here?" Jun casually replied, "I have business here, but they ordered me to leave, saying this is a restricted area, so get lost." He scoffed, and Junu pouted, "Isn't this the road to the Village of Hope?" Hearing this, the Serpent Bone froze, asking in confusion, "How do you know that name?" The place Junshu wanted to go was called the Monster Village, but the mutants called it Hope Village. At this moment, Snakebone lowered his blade and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to know the village's real name. I'll lead the way, stay close." With that, it turned and left, and Junsu hurried after it. Luckily, Bone Serpent was on patrol today. He's more easygoing than the other mutants. A short while later, inside the Village of Hope, the trees were blooming full of life, and the mutants were cheerful. As Bone Serpent led Junsu inside, the mutated creatures became wary, and soon, a pair of massive legs appeared, blocking their path. Ju is a giant bear. Narrowing its eyes, it asks Bone Snake, "Why did you bring a human into the village?" Snakebone slowly replied that he knew the name of this village, and had something to say to him. Hearing this, the bear lowered its head to observe Junu, and after a long time spoke with suspicion. "I've never seen you before. What business do you have here?" Junu took a deep breath, composed himself and said, "I'm here to ask for a favor." The bear looked at him with suspicion, and after a long pause, Junu continued, "I need a mutated beast's magic core, and I don't know if it's possible." Before he could finish, the bear suddenly attacked, sending Junshu flying. He would have been knocked unconscious if not for his diamond body. Seeing him still standing, the giant bear charged again. Not bad, now you deserve to be beaten to death. I will kill you. Seeing this, Junshu panicked and shouted, "Wait, what are you doing? I didn't want to hurt anyone." He understands why. It's so enraged, magic cores can only be extracted from the corpses of mutants. The giant bear swings its claws as it roars madly. If it were your family's corpses, would you sell them for a few coins? Junshu wondered, seeing sword energy erupt from its claws. A bear using sword energy, is that even possible? But now's not the time to think about that. He quickly says, "Please calm down. I'll pay you a fair price." The bear roars in dissatisfaction. "I told you I don't need money." Junshu shook his head slightly, then reached into his pocket for something. The bear was blinded by its light, and recoiled. He looked at the object in his hand, trembling, and muttered in confusion, "What is that? I thought it would be something amazing, but Junshu just pulled out a cup of instant noodles." He smirked, saying, "I'll pay a fair price." The giant bear instantly roared in anger. "Are you making fun of me?" Junshu remained calm, pouring hot water into the noodles as he slowly said, "Don't say that. Just try it. We can talk later. There's no rush." Then he put the lid on and pushed it toward the giant bear. "This isn't just any instant noodles. I don't need it. Get lost or I'll tear you apart." The bear threatened, but the aroma of the noodles filled its nostrils. Instantly it transformed into a puppy-like state. Junshu smirked, knowing a mutated bear with a sensitive nose couldn't resist this popular dish. Sure enough, the bear sat down before the noodles, muttering suspiciously, "I've never smelled anything like this before." Junshu smirked. "I heard from you that your friends in Hope Village are struggling to find food." Hearing this, the bear snorted coldly. "Looks like you know a lot." Shrugging indifferently, "Run," Shu pouted. "Just eat. Don't you want to know why humans prospered? Because of instant noodles." The bear hesitated for a moment, but then changed its tune. "As the chief of Hope Village, I'm only eating this to understand human culture, not because it looks delicious." He quickly devoured it all, and the moment the flavor hit his tongue, the bear's eyes widened in shock. "This taste? It's like heaven." The chewy noodles, the hot broth, the warmth filling its stomach, a truly divine flavor that captivates it. The bear trembled, muttering, "How can something taste this good? Is there more?" Junshu nodded. "I brought a lot more today, so come and try it." He then shared a variety of delicious foods with the surrounding mutants. Not all mutants have the bear's appetite, so Junshu prepared everything with magic powder. Sure enough, the mutants devoured it. Even the big bear ate like there was no tomorrow. The others grew fond of Junshu, which pleased him greatly. But then Bone Serpent picked up a jar and asked, "Wait, this is magic powder. Is it really safe for us to eat?" The mutants panicked at his words, and the giant bear glared at Junshu, who sighed, understanding their caution. If absorbed incorrectly, a mutant's magic core could explode, but he already has a plan. Thinking this, Junshu smiled and said, "If you're worried, why not ask the guardian spirit? She possesses the power of prophecy, and is known as the grandmother of the monster village, the guardian deity of the monster village, the divine tree. Although weaker than other divine beings, she is still a true god, and thus decides all matters concerning mutants." Big Bear quickly brought the magic powder before the tree god, for her to examine, and after receiving her answer, he still asked with doubt, "Is that so, godmother?" The sacred tree slowly replied, "Indeed, the powder he used is core-level powder unpurified by holy water, a perfect supplement for you all." Big Bear used a translator so everyone could hear. Upon hearing this, the mutated creatures around them were immediately happy. Then they began to pay their respects to the tree spirit, thanking it for its wisdom. "Godmother." At that moment, Snake Bones approached Junshu and spoke. "So, the suspicion has been cleared. I was a bit harsh. I apologize." Junshu waved it off, laughing. "It's fine, I understand. You don't need to apologize. Now that all misunderstandings are resolved, let's have a barbecue or something." Immediately after, Junshu began grilling meat for everyone. It was a joyous feast, and Junshu earned their favor. The tree god was pleased to see this. This village of hope has found a precious guest. Not only did Junshu bring food, but he also offered the giant bear a sip of soju, who then laughed heartily. "Now I understand why humans love alcohol so much. This is great." Junshu smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. But Chief, aren't you human too? Why do you speak as if you're a different species?" The great bear replied calmly, "Just a habit. It's been so long since we've been treated like humans. When the Japanese ruled, we were seen as talking beasts, hunted by all." Junshu squinted, then laughed heartily. "But even so, you're still amazing. I heard you fought in the war, and earned achievements which granted mutants some rights." The giant bear nodded slightly. "That was the result of our combined efforts. It's been a long time since the village has been this happy." He says he's longed to hear such laughter. Hearing this, June couldn't help but sigh. This truly was a pure village. Scratching the right itch could easily complete a reputation quest. After opening up, Big Bear spoke again. "Oh right, didn't you say you needed magic cores? Here, take these." With that, he produced 4 magic cores and handed them to Junshu, who was overjoyed. His reputation quest was complete. Magic cores. But outwardly, Junshu maintained a friendly demeanor, smiling and saying, "Thank you, sir." Having gotten what he wanted, Junshu quickly made his excuses and slipped away, his heart filled with glee. They had made the right decision to give him such a precious gift. But before Junshu could leave the forest, the serpent bone blocked his path and slowly began to speak. "Are you leaving already? I haven't even thanked you yet. Junwoo scratched his head, embarrassed, and replied, You don't have to go that far, you've already given me such a precious gift. The serpent Bone spoke calmly, I sense you want something more from our village. Junwoo understood as this was their first decent meal in decades. But to his surprise, Snakebone didn't object, sincerely offering, If you need more mutant cores, just ask. I'm willing to give you mine. June was stunned, quickly waving his hands in protest. Don't say such scary things. I'm not asking to rip out someone's heart while they're still alive. Understand. But I'm serious, Bone Serpent insisted. My godmother told me that my destiny is to give a part of my body to someone who can recreate my flesh. June was shocked once again. Is that how valuable the flesh is? This is the start of Skull Serpent's personal quest, but he's never heard of a magic core like this. He thinks for a moment, then says, Maybe it's just a metaphor for something else, not an actual magic core. Bone Serpent nodded slightly. That's right, I'll know when the time comes. After they talked for a while longer, Junwoo left Hope Village. He quickly returned, and the first thing he did was choose a new home. Junshu's eyes lit up at the sight of it. Finally, the grand house before him would be his new home, a house with a garden spanning 3,000 square meters, and even a pool in the yard. But more than that, the real reason he chose it was because of the private secret training ground in the basement, a training ground much larger and better equipped than before. Junwoo was ecstatic, exclaiming that he never imagined he'd come this far. Just then, Choseo walked in, and seeing Junwoo's constant laughter asked suspiciously Superman, Kim, what's got you so happy? Junshu scratched his head sheepishly, and said, Director Choi, thank you for recommending such a wonderful Curtis house. Hearing this, Director Choi waved his hand, and said with a smile, It's nothing but, may I ask why you suddenly moved? Junwoo slowly explained, Now that my students will be coming to practice, I want to give them a better place to practice. And I also need my own space. As for the room you requested, Choi winks and says, It's ready, of course. Inside the house was a large laboratory, and as Junwoo entered, a spirit appeared. Hello, Master. I'm a magic spirit here to assist you. How can I help? Junwoo stepped into the testing machine and said coolly, Let's start with a general scan. Leveling up will be complicated from now on. To get good results, you need the spirit's help. As soon as Junwoo entered the machine, the spirit snapped its fingers, and a surge of magic enveloped him, beginning a general scan of his characteristics. Before long, the system suddenly reported an error, leaving Junwoo bewildered. The spirit anxiously asked Master, Did an error occur while we were checking your mana circuit? Junwoo thought for a moment before replying, It must be me. I can freely switch mana circuits, it's a secret. The spirit was stunned, muttering in disbelief. Is that true? This situation doesn't exist in my database, Junwoo stated calmly. You assumed that, and found a level 5 divine elixir suitable for someone like me. Junshu nodded impassively. That's right, sounds expensive, doesn't it? The spirit then began asking about all of Junwoo's abilities, inputting the data into the system, and quickly finished, happily announcing, You have a total of 136 abilities, and the star design is complete. Junshu, now curious, asked a star chart. What is that? The spirit slowly explained, It's a theoretical elixir. Are all the ingredients prepared? He frowned slightly. It's not the elixir you wanted, but it should be fine. Junwoo had asked the spirit to prepare something that would suit him best. He thought for a moment, then nodded and replied, Of course. Seeing Junsu ready, the spirit began to create the level 5 elixir. And so Junsu toiled for an entire day, until darkness fell. Soren and Janet entered from outside carrying all sorts of things. Smiling brightly they said, Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junsu looked at them confused and asked, How did you two know? Soren pointed outside, explaining, The people out there told us. Junwoo looked out to see Choi So and Soo-kwon in suits carrying wine and fruit. Junwoo helplessly looks at them, but Choi So doesn't care, running up and saying, I invited them. It would be a shame to let today pass by like this. But Junwoo was in for an even bigger surprise. He saw fireworks and the afterimage of Yuan's family of 3 celebrating, and blushed with embarrassment. Why was Yuan involved in this? Just then, Chell spoke up, mentioning a wreath at Junwoo's door, causing Junwoo to grit his teeth and mutter, Now that I'm a rank 5, everything I do will attract attention, so I need to be careful. You think you can hurt me with these gifts, he says, tearing the wreath to shreds. Just then, a black car suddenly pulled up in front of Junwoo's house, startling him, and a woman stepped out with a dignified air. Junshu frowned, wondering, Who is this now? Seems like everyone's invited to this party. As he wondered, the woman slowly spoke, You're Warrior Kim, right? Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junshu nodded politely, Thank you, but who are you? The woman then realized her manners and quickly said with a smile, Oh dear, I should have introduced myself sooner. I'm Zon Hon, from the Kumo group. Hearing the name Jun knew exactly who she was. Isn't she the youngest daughter of the Kumo group? He pondered, then asked suspiciously, What's the Kumo group doing here? He Young replied calmly, I want to hire you for a job. Taken aback, Jun asked, What is it? But he quickly remembered, wasn't the Kumo group in the middle of a succession battle? Getting involved with them will be a headache, best to stay away. As Junwoo pondered, Hai Yi-hung spoke again, We want you to join us as our representative warrior in the 5 battles to vie for the succession. The real rewards will be even grander. With that, she produced a gun, causing Jun's eyes to widen in shock. Isn't that the destruction attribute gun made by Dawn? Things have changed. Thinking this, Junshu immediately smiled and said, then let's sign the contract now and pick up all the good stuff this time. The next day, in a tall building, Hee-young sat on a long chair looking at the person opposite her and spoke. Since you already have 2 Dawn guns, I figured you'd accept. Junu couldn't help but smile. With such a big reward, what else can you offer if I win? Hee-young calmly replied. We'll give you a Danon gun with paralysis properties. She said, if Junu keeps winning there will be more rewards, but she hopes he won't be too greedy, because the opponents are all level 6, so winning just one would be good. Junu frowned and fell silent. The next day, at a large arena, Hai-yang brought Junu. Seeing her, a man smirked and said, so you came, little sister. I didn't expect you to participate. You're so lucky. Hai-yang remained silent, ignoring the man, and heading straight for her seat, an act that displeased him. What kind of attitude is that? He scoffed. This man is Hai-jun, the eldest son of the Kumo group, a level 6 superhuman. The man next to him is Hai-chun, the second son of the Kumo group, also a level 6 superhuman. He sighed. Never mind, this is our fight anyway. Junshu sat down next to Hai-yang and spoke slowly. So the first battle will be between the representatives of the eldest and second sons. Hai-yang nodded slightly. That's right, they're both very strong. Hearing this, Junshu looked down below. An SR-ranked armored warrior, and the other also SR-ranked, was Ghost Flame. After a moment of observation, Junshu exclaimed as expected of a large corporation filled with high-level people. Hai-yang seriously reminded him that he needed to observe this battle carefully. There, the armored warrior belongs to my second brother's faction, and he's considered the strongest competitor in this contest. Down in the arena, the armored warrior charged towards the fiend, but the fiend suddenly smirked, then roared, unleashing a solar flare that startled the warrior. Before he could react, a brilliant fireball hurtled toward him, sending Hai-yang into a panic. With a deafening boom, an explosion ripped through the arena, engulfing the ironclad warrior in flames, reducing him to ash in moments, leaving only the flame demon standing. Hai-yi's face showed fear, and Hai-chun stood up in disbelief, clutching his head, while Hai-jun smiled triumphantly. At the same time, Junu seemed to realize something, that flame was strange. That demon wasn't a level 6 warrior, just a mage who could use thermal fire, but wasn't killing forbidden in the solar tower. Junu used his sensory abilities to observe the fire demon, and immediately recognized him. Wasn't that Eclipse? Don't tell me that's the guy you're thinking of. After a long silence, Junu glanced at Hee-wai and asked, Miss Hai-wai, am I up next? She nodded slightly and replied, that's right. Hearing this, Junshu stood up abruptly. I'll go first, remember to prepare yourself. Worried, Hai-yang hesitated. Are you sure about this? We should send a level 6 superhuman instead. Shrugging it off, Junshu confidently replies, I can win. That guy seems to know what he's doing. Hongdu, exiled from the Sun Tower, has joined the Kumo group. In the stands, the 3 scions of the Kumo group observe the upcoming battle. Jun glanced at Hai-ya and chuckled. Let's see if our youngest warrior can defeat the demon flames. Meanwhile, Junshu stepped onto the arena floor, Black Fox sword in hand. Hai-jun was surprised but certain that even a swordsman couldn't stand against Sunfire, another corpse in the making. Hongdu frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, You recognize me? Junshu replied calmly. Indeed. Because the trick you're using is from the Sun Tower. Does your master Miss Do know about this? Upon hearing this, Hongdu smirked, then threw his head back and laughed. My master knows everything. Before coming here, Junu heard a few things from Choi Seo. That right before the Kumo group's succession battle began, the chairman was suddenly assassinated. In this country, only the head of the solar tower and one other could do this. Could that old woman really be involved in the Kumo group's succession battle? As frightening as this is, Junu might seek her out to confirm things after this is over. While he was thinking, Hongdu spoke up. Since you recognize me, I can finally have my revenge. I'll show you the power I've prepared just for you. No sooner were the words spoken than a brilliant flame erupted, yet Junu stood tall, infuriating Hyung-jun. He roared. So, the rumors of you withstanding Sunfire are true, but sunlight is on another level, turned to dust. Immediately after, another brilliant flame erupts and Shi-young is instantly terrified. Impossible. A level 6 superhuman can use divine abilities. How could a level 5 survive that? But when the smoke cleared, Junshu stood tall, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Is that all you've got? So it's my turn now, huh? He said, nearly getting roasted alive. He then smirked, saying, Let me borrow your flames. As soon as Junshu finished speaking, the sunlight enveloped his hammer, causing Hongdu to cry out in terror. Impossible. How can you wield my solar flare? Junu ignored him, raising his hammer high as lightning struck from the sky. At the same time, Junshu changed his properties, and with a crash, lightning struck Hongdu from the hammer, causing him to cry out in alarm. Wait a minute, but it was too late, as his entire body was engulfed in lightning. When the lightning faded, Hongdu's body had vanished, shocking the Kumo group's 3 sons. Jundu, on the other hand, excitedly said, Shall we move on to the next battle? Later that night, at the Kumo group headquarters, Jundu sat on the sofa, looking up gratefully. Thank you for fulfilling my request, and here's an extra reward for your victory. Seeing his joy, Hee-young added, "That's not all. We promised you something else, didn't we? A pair of shoes, though somewhat modest." Junwoo was overjoyed, but feigned embarrassment, asking, "Am I worthy of such a valuable gift?" Hee-young casually replied, "You've more than earned it." Junwoo's 3 consecutive wins were an impressive display, but he was then banned, and the remaining representatives fought to a victory just as Hee-young wanted. Junwoo could keep fighting, but he wasn't about to reveal everything like this. The whole world was watching Kumo Group's power struggle. After a moment, Junwoo asked, "So does that mean you're the heir now?" Hee-young shook her head slightly, replying, "Not exactly. This fight is just to convince the board of directors. They won't give up easily." Daemok nods and Junwoo understands. "I see a young CEO would be at a disadvantage in many ways after all." Hearing this, Hee-young clenches her fist. After a moment she spoke, "That's right, but I can't just sit here and take it. Now that things have come to this, I want to ask you for another favor, okay?" Crimson Warrior. Junshu frowned, asking, "What is it?" Who could refuse such a reward? Hee-young hesitated for a moment, then touched her earring and slowly said, "There is a way to turn the tables." In an instant, the phantom of a black crow appeared before them. Hee-young slowly explained, "The Raven chip contains a mutagen that only reacts to our family's DNA. If she uses it, she can reach level 7 and turn the tables." Hearing this, Junsu understood the situation. So Hee-young wants to risk using the mutagen, and without hesitation, he nods. "Okay, let's do it." Hi, Young looked at him in surprise. "Really? Of course," Junsu chuckled. Who would refuse? And so, in the dead of night, a black raven flew silently around the Jum Group's basement, unnoticed by anyone. Junu sat on its back, a smirk on his face saying, "We found it." Hours earlier, Hee-young offered Junu a deal, bring her the Raven chip, and she'd double his payment, stacking gold bars worth an estimated 10 billion on the table. Junu was stunned as he looked around. Hai-yang calmly said, "And if I win the chairman's seat, I promise to give you the hat and Dalmo that my brothers have." As she spoke, Junu couldn't help but snort, confusing her. He apologized. "Sorry, I just had an itchy nose." In truth, Junu was simply overjoyed the Kumo set that the 3 of them possessed would ultimately belong to the chairman. That means the Kumo set with its SSL-level effects will belong to him, but he can't let Hee-young see how thrilled he is. Hai-yang, oblivious, continued, "Guys, I can't know about this, so please keep it a secret. If you need anything to fulfill this request, just let me know." After a moment's hesitation, Junu winked and said, "Oh, then can I have some diamonds?" Soon after, Junu went to the rooftop of the Kumo building to survey the area. He smirked, saying, "I can see all of Gangnam from here. Money really is amazing, isn't it?" Junu now possessed high-level equipment, a seeker helmet, speed boots, a rage pendant, and a crisis detection ring. It was time to absorb the traits from these magical items. In an instant, brilliant magic flowed into Junu's body, and before long he had acquired the aerial trait. Junu smiles, satisfied that his movement skill has been activated. Now he's ready to begin. Immediately Junu leaps from the building, and before he can hit the ground, a black crow appears to catch him. Junu smiled, pleased, saying the shoes lived up to their reputation. The feeling was different. Now it's time to report to the client. Without hesitation, Junu reported to Hee-young as he had planned. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise. "Where is it?" He casually replied. "Right in front of the crow statue in the main hall. But there's a slight problem." Hearing this, Hai-yang frowned and asked, "What's the problem?" Junu slowly explained, "I had to make a bit of a scene to get the chip, so you'll have to take responsibility for what's about to happen." As soon as the chairman finished speaking, he smashed the statue in the main hall with a hammer, and the Raven chip immediately appeared. Junu quickly snatches it and reports to Hai-yang, "Raven chip acquired." "Where do I need to go now?" Hai-yang asked urgently. "Head to the body modification lab on the 2nd floor. I'll be right there." Junu took off without hesitation, reminding her that her brothers must have noticed by now, and she needed to hurry. Moments later, in the modification room on the 2nd floor, the closed door suddenly burst open, startling the person inside. "Young miss, why are you here at this hour?" It was Hee-young, and she had no time to explain. "Quickly activate the modification room." The lab worker was stunned for a moment, but quickly went to work on the computer, and after finishing hesitantly asked, "But what are you going to do with it?" "Hi." Hang didn't answer, but looked towards the door, smiling as she said, "You made it just in time. I'm ready." It was Junu Zhanming who had arrived. He smirked and so did Chip, saying, "Let's get started." He then handed Chip Javen to Hee-young. She takes it and enters the editing machine calmly, saying, "Then, I'll leave the rest to you." The Runshu warrior calmly replied, "Yes, don't worry, I'll be right here to witness everything." With those words, Hee-young felt reassured and activated, the chip standing tall within the regulator, her eyes filled with determination. Hai-yang was determined to do this, but just then, a disgruntled shout echoed from outside, startling Runshu. It was none other than Hee-young's 2 older brothers, with Hee-jun storming and furious. "That bitch dares to play tricks behind my back. Stop her now." But Junu blocked them calmly, stating, "I can't let you go any further." "Hi," Jun glared at him coldly, retorting, "So, you've defeated a few espers, and now you think you can stand against me? Don't you know who I am?" Junu calmly replies, "Of course I do. You're Chairman Kumo, or should I say times former times chairman." This caused Hun to flush with anger as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard." Just then, Hai-chun stepped forward to stop the master of the Azure Black Tiger Sword. Hai-jun frowned slightly, but Hai-chun didn't care coldly, stating that no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't fight him and his brother, two level 6 superhumans at the same time. He offers Junu a reward equal to what Hee-yun promised, suggesting negotiation over conflict, and even the position of Deputy Director of Security at Kumo. Junu frowned, then smirked in disdain. What a garbage proposal. Asking me to betray a defenseless client, that's some low-level thinking. This infuriated the Song brothers, but before they could speak, Junu scoffed, saying they offered a reward of equal value. I'd have to think about it if it were at least double or triple, but I'd never accept. Finally, Hoon couldn't take it anymore, and charged with his sword. Junshu quickly raises his shield to defend, but the pain is worse than he expected. So this is the power of a level 6 superhuman. They were right. Junu can't fight them both at once, but one-on-one he's not sure he'll lose. Because at that moment, a cut appeared on Hoon's stomach, and fresh blood poured out. Junu smirked and said, "Oops, my bad." Realizing things were going south, H-chun raised his gun to fire, but Junu quickly created a shield to block it, seemingly gaining a new trait at the same time. Junu smirked, wondering why his shield was suddenly so much stronger. Now they can shoot all they want. He won't budge an inch. While Junu confronts Hai-chun, Hai-jun seizes the opportunity to rush toward the modification machine, but before his hand could reach the machine, a bullet carrying a blue light suddenly struck. Hai-chun was shocked by the sight. Hai-jun's body froze, and Hai-chun, recognizing the weapon, screamed in frustration. "Where did you get that gun?" But the person in front of him had vanished. By the time he reappeared, Junu was already behind Hun. Junu instantly switched his trait to aerial strike, using the enhanced aerial jump to exploit his opponent's opening and unleash a barrage of bullets like an air raid. After taking them both down, Junu smirked. "So are you going to give up now?" But Hun smirked back. "How laughable, you think you can win with that little power." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than his body was enveloped in crimson, causing Junsu to recoil in shock. Hun was using an item called the Eternal Darkness Fruit. At the same time, Junu found himself surrounded by gun barrels, and Hee-chun was helped to his feet. The situation looks grim. Junsu grips his sword, unsure if he can escape safely. But just then, a shout rings out. "Everyone stop." At that moment, the regulator emitted a golden light. Everyone was stunned into silence, but Junshu was overjoyed. Perfect timing. The Song brothers, on the other hand, were livid. Hai-yang emerged transformed into a level 7 superhuman with 2 pairs of wings, the Sun Crow. She coldly stated, "You're late this time." Seeing this, Hai-chun couldn't help but tremble and mutter, "The Sun Crow. You think you can scare me? Fine, let's fight." But at that moment, a middle-aged man entered, held his shoulder and advised, "Stop it. If the youngest chairman really makes a move, this entire building will collapse in a minute." This man is Dung Kyung-jun, one of the founders of the Kumo Group. He coldly stated, "I thought the outcome was decided in the previous confrontation, yet you still act this way. Are you ignoring the process approved by the shareholders? If you didn't mean that, were you plotting something other than the chairman's death?" These words darkened Hai-jun's face, and he was silent for a long time. Kyung-jun then turned to Hai-Y and said, "Congratulations on reaching level 7. Chairman Zeonjan, I'll see you at the shareholders meeting to elect the next chairman." With that, he bowed to her and left with his men. A few days later at Hee-young's home, she sips wine on the balcony and speaks. "As tradition dictates, my brothers have withdrawn from all business operations and moved to America." Junu happily replied, "Congratulations, you're about to become the new chairman of the Kumo Group." Hee-young gratefully responded, "It's all thanks to you. Did you receive the items from my 2 brothers as promised?" "Ah yes, of course." Junshu nods, saying, "If you need anything else, just call me. Thanks to you, I've completed the KO set." Hearing that, Hee-young hesitated for a moment, then after a long pause remembered, "I actually have one more request to make of you." Junshu excitedly asked, "What is it this time?" But then, Hai-yang suddenly pulls out an SSR-level man's ring, leaving him utterly bewildered, and before he can react, she's on her knees proposing. "Soldier, will you marry me?" Junsu froze in place at the question. He frantically waves his hands in refusal, saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't accept." Hai-Y exclaimed in shock. "What? But why? What do I lack to be your partner? She's right, you know. You have both money and beauty." But Junshu shook his head, saying, "You're not my type." Hai-yang was incredulous, muttering in confusion. "This is absurd. Why would something so trivial matter to people like us?" "It really does matter." Junshu declares, "I want to marry someone who loves me for who I am, not someone like you, who only sees me as a tool to consolidate power." Hearing this, Hai-yang was stunned, finally sighing helplessly. He really was unpredictable. Then she raised her glass and said, "Then I want a cooperative relationship where we can help each other at any time. Is that okay?" "Sure," Junshu agreed without hesitation. The two quickly clinked glasses, officially forming their alliance. Late that night, Junu finally got in the car to go home. Thinking about the proposal, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling like he'd thrown away a life of luxury. A bit regretful, really. After all, Junu was still young and getting married seemed a bit much, but even if it was just dating Hee-young, before he could even think about what came next, Junu slapped himself in the face, dissatisfied. What he needs to focus on now is the Solar Tower Elder, because Hongyu's words were truly suspicious. Is that old woman really who he says she is? As Junwoo pondered, his phone suddenly rang a call from the Sun Tower. The very next day Junwoo arrived at Phoenix Valley as promised, only to find no phoenixes in sight. Just then, the Tower Master arrived with the mage, Kim, cheerfully greeting him. "Long time no see, Superman Kim. Or should we call you the Master of the Black Lake Sword?" The Tower Master rambled on, prompting a disgruntled reminder from the Kim mage. "Sir, why don't we just get straight to the point?" The Tower Master finally quiets down. Kim, the mage, looked directly at Junshu and said, "Superman, Kim, you probably already guessed, but we called you here for a favor." Junshu, seemingly knowing what was coming, frowned and asked, "Is it because all the phoenixes have disappeared? I suspect some mythical creature has captured them all." After examining the ground, Junshu finally spoke. "That's possible, but have you considered the possibility of poaching?" The Tower Master shook his head in denial, saying it was unlikely, as their security was absolutely strict. Jun narrowed his eyes, speaking firmly. "But what if someone of the Magic Tower's elder level did it?" The wizard, Kim, pondered this, frowning as he speculated. "An elder? That's possible, but who would dare do such a thing?" The Tower Master was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Abusing the phoenix is a blatant violation. Black Sword Master, can you find the culprit?" Of course, Junwoo answered without hesitation. "You promised to find all the missing phoenixes and the one responsible, but the Tower Master will have to pay you extra." Moments later, near Phoenix Valley, a speedboat cuts through the waves at a nauseating speed as Kim asks, "Why did you think to choose this boat as an advance? I never dreamed I'd get to drive it. My grandfather cherishes this thing." Junwoo casually replied, "I need it for the mission. We need something extremely fast to catch up to that thing." What they're chasing is a blue-feathered phoenix, which Kim the mage recognized a while back while Junwoo was working. He approached and asked, "Sir, what is that?" Jun smirked and said, "You can recognize it. It's a phoenix, but what you've created is nothing like one." Junwoo doesn't care though. He just received a crafting trait from the system. A moment later, Junwoo spoke up. "Alright mage, give me some blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Junshu went over and grabbed Mage Kim's hand, drawing blood from it. Back in reality, the Mage Kim couldn't help but marvel that just a little of his blood was enough to turn that wire into an artificial phoenix. Junwoo slowly explains, "Your blood contains the essence of the phoenix, so we can use its homing instinct to find the others." Seeing this, Kim muttered in disbelief. "They should all be over 20 years old, so why do they look so depleted?" Junshu paused, then suggested, "Can you check their mana?" Kim would nod, then begin his examination, using magic to see the phoenix's empty hearts. Kim was shocked. Their mana has been completely drained. Their hearts, their veins, everything has been scorched. But quickly, Kim realized another problem, exclaiming in shock, "Wait, these traces. They belong to the Eternal Devourer." Hearing this, Junshu was immediately happy, glad that he was so clever. He then suggested that they contact the Tower Master. The culprit is none other than Elder Do of Changchon Eatery. Upon hearing this, the Tower Master rushed over in a frenzy, roaring in anger. "That crazy bitch." Seeing the Tower Master's rage, the mage quickly advised him to calm down, but the Tower Master continued to fume. "She was caught trying to steal all the phoenixes. I swear if I catch her." But before he could finish, Junshu interrupted. "So Elder Do has disappeared from the tower as well." The Tower Master nodded slightly. "That's right, I went to her office, but she was gone, leaving only a copy behind." The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He really wanted to hit someone. Good thing Kim stopped him. Junshu ignored him, frowning and muttering. "A copy," Kim the mage slowly explained. "It's a type of magic that creates a body identical to its master, but it will die after a while." Upon hearing this, the Tower Master was stunned. The death of Chairman Ko, whose heart was burned, the exiled mage reappearing, transformed into an enhanced warrior, phoenixes hunted to extinction to amplify power, and the missing elder, there are too many clues. Junshu forced himself to think, and after a long pause he looked at the Tower Master and spoke. "Tower Master, is that what you're thinking?" The Tower Master looked at him bewildered, muttering in confusion. "Don't tell me the Merchant Guild has gotten their hands on that." The thing he speaks of is the forbidden ritual of eternal eclipse, a ritual that burns mana to block the sun's light, an event that occurred during the solarization quest. But the solar optimization hasn't even been discovered yet. Junwoo wondered how it could be happening. This must be the butterfly effect. Your and Hyundu's interference has created a different outcome. Kim, puzzled, asked, "What exactly is it?" The Tower Master slowly replied, "She's using the phoenix's power to drain the sun's mana. And not just the sun, but the land and sea. She's draining the mana from all living things." Kim cried out in alarm. What if the magic tower collapses because of this? But before he could finish, Junwoo interrupted. "We have to find her now." Just then, the Tower Master spoke up. "I sense a massive mana link nearby. Follow me, I think I know where she is." A moment later, at a house on a cliff, the three led by the Tower Master arrived to cast a spell to find the hag. Upon seeing this, Junwoo exclaimed in surprise, "She's hiding in there to perform the ritual." The Tower Master nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, but the labyrinth is too sturdy, so she can't destroy the entrance right away." Because it was designed to withstand even solar fire, the Tower Master suggests Junwoo and the wizard stay put while he deals with the Mudbrain. But Kim the mage stopped him, saying he couldn't go. Junwoo nodded in agreement as Kim added, "Yes, this is too dangerous. Let me handle it." The Tower Master was shocked. "You want to go in?" Junwoo calmly replied, "Yes, it's best for an outsider like me to enter to catch her off guard." The Tower Master, seeing the logic, reluctantly said, "It seems I owe you again. Take this." He then produced several items for Junwoo, including magic dice and an escape ring. Without hesitation, Junwoo accepted the items. The escape ring granted him a second life, making the risk worthwhile. Because Boon possesses one of the Magic Tower's 8 treasures, and moments later Run realizes that the wizard Kim has followed him into the spatial maze. He exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Why did you follow me into the maze?" "You're going to die," Kim muttered, "but this is the Magic Tower's problem, and 2 are better than 1. Using the dice to neutralize the interdimensional space will be troublesome if we run into enemies." Junshu found that reasonable, but after a moment's thought asked, "Do the eclipse always cause problems like this?" Kim, the mage, replied sheepishly, "Ah yes, the Eclipse faction's roots are in black magic." While they were talking, he didn't realize a monster was attacking from behind. Luckily, Junshu reacted quickly, throwing his sword and killing the monster. The Kim wizard finally reacted, speechless with confusion. Junwoo calmly stated, "Any slower and we'd be bitten. They must have caught our scent. Stay close behind me." With that, he pulled his sword from the beast's corpse, gripped it tight and moved on, changing his attributes as he went. He walked ahead sternly, warning, "From now on dozens of them will be coming our way." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a horde of monsters attacked them. Undaunted, Junwoo vanished in a flash, his sword light dancing through the air, cleaving through the monsters' bodies, each strike aimed at their weak points for maximum damage. With a bang, all the monsters were blown to smithereens, and the Kim mage in the rear, horrified, muttered, "These monsters." Before she could finish, a shout rang out, stopping her short, and everyone turned to see an old woman standing on the cliff, none other than the mastermind. Pointing her magic staff at them, she angrily shouts, "How dare you set foot here? The sin of interfering with my masterpiece will not be met with a light punishment." As she spoke, bolts of lightning rained down upon the two, shattering the nearby cliff face. Junwoo knew Bullhead wasn't an easy opponent, but he wouldn't die in a minigame like this. With that thought, he gripped Kim's shoulder and told her to hold on tight. Having seen this move countless times in the game, Junwoo anticipates everything, changes his equipment's properties, and carries the mage into the sky, dodging the mud golem's attacks. In an instant, explosions crackled through the air, blackening a section of the forest with lightning strikes. Carrying the mage, Junwoo fled, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" The mage shook her head slightly, replying, "I think I'm okay, but where are we?" Junshu slowly replied, "This is where the mana is concentrated. Set up the neutralizing device." Kim, the mage, acknowledged and ran off. "Understood, I'll be back as soon as I can," but she was quickly intercepted by the orc shaman. She screamed maniacally, "You damn pests are digging your own graves." As she spoke, the orc began to cast magic, and lightning surged once more. Seeing this, Junshu shouted a warning, "Kim, get out of there." Luckily, Kim jumped back just in time, narrowly avoiding being obliterated by the lightning. Junsu narrowed his eyes at the old woman, realizing she was a formidable level 7 mage, and that he couldn't withstand a direct hit. He then said, "Mage Kim, I'll distract her, hurry." Kim quickly agrees, "Okay, then run." Seeing him leave, Granny Bun's expression turned sour. She gritted her teeth, cursing, "Where did that little rat go?" But at that moment, Junsu suddenly shouted, "Hey Ok Bun, you fake hag." Hearing this, OK Bun glares at him, but Junsu doesn't care, shouting back, "If you suddenly have this power, I guess you used Chairman Kumo's mana circuit to boost yourself a little, huh? Or are you just senile?" Ok Bun bit her lip, her voice dripping with malice. "I was going to use my student to get the Solar Raven, but you ruined everything. No matter the dark, Raven will suffice." As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed another spell, a furious torrent of lightning aimed at Junwoo, but he quickly dodged it, prompting an angry outburst from Ok Bun. "Do you think you can keep dodging the eclipse's power?" Junwoo calmly retorts, "Are you blind? And you can't even land a single hit." These words only fueled Eclipse's rage. She raged, "You little brat." Meanwhile, Kim began setting up the magic dice, completing it quickly and activating the magic. From afar, the orc Boon saw this and muttered in confusion, "Since when did the neutralizing device—" Kim, the mage, looks up at the sky and mutters, "Sir, the neutralizing device is now releasing magic power through space, weakening the spatial power." Seeing this, the Tower Master outside excitedly shouts, "Looks like it's time to strike." Immediately he began to cast magic, causing the labyrinthine space to gradually crack. Inside Kim, the magician grinned, "Superman, the maze is breaking." Junshu agreed, "Indeed, the Tower Master is doing well. The eclipse is fading." This panicked Ok Bun, who muttered, "It can't be. My magic, my power, my world." In an instant, the old woman's frail body withered, her face peeled away, and she muttered, "I was so close to completing it. It's all your fault." Then she channeled her rage into a magical attack. Junwoo didn't dare to be careless, quickly using his iron fist to block, but he was still too slow for Bun's brain. This power is insane. Before he could catch his breath, the hag attacked again, forcing Junwoo to dodge as explosions erupted behind him. This enrages Boo, who screams, "Damn it, how did I miss?" Die. With that, she continued her lightning magic attack on Juno. Lightning strikes, relentlessly threatening to crush him to pieces. But when it fades, only a large crater remains, and he's nowhere to be seen, leaving Oban bewildered. At the same time, Juno used his weakness detection ability and saw the fatal point on Un's back. Juno smirks, having found her weakness. With that, he charged forward, slashing his sword across her back, and the frail body of the mudhead collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out as she muttered in resentment. "No, I can't die like this. I must at least kill you with my own hands." Immediately after, she shakily raised her hand to attack Shu. But at that moment, another hand appeared, grasping the Mudbrain's neck. It was the Tower Master. He had arrived. He scoffed. "Worthless hag, just die already." Then he incinerated her with flames. In that instant, the solar tower was bathed in light once more, and the Tower Master showered Juno with praise upon his return. "Before you were just a trainee, warrior, or someone with a little magical talent, but today, you're like a warrior, ready for battle. No wonder the general gave you the Black Fox sword. This is what they call peerless myriad essence. I think the spirit magic also mentioned this." Thinking of this, Juno asked suspiciously, "What is that?" The Tower Master slowly explained, describing those with endless potential and 10000 superhuman energies. With that, he took out a ring and said, "Consider this my reward to you, an eclipse ring, one of the 8 great treasures of the Magic Tower and the strongest relic of the Eclipse School." Juno happily accepts it and puts it on his finger, a ring bound to the eclipse with the ability to devour, absorb, and store mana. With everything settled, he excitedly returned home. Time passed in his suburban residence and winter arrived. Soren has begun training with the energy of the heavenly killing star, while Janet tempers the steel energy within her body, growing ever stronger. Junsu was naturally overjoyed. Soren would likely reach level 5 soon. It won't be long before she masters the Firestar sword technique, and Iron Fist has already reached level 4. He began to spread his influence throughout the country, and Sun was about to welcome December 24th. That night, Junsu took Soren and Janet to the festival, where they marveled at everything they saw. Junsu smiled, saying, "Let's enjoy ourselves today, because tomorrow it's back to training." Hearing this, Janet's smile faded and she quickly said, "Then I'll go ahead." Soren echoed her and ran after her. "Janet, wait up," and with that, the two ran off. December 24th marks the God-slaying festival, the day the Pope was officially declared dead, and the day the Treaty of Westphalia took effect. A holiday celebrated worldwide, much like Christmas. Because in this world, there is no Christmas. As the two Sorens strolled along, Soren spotted someone. She exclaimed excitedly, "Janet, look, it's Holy Knight Chan." Janet gazed at the handsome man, unable to help but sigh at his good looks, while Juno was lost in his own thoughts. During the God Extinction ceremony, the Holy Knights from each country hold their own gathering, and he was invited as the honorary Holy Knight of the Thor and Ger sects. Just then, a family of 3 representing foreign diplomats approached Juno, saying, "Aren't you the master of the Black Lake Sword? I'm Aim Kurat, the Indian diplomatic representative to Korea." Juno politely replied, "I'm 5th level Superman warrior Kim. Thank you for inviting me." Aim chuckled, gesturing to the 2 behind him, and introduced, "This is my wife and daughter." Aim's daughter bowed Juno. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kim warrior. Here he is, the last of the top 3 Kikurat warriors. That girl will become the master of Kalarachi." Is he thinking of using Janet to get closer? After a moment's hesitation, Juno pointed to the 2 Sorens and introduced them. "These are my disciples, and coincidentally, my second disciple, and your daughter." But before he could finish, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. "Isn't that the master of the Black Lake Sword?" And with that, everyone's attention turned to Juno. They surrounded him, showering him with praise, leaving Juno feeling helpless. This was his chance to get closer to Kali, but what was happening? Except he wasn't there. Soren and Janet were happily chatting with Kali. After a while, Junshu, exhausted from the attention, finally escaped the crowd, only to find the 3 girls huddled together chatting happily. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then that's good. Snow had begun to fall. It truly was almost the end of the year. Junshu wished things could stay this peaceful. But as he strolled along, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Hello." Juno glanced back and saw a woman approaching with a faint smile. "May I have a word with you?" The heir. Juno recognized her. "Isn't that the Saintess of the Holy Father Army?" He narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, "What are you doing here? Aren't you busy preparing for the God Destruction Festival?" The Saintess's face immediately darkened, and she retorted coldly, "It's not the God Destruction Festival, it's the rebirth ceremony." Hearing this, Junshu scoffed. "Whatever, say what you want." And so the 2 continued to talk as they walked. The Saintess coldly said, "You do realize I'm being very generous with you, right?" Junshu scoffed. "Generous? What kind of generosity are you talking about?" With a soft laugh, the Saintess coldly asked, "Aren't you curious? The fact that you're still alive after killing one of our overseers." Junshu was stunned by this. Even though it happened in the maze, she knows everything. Ignoring his reaction, the Saintess spoke with a malicious smile. "If I had made a move, your pathetic body would have been long gone. It's only because I'm pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Do you understand?" Juno narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking, "Why would you do that?" "I didn't ask you to do that." The saintess smiled and whispered in his ear. It's simply that a soul as magnificent as yours could become our legion's savior and lead us to the light. Junu was stunned by this revelation. Don't tell me the soul she's talking about is him from the real world. In reality, Junu is just another failure, a loser with no achievements, unlucky in love and money. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Was this some new kind of scam? Why were these people doing this to him? Could it be due to the change in attributes? If the saintess sees the change in attributes as a binding ability to the soul, then it could also be considered a wonderful soul. As Junu pondered, the saintess solemnly declared, I sincerely hope you grow stronger, becoming the perfect vessel for your soul. Before Junu could comprehend, she smirked. It begins today. Her words left him confused as the saintess continued to ramble on with incomprehensible statements. From today, everything will begin. We have high hopes for you, the savior said. She says that while Junu is running around causing chaos, they will also receive many things. The more Junu hears, the more confused he becomes, asking, What nonsense are you spouting? The saintess chuckled and shook her head, saying he would soon know as a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She gave an ominous smile, saying, Stay healthy until we meet again. And with that the saintess vanished, leaving Du in confusion, a madwoman's cryptic words then gone. What exactly is she plotting? Does everything begin today? The game hasn't even officially started yet, so there's no way a super explosive main quest like Chapter 1 would happen. But then something occurred to him. He checked his phone and saw that today was the God-slaying festival, coinciding with Chapter 10. In the game, the saintess made a similar announcement, so could it be? As Junu pondered, time marched on. When the clock struck midnight, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending festival-goers into a panic. Looking at the smoke and fire, Junu curses under his breath. Damn it, it started. Chapter 1. The Sun Crisis has officially begun. Unimaginable numbers of monsters and beasts have appeared, attacking humans. Without a second thought, Junshu grabbed his gun and ran urgently, instructing hold this position with the other paladins. Hearing this, the man nodded. Understood. What about you? Junshu calmly stated, I have someone to protect first, then I'll make a quick escape. Every corner of this place is under attack by monsters. Soren and Janet are trying to destroy the magical beasts as the Soon Terror explodes chaotically throughout the game city, and Kali's parents die in the terror attack. This event deeply scarred Kali, pushing her to become a transcendent being, but now they have someone to protect them. Soren and Janet were overjoyed to see him, exclaiming, Master, it's Junu. He wouldn't let it happen in his timeline. At the same time, Kali in her parents' arms saw Junu appear like a god, her eyes filled with admiration. Immediately, the three of them joined forces to eliminate the monsters, while a car sped through the chaos. The driver was Junsu, who quickly contacted Jom, who answered the phone and immediately spoke. Soldier Kim, I'm busy dealing with the terrorist attack in Soon right now. We'll talk later. Junu quickly replied, No, I need to speak with you now. Though the terrorist attacks are widespread and Soon, their target is singular. Thinking quickly, he blurted out, The president is in danger. This caused Jom to exclaim in shock. What? Really? But I heard the Blue House was secure. Junshu calmly replied, It's true. Since the president isn't there, I'll send you his location. With that, he sped off again. During the god-slaying ritual, the unmarried president will surely go to one place, his secret lover's house. Moments later, Junu's vehicle hovered above the high-rise buildings. The magic spirit hesitated. We're here. Should we land on the roof? There's no time for that. Junsu shook his head slightly, then kicked off the side of the car where the president was. Security would be tight. To bypass security and get there quickly, he jumps down and breaks through the special glass. With a crash, the security glass shatters, revealing chaos within. A man huddled in the corner shielding a girl. It was the president, his face etched with fear. Seeing Junu, he blurted out, Are you the swordsman? June ignored her and rushed to the pair, asking worriedly, Are you two all right? The president didn't answer but shouted in alarm, Behind you, there's someone attacking from behind. Luckily he reacted in time, raising his sword to defend but was still forced back a few steps. June narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him. So you've finally shown up. The terrifying Chapter 1 boss, Siyun the Executioner Queen, a level 7 superhuman coldly states, Well Kim, it seems I've stumbled upon quite the jackpot. Junu frowned, his face etched with concern. But the Executioner Queen simply laughed. If I kill you and dump your body in Gwanghwamun, that old tiger will be heartbroken. Immediately she drew her sword, the Yodo Masamune, a blade that inflicts a random curse upon each strike. Junu knew this sword well, and as he pondered the Executioner Queen roared, Let's see what you've got. Let's see how much that old man taught you. Immediately after, she unleashed a blood-colored arc of sword energy. Junshu didn't dare let his guard down, blocking with his shield, but it still made him cough up fresh blood. He couldn't help but sigh, blocking just one blow was this terrifying. The Executioner Queen smirked, Not bad. Let's see if you can block this. And with that, she swung her sword down again. This time he couldn't withstand the blow, and was sent flying. He bit his lip hard. The Executioner Queen's strength wasn't defense, but offense. To survive another second, he needs to fight fire with fire. Holding back won't win this. With that thought, Junshu lunged forward like a moth to a flame, instantly appearing behind the executioner queen. Yet she stood there calmly, a contemptuous smile on her lips. How pathetic, Dai. Then the executioner queen turned and thrust her sword, but Junshu was a step ahead, creating a shield to block it and simultaneously changing his properties. He immediately retaliates, sending the executioner queen flying, and before she can react, Junu rushes in his hammer, pounding down relentlessly. The Scythe Queen was forced into a defensive position, gritting her teeth in anger. But Junu didn't care. All that mattered was exploiting her one weakness, close quarters combat. It was a deadly gamble, but he had to try. The two traded blows, their swordlight and magic scattering everywhere. The president watched, stunned as the relentless battle raged on. Junshu bit his lip, cursing, "Damn it, her passive skill makes her invincible, so none of my attacks are doing any damage." At this point, the executioner queen was furious. She roared furiously, "This is the end for you, you leech." Then she slashed at Junsu, sending him flying backward. Narrowing her eyes, the executioner queen spoke coldly, "You're more persistent than I thought." Any last words? Junshu didn't answer, urgently shouting, "Red, get the president to safety." While they fought, the car reached the president's hiding place and sped away. The executioner queen realized it was too late. She could only watch in despair as the car vanished. June scoffs, taunting, "What will you do now? You've missed your target." These words only fueled the executioner queen's rage. She spat, "You bastard, so this was your plan all along." As she spoke, she relentlessly swung her swords, unleashing the executioner queen's ultimate technique, heaven and earth destruction. Junshu watched the blood-red demonic energy slowly approach, a flicker of anxiety rising within him. Cursed and unable to move, is there truly no escape? Dream on. Junshu suddenly smirked, the ring in his hand glowing. This is the escape ring, allowing him to flee the battlefield once. Junshu gripped the ring tightly and roared, "Thanks for this. Stupid old hag." Then his body was enveloped in magical energy. But when the executioner queen's blade struck, he was gone, leaving her to bury her sword in the ground and erupt in fury. "You little bastard, wait until Junu reappears. You're going to be in my bathhouse." Junu peeks up, gasping for air, barely escaping death. "If it weren't for the ring the Tower Master gave me, I'd be dead." "That was close," Junshu muttered, frowning. "Well, the general must be at the building by now. I wonder if they've caught the executioner queen. With that kind of power it might be difficult, but this isn't the time to be thinking about that. He needs to heal first." And so, Junu soaked in the tub and rested. The phone finally rang, snapping him awake. Annoyed, Junu answered with a listless greeting. "Hello." Soren's frantic scream immediately came from the other end. Junu was startled awake by Soren's yelling, who continued to nag him relentlessly. "Why haven't you been answering my calls? It's been days." Reluctantly, Junu said, "I was resting." But he quickly realized something was wrong and exclaimed in shock. "Wait, it's been days," Soren says, displeased. "Yes, do you know how worried I was? What was with those weird messages and then disappearing?" Junu, confused, opens the message to take a look. It's true, the message is a bit strange. He apologizes sheepishly, but Soren doesn't care and continues. "But that's not the main thing. Do you know where I am right now?" Hearing this, Junu frowned and asked, "Where?" Soren replied softly, "I'm at the greenhouse with Janet. The president wants to see you." Junu casually spoke as he stepped out of the tub. "I understand. Okay, I'll be right there. Now go collect your reward." Later at the greenhouse, the president greeted Junu with open arms, saying, "Thank you for risking your life to save me. Are you feeling any better?" Junu casually smiled and replied, "I've made a full recovery. The holy elixir and mana cultivation really did the trick." Just then, a large hand clapped him on the back. It was Jom. He just arrived and cheerfully said, "See, what did I tell you? So you made it here without a scratch." The Tower Master chimed in, "Looks like the elixir worked wonders. Don't forget to thank our magic tower." Junshu was truly helpless. Why the sudden friendliness? Just then, the president stepped forward and said, "Thank you so much, Warrior Kim. Please accept this token of my gratitude." With that, he takes out a box containing an SL-grade essence armor, whose trait is essence, just like its name. This is an incredibly versatile ability that can be reconfigured to provide an advantage with each attribute change. If the attribute is switched to Swordsman, it will prioritize attack and agility. If switched to Warrior, it gains strength and endurance. If switched to Marksman, attack and movement speed are enhanced. Was this ability made just for Junu? That's incredible. With that in mind, Junu happily accepts, saying, "Thank you, I'll put it to good use." Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, startling him slightly, and before he could react, both the Tower Master and John exclaimed excitedly, "Alright, now it's time to get down to business." And just like that, Junu was dragged into the conference room with the two of them and the president. The president, standing at the center, announced, "We're tracking Yeren, the leader of the terrorists, also known as the Executioner Queen." Junu silently observed the map on the table. He'd seen this map countless times, as it was for the mission in Chapter 1. If this were a game, it'd all be over in a flash. But this also involves the commander of the Western Legion, a war hero, just like the commander of the Eastern Legion. Many cultural leaders, even the Superhuman Association's strike team, have joined forces. Indeed, the presence or absence of a government makes a huge difference. This is why Father's army wanted to assassinate the president. And then there were the Saintess's words from that day. Junsu wondered what she would do now. It seems Chapter 1 ended rather quickly. In the days that followed, news praising Junsu appeared all over the press and online. Soren and Janet greeted him excitedly. "Everyone's talking about you online, Master. It seems the battle at the Indian embassy has garnered quite a bit of attention. Fortunately, Chapter 1 seems to be over, and Junu should focus on his training, so he drives the two girls back to their home." As soon as Janet got out of the car, she noticed Asim with his wife and daughter, standing in front of Junu's house. Seeing him, Asim hurriedly approached to greet him. "Greetings, Master of the Black Lake Sword. I've come to express my gratitude to you." Junshu nodded slightly in response. "Yes, I understand. This is a golden opportunity to recruit Kali. He needs to say something." But before he could speak, Kali suddenly stepped forward. She looked at Jun resolutely and said, "Master, I want to be your disciple." Jun was stunned. He hadn't even done anything yet. He asked, puzzled. "A student? What do you mean?" Kali explained slowly. "After the recent accident, I realized how much people need strength, so I want to be as strong as Soren and Janet, your students." Kali was sincere, bowing deeply to Junu. "I hope you can teach me." Before Junsu could answer, Aim cried out in alarm. "Kali, are you sure you won't regret this? Think carefully about this." Junu understood Kali's parents' worries. Kali's grandmother was once the master of Kalarachi, but she was transformed into a mutated creature while exploring the rift. When members of the ambassador's family reach adulthood, the fate of the goddess Kali will appear, and if they resist their fate, death will follow them. Therefore they have no choice but to follow their ancestors. But what era is this? Thinking this, Junu immediately spoke up. "Ambassador, shouldn't you seize the opportunity to have the last of the top 3 warriors, not Kali's father? I understand your kindness towards humanity, and the destiny passed down in your family." Aim was stunned by these words. How do you know that Junu didn't answer calmly, continuing, "I understand your concerns, but Kali has the potential to protect herself." "So, you know how to keep our Kali from suffering?" Aim asked, puzzled. Junu nodded calmly. "Yes, to do that, Kali must become a superhuman. You said if we entrusted her to you, you would make it a reality." Im still couldn't accept this, hesitating and muttering, "She's an innocent child who's never even held a sword. She can't become a superhuman. There has to be another way." But concerned for their child, his wife spoke up to advise him. After a moment of silence, Aim turned to Kali and asked, "Your decision hasn't changed?" Kali nodded firmly. "No, I'll do my best. Please believe in me." Aim approached her, patting her shoulder with affection. "This will be a very difficult path. But if you're ready, then follow your heart, overcome fate, and survive." Hearing the confirmation, Kali happily exclaimed, "Yes, definitely." Later at the training grounds, Junu narrowed his eyes at Kali and asked, "Have you made your final decision?" Kali, still unaware of what awaited her, cheerfully nodded and replied, "Yes." Hearing this, June laughed heartily. "Then Kali, tonight hellish training begins." His smile was so terrifying that Kali trembled and muttered, "Please take care of me." A few days later, the training room echoed with intense music, as Kali danced tirelessly, in comfortable clothes. Kalarachi is both a dancer and an assassin, and Junu has unlocked her hidden potential. Now only her dancing ability remains. The time has come for Kali to unlock it. Keep dancing, Kali. Until magic power enveloped her body, the dancer trait was quickly unlocked. Just as Junu thought Kali truly had talent, the foundation to confront fate had been laid. Now all that remained was to level up. Junu hands Kali a towel impressed, noting that she's already reached level 3. Kali takes the towel, nods and says, "Thank you, teacher," before wiping her face. Seeing Kali exhausted, Junu suggested, "Take a break. You're still weak, so don't push yourself." But she shook her head in refusal. "No, I'm okay. Please start the next training session quickly." Kali wants to become as strong as Soren and Janet, but Soren is already level 5, and Janet is level 4. She's pushing herself without realizing how difficult it is. Thinking this, Junu advised, "You have just as much natural talent as they do, so just train steadily, and you'll be fine. Don't rush. If you overexert yourself, problems will arise." Hearing this, Kali quickly nodded. "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Just then, Junu's phone rang. He quickly stepped out to take the call, telling Kali to rest. It was Chun-bok on the line, and even over the phone his excitement was palpable. "Kim, it's me, Kim Chun-bok, the master of the Black Lake Sword." Junu frowned slightly and asked, "Long time no see, what brings you here?" Chun-bok quickly replied, "Actually, someone has issued a challenge to the Black Lake Sword. Do you remember the destroyer?" King Jun-shu understood then. He wanted to challenge him and bet the star fragment. He calmly nodded, saying, "Yes, I remember." Chun-bok continued, "This time they're offering diamonds and a fragment of the planet Mars as rewards." Hearing this, Junu's eyes narrowed. A fragment of Mars. He knew exactly what that was. A Martian martial art sealed inside. Junu was immediately overjoyed. This was a quest to obtain it. At that moment, Chun-bok spoke up again. "The deciding match will take place in 2 weeks and will be a 4-on-4 battle. Will you accept?" Junu answered without hesitation. "Of course. I'll see you then." With that, he quickly hung up. With 2 weeks to assemble a team, Junwoo needed one that could guarantee victory against the Destroyer King, but while some fighters like Soren and Uin were useful, he'd never used them in team battles, making things difficult. But Junwoo had another team in mind. He put away his phone and smirked. Just as he thought only that lineup would be the best. 2 weeks later at the underground arena, the referee announced the start of the battle, and the warriors quickly entered the arena. The Destroyer King's team entered, followed by the 3 elders, Flying Dragon King, Demon Master King, and Angel King. The Dragon King sneers at his opponents. "You little punks, I may be old but I'm still full of energy. Try to keep up." Junwoo narrows his eyes at the 3 old men, unable to help but sigh. He knew the Destroyer King would bring strong fighters, but he couldn't believe he brought 3 level 6 masters to the arena. But there's nothing to worry about. Junwoo knows how to win this. His team consists of Iron Fist, a Kim Priest, and finally a Kim Mage. He never used this trio, the Kim family team, when he played the game, but with this lineup, Junwoo knows exactly what strategy to use. He was determined to get the Fragment of Mars. A few days prior, after accepting the Destroyer King's challenge, Junwoo had called the Iron Fist Priest, Kim and Mage Kim to his house. They didn't hesitate, arriving immediately, and happily offering their help, a perfect team of Catalyst, Warrior, Mage, and Priest. Junwoo often used this formation, but the Kim team had a weakness, and he spoke up seriously. "First, our team's problem is defense." Priest Kim nodded. "Don't worry, I can handle the support." Kim, the mage, suddenly raised his hand, muttering in despair. "Ahem, so I'm the weakest link." Junwoo shook his head reassuringly. "It's okay, you don't need to blame yourself. After all, our opponents are seasoned veterans, so a direct confrontation would be difficult." Teek Quian looked at him intently, hesitating. "So, what's your plan?" Junwoo chuckled. "There are 2 things to remember: how to attack, and how to brawl. And right now, a free-for-all has broken out. Isn't this strategy simple? Yet it's giving those old men a hard time." The 3 Iron Fists each hold down an opponent, disrupting the other team's strengths, while Junwoo faces off against the Dragon King. Flying high above, he sneered. "I can't believe you'd resort to such pathetic tactics. Do you think we're easy prey?" With that, the Flying Dragon King began his attack. Junwoo calmly responds. Just as he thought, they underestimated them, and began to split up their formation. The Flying Dragon King extends his prosthetic arm, preparing to fire. Instantly, a dark cannonball hurtled toward Junwoo. He knew aerial attacks were the Flying Dragon King's specialty, but he had a plan. Junwoo immediately switched to aerial bombardment, filling the sky with explosions and smoke. Meanwhile, Junwoo safely ascended into the sky, prompting the Flying Dragon King to exclaim in surprise, "You can fly." But before he could understand, Junwoo cleaved the cannonball in 2. At the same moment, a powerful beam of sword energy shot forth. The Dragon King was horrified, but it was too late. The light exploded in an instant. Seeing this, the God King was shocked, and the Destroyer King anxiously cried out, "Uncle Flying Dragon." But in a moment of carelessness, Sok Kwon lands a blow, sending the King of Destruction sprawling. Sok Kwon then aims the gun in his prosthetic arm. Junwoo smiles in satisfaction. With a blow like that, the God of Destruction is nothing but a fly. Next up are those 2. Meanwhile, Priest Kim and Mage Kim face the Heavenly King and the Sorcerer King, and Junwoo can't help but smile. Everyone is following my orders and doing a great job. He had told them both not to use magic. They were both shocked, asking, "What? How are we supposed to fight then?" Junwoo calmly replied, "Just stick to your opponents and disrupt them. The opportunity will arise. Then use your magic." At this point, the Heavenly King began summoning an offensive spell. In an instant, brilliant light engulfed the arena, forcing the 2 golden spirit mages to shield their eyes. At the same time, the Demon King Mage summoned his power, roaring, "The game is over. Die." Instantly, a blood-red beam of magic hurtled towards them, and in the nick of time, Junwoo rushed forward, raising his shield to protect them. Immediately, he roared, "Priest Kim, bless me now." Priest Kim acknowledged the order with a nod. "Alright, let's do this." Outside the shield, the magical energy relentlessly pounded against it. Before long, Junwoo acquired the shield wall trait. Seeing their lack of counterattack, the Demon Wizard King scoffed. "Is that all you can do, you cowards? Just defend." But the Heavenly King sensed something and cried out, "Wait, Demon Wizard King, I sense a strange energy." Meanwhile, Junwoo stood tall, unscathed. Kim approached him, saying, "Shall we end this?" He nods slightly, replying, "Alright, let's end this." As soon as he finishes speaking, Junwoo summons Thor's hammer, and the Golden Magician simultaneously channels magic into it. In an instant, a fire phoenix appeared, and Junwoo charged forward with his hammer and the phoenix. He smirked confidently, declaring, "This is Team Kim's victory." A deafening explosion rocked the arena, engulfing it in smoke and fire. The referee immediately declared, "The battle is over. Victory belongs to Kim Jeonming's team." Junwoo also received the trait of fearlessness. The condition was to defeat 3 high-ranking enemies in a row, and thanks to the Destroyer King, the conditions to obtain the trait have all been met. As Junwoo pondered, the Destroyer King approached and spoke. "We lost." He nodded slightly, acknowledging a good fight, and the Destroyer King kept his word, handing Junwoo the Fragment of Mars. He coldly stated, "This is what I promised you. The rest will be distributed to each of you." Overjoyed, he couldn't help but suggest they contact him anytime for a rematch, to which the Dragon King chuckled, "I don't think so." Looks like it's time for me to retire. Our era has passed, and a new one has begun. Junwoo and the others watched them leave in silence. The next day, at Junsu's home, Soren and Junsu sparred in the training room, a flurry of sword flashes filling the air. The two fiercely clash, soon creating distance between them, as Junwoo narrows his eyes at the girl before him. Soren stood tall, her voice ringing out, "Master, you're not tired yet, are you? Here I come again." Immediately, she charged forward with a ferocious intensity surrounded by a massive amount of magical power. This is the power of the Heavenly Executioner Star. Hours earlier, Junwoo had called Soren over and given her the fragment of Mars, prompting her surprised exclamation, "Huh, you're giving this to me." "That's right," Junwoo calmly admitted. "The Firestar fragment is useless in my hands as it only resonates with Soren." Soren held it in her hands, muttering with a slightly serious expression. "Just looking at this gives me a strange feeling." Junwoo shook his head reassuringly. "It's okay, you don't need to resist, just let the mana in your body follow its instincts." Following his advice, Soren sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to sense the fragment of the Firestar. The three great swordsmanship includes both martial arts and mana cultivation methods. The reason Junwoo couldn't teach them the specifics of mana control was because of this. Before long, Soren suddenly opened her eyes and drew her sword without hesitation. The air suddenly grows heavy, followed by a blood-red aura of magic, the true form of the Heavenly Execution Star. The power of Mars, the god of war, and the Heavenly Executioner Star Soren has now gathered all the characteristics and essence of the Mars sword technique. Soren couldn't believe it, muttering, "Unbelievable. I've had nothing but bad premonitions." Junshu chuckled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. "It's normal, that's the power of the Heavenly Executioner Star. Accept it, focus on the fight, and you'll become stronger." Soren nods. "Thank you, I really don't know how to repay you." Junwoo smirks mysteriously, saying, "You can repay me right now," leaving her confused. Junwoo raised his sword again, suggesting with a raised eyebrow, "How about I become your student and you teach me the Firestar sword technique?" And so Junwoo and Soren began training together. Soren's speed after learning the Firestar sword art was fast and powerful. Above all, her stamina and mana recovered quickly, so Junwoo was soon pushed back. He frowned slightly, thinking this sword art is truly game-breaking. If Kali's dance was a gentle sword dance, Soren's was a brutal war dance. In that brief clash of swords, Junwoo could feel the world sinking into a sea of blood. In an instant, Soren was stunned, her eyes wide. Junsu's state had completely changed. And so the two continued their match, but it wasn't long before Junsu turned the tables and knocked Soren away. With a crash, the wall behind him exploded. Junsu had finally obtained the Firestar sword technique trait. He smiles contentedly, realizing this is the heavenly killing star. But quickly, Junwoo realized something. Soren, whom he'd flung away, was still sprawled on the ground. He anxiously asked Big Soren, "Are you okay?" Soren retorted, annoyed, "Do I look okay to you?" With practice done for the day, Soren rested while Junwoo showered and enjoyed tea on the balcony. He was close to level 6 but still needed a little more activity and experience it seemed. Thinking this, Junwoo checked his phone and grinned. For times like these, you need the right person. The next day, Junwoo arrived at Cho's office to receive his mission. As soon as he saw him, Cho chuckled. "Well, look who it is. The pride of our organization. Our top earner, and a total kick-ass to boot." Ignoring them, Jun quickly sat down and cut to the chase. "By the way, you said there was a big mission." Choi nodded. "As the mission broker, I'll explain. You know, the terrorist alliance was wiped out, right, Junwoo?" He nodded, already aware of the German army's investigation into the catastrophe. Chapter 1, Terrorist Alliance. Unlike in the game, they were eliminated in a government-led suppression campaign, making reorganization difficult. Currently, the Executioner Queen, along with Yeren and her remnants, are being scattered everywhere. Chell then continued, "So, at the request of the military, we have located them." Kyoke sighed, explaining that one of them was hiding where they couldn't reach. Junwoo frowned, asking, "Is the place that troublesome?" Kyuk reluctantly replied, "Monster Village. There are mutants among those terrorists." Hearing this, Junwoo couldn't help but feel helpless. "In Monster Village, all mutants are considered family," Kisok sighed, shaking his head. "But those terrorists are dangerous, and that bear keeps protecting them, making it difficult for us. But I never imagined Hunter Kim was acquainted with the Monster Village. It must be fate." Junshu nodded in understanding. "I see, but even so, you can't accept it right away. To reach level 6, you can't risk a confrontation with the Monster Village." But he couldn't refuse outright either. As Junwoo pondered, Kiok slid a photo over. The photo was of a salamander, and the man slowly explained that it was a picture of him. A lizard mutant hiding in a monster village. "Doesn't he look like a terrorist?" Junwoo picked up the photo, examined it for a long time, and frowned as he asked, "You're saying this thing is a mutant?" Kyoke nodded slightly. "Yes, is there a problem?" "This salamander isn't a mutant. It's Salamander SR, a Chapter 1 mid-boss, a high-tech bioterrorist. This terrorist tricked Big Bear, so Junsu accepted the mission. So Junwoo ran all night to the Village of Hope, certain that Big Bear would cooperate once he knew the truth. He wasn't sure if it would listen, but he'd try to persuade it. Only for a deafening explosion to erupt as he neared, throwing Junsu into a panic. Isn't that the direction of Hope Village? So, the salamander has made its move. In an instant, smoke and fire engulfed the distant sky. Every creature in the village was weakened, trembling on the ground. Even the giant bear couldn't help but shake. Something was caught in its throat as it rasped. What's happening? It's a mana bomb. From afar, Junshu shouted, and upon seeing him the great bear exclaimed, Swordsman Kim, what are you doing here? Junshu hurriedly replied, I heard there was a terrorist here. This must be his doing. He's a criminal who disguises himself as a mutant. The bear was shocked. What impersonating? Before he could process it, a creature rushed over to report. Chief, the snake bones are gone, and the salamanders have disappeared too. The big bear was stunned, unsure of what to do. Junshu urgently spoke up. There's no time. At this rate, everyone will turn into bombs and explode. The creatures in the village were truly in agony. Run, Shu quickly suggested. Put up a barrier now. The great bear replied without hesitation. Understood. He then rushed to the sacred tree where Big Bear knelt, pleading Godmother. Great Mother, please protect us. And with that plea, the sacred tree began to glow. Then a series of magical rays emanated from the sacred tree, enveloping the entire village in an instant, stabilizing the condition of the creatures. Seeing this, Junu spoke up. Please maintain the barrier. I will go find the terrorist and the snake bones. The great bear looked at him worriedly. Are you sure you'll be all right on your own? June nodded slightly. You've altered the properties of my sixth sense. With determination, he said, I'll find them quickly and return. And with that, Junu ran deeper into the village. The area was thick with miasma. He frowned and muttered, this must be the place. But just then, a voice called out from behind, startling Junu, who turned to look. The one who called him was none other than Soren. He frowned, asking suspiciously, What are you doing here? Soren smiled, replying, You called me here to help. Junu was stunned and asked, Huh. There is. But he quickly realized something, smirking as he said, Ah, that's right, that's why you're here to help me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly faltered, startling Soren, who rushed to support him. She asked worriedly, Are you all right? Junu held his head and said, I'm fine, but this is strange. Why is my body so weak? Soren supported him slowly, moving him and anxiously suggested, Rest, let me investigate. June frowned, slightly hesitantly, asking, Will it really be okay? Sorry, smirks. Of course, leave the rest to me, and you just rest in peace. Before she could finish, she drew a knife, ready to strike, and the scent of blood filled the air. But upon closer inspection, Soren's eyes widened in disbelief, for Junu stood tall, the knife having fallen from her grasp. He smirked. You think I'd fall for such an illusion? Junu held a vial of holy water, which he'd stabbed into his leg to stay alert. Suddenly, Soren exploded into a cloud of black smoke, revealing a sight that made Junu's eyes widen. Because he saw the serpent's bones suspended from a pillar, surrounded by IV drips. Seeing this, Junsu angrily shouted, You maniac, you're using the mutant's body as a bomb. The salamander returned to his normal form, sneering, These mutants are so easy to lure. Thanks to them, I've prepared the perfect terror, and now I've caught you, you troublesome swordsman. Junu narrowed his eyes, looking at them with disdain. You think this is enough to take me down? The perfect time to use these newly forged fury, resilience, assault, destruction, unparalleled slaughter. Combine these 6 attributes to create the Firestar sword technique, and even take on 1,000 foes. Junu skillfully combines the attributes, with his fiery swordplay instantly engulfing the lizardmen's soldiers in blood-red magic, sending them into a panic. Junu's eyes burned with fury as he hissed, You've messed with the wrong person. And with that sword in one hand and axe in the other, he charged his blade soon stained crimson. The entire group, including the salamander, was defeated. Junu smiled in satisfaction, marveling at the incredible power. Junu then rescued the serpent's bones and brought them back to the village of Hope. Seeing its condition, the great bear exclaimed in shock, Serpent's bones, what happened? Junu somberly replied, It's lost too much mana and will soon go berserk. Please take it to the godmother. Understood. The great bear nodded hastily, then took Serpent Bone to the mother tree and pleaded for help. Godmother, please save Snake Bone. But through the translator, all it received was the tree god's troubled tone. It's too late. There's nothing I can do now. Hearing this, Big Bear panicked, muttering in disbelief. No way. Just then, the weakened Snakebone raised a trembling hand and called out, Bear Bear. The great bear rushed over anxiously, asking, Are you all right? You've regained consciousness. Snakebone trembled slightly as he begged, Bear, kill me. In an instant, a look of panic flashed across Bear's face. It roars in anger. What are you saying? Kill you? Junshu was left with no choice. This was probably the best way. If the serpent's bone mana core explodes, it could create a blast large enough to wipe out the entire village, but Big Bear cries out in anguish. I can't do it. Never, not even if it costs me my life. As despair settled in, Junu spoke up, I have a way. Big Bear immediately cried out in joy, really? But he didn't want to give them too much hope, hesitating to say there was a 90% chance of failure. And if something goes wrong, Junsu will be in danger too. But Snakebone's words during their first meeting echo in his mind. Perhaps he should risk his life to save him. Even with such slim odds, the Great Bear was resolute, saying he didn't care if there was only a 1% chance to save the bone serpent, and pleaded for help. Junsu nodded slightly. Understood. First prepare a bath for me. Everyone outside quickly ran off. Junu then looked at the big bear and instructed, and outside the forest, the Hunter Association is waiting. Please allow them to enter. The giant bear, following his instructions, cleared a path for Kiok's people. The man handed Junu a briefcase, saying, "Here are the items you requested. Do you need anything else?" Junu slowly replied, "Chairman, no. All high-ranking soldiers, please remove the monocores and lubricant from the prosthetics." Kiok frowned, asking, "How much of that do you need?" Junu quickly replied, "Extract it all. The only way to help the snake bone survive is to give it a human body, so Junsu is brewing a potion for it, and then submerges the snake bone's body within. This method only appeared after the nuclear war, but it's worth a try. All we need is a sacrifice from someone who has reached the realm of the gods, and we have a divine tree right here." After a moment of thought, Junshu spoke again with conviction. "To save the serpent's bones, will you share your blood?" This caused the great bear to cry out in surprise. The fairy tree hesitated for a moment before speaking of the godmother's blood. "Very well, take it." She then placed her essence into Ju's vial. Junu hurriedly poured some into the snakebone's mouth, saving the rest for himself, then activated the 3 divine attributes: holy power, divine, light, and aura. With these 3 attributes, he could briefly reach their level, and then Junu would enter the space granted by the sacred tree. In an instant, the scenery before him changed. This is the sacred tree's domain, and these 2 gods were invited by her. Junsu feels insignificant in their presence, but their relics are responding to him. With these 3 gods together, Junu can break this probability correction system and level up directly. Quickly, the sky above the village of Hope was shrouded in darkness, and then 2 more streams of magic appeared, striking Junsu and the serpent's bones. Witnessing this, Big Bear exclaimed in astonishment. Lightning was striking directly at the serpent's bones. Kiok was just as confused. No one understood what was happening. Meanwhile, Junsu was still enveloped in magical power, and soon lightning struck down from the heavens, illuminating the village. When the thunder subsided, the bone bath steamed, and Junju smirked. "Snakebone, it's time to wake up." As he spoke, a hand slowly emerged from the tub, and soon a girl with golden hair appeared. Junshu smiled, satisfied. It worked. It truly became human. Or rather, a new artificial human. In human form, Serpent Bone quickly steps out of the tub, now fully human. Junshu quickly covers her body with cloth, smiling as he says, "Congratulations, you have a new body." Snakebone looked at him gratefully, and said softly, "Thank you, it feels like a dream. I can feel the wind on my skin, the scent of grass and fresh air. It's been so long. It feels like a dream. Now I truly have a body." But as soon as she spoke, Snake's body faltered, causing Big Bear to cry out in alarm. "Snake, are you okay? Nothing's wrong, is it?" Junshu was also quite puzzled. Strange, it actually worked. As everyone wondered, Bone Serpent suddenly coughed, and a round treasure appeared in her hand. Junu recognized it. It was the treasure that appeared at the end of Bone Serpent's personal quest, the SSR-ranked fairy ring. Snakebone narrowed her eyes, muttering, "So this is the prophecy of the godmother." Big Bear scratched his head, confused. "A prophecy? What's that?" Snakebone placed the ring in Junu's hand, then smiled and said, "You returned my flesh and blood to me, and my destiny is to give you a part of myself." The prophecy ring, true to its name, is a device that can reveal any information within the game. For example, it can reveal the contents of treasure chests or maps of related random dungeons, a reward Junu never expected. As he pondered, Bone Serpent produced a manacore and offered it to him. "Please take this as well," Jun asked with a hint of doubt. "Isn't this a manacore? Even though you're no longer a mutant, you'll still need it." Bone Serpent shook her head slightly, replying, "It's okay. If you want to reach level 6, you'll need my manacore." That's what she told me. At that moment, the sacred tree suddenly trembled, and a leaf fell into Snakebone's hand. She quickly opened it to find writing inside, and after reading it, announced, "Godmother has given us a guide to reaching level 6. Junshu was stunned, and Bone Serpent slowly explained, "According to this, you'll need monocores from other mutants as well." Upon hearing this, Big Bear immediately spoke up, "You're our village's benefactor, so this is nothing. I'll give you all the monocores I've saved." Soon after, everyone in the village chimed in, wanting to give him their monocores, and Junshu smiled contentedly. These must be mementos from their teachers, parents, or friends, and yet they're willing to give them away. He's truly grateful. The next day, Junu returned to the city and headed to a skyscraper, followed by his 3 students. Soren looked around for a long time before hesitantly asking, "Is this entire building really yours?" Junu nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, I just bought it. Money is power." Just then, Director Choi ran over, waving. "Hello, Superman Kim." Junu chuckled. "Director Choi, you're here early." Choso smiled, saying, "Of course I'm the manager of this building now. It would be my honor. Allow me to give you a tour of the building." Hearing this, the 3 members of Soren were immediately overjoyed, and full of excitement they decided to head to the cafeteria. But Junu suggested, "Let's go to the training room." Soren and the others were immediately alarmed. Later in the training room, Junsu and his 3 students began their training. Kali was a level 3 superhuman, Janet was level 4, and Soren was the highest at level 5. Meanwhile, Junu also trained his speed so great it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Junu has changed his class to swordsman and reached level 6. After an intense training session, Junu pauses to observe his 3 students. They've begun to establish a foundation, so now he can focus on his own training. Thanks to the Immortal's Ring, Junu acquired the items needed to reach level 6, and even mastered the Eastern Army's Black Tiger sword art and Hellfire techniques. With all these new attributes, mastering the sword is within reach. But Junu's current training isn't enough to unlock its full potential. As a result, he struggled to control the Fiery Star sword art. Junu felt it was time to go there, to the place of the gods. A few days later at the massive palace in Sweden, Junu arrived at the entrance, but as he approached, the guard stopped him, saying, "Warrior Kim, I'm afraid you can't enter." Junu was taken aback, asking incredulously, "I'm an honorary paladin here," the guard replied coldly. "Even as a paladin, your level 6 status puts you at great risk. Please come back when you're level 7. Junu sighed. "You knew this would happen, didn't you? It's understandable, I suppose. It's said that anyone below level 6 will die if they encounter a god, but there is a way." Then he pulls out a flower. Jun Shu chuckled. "This is a mythical artifact from Norse mythology, Miss Duyen's regret." The guarding angel muttered in disbelief. "You actually got your hands on it. I understand now. Allow me to lead the way." Hearing this, Jun smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. Luckily you prepared in advance." Earlier in Stockholm Square, Junu was strolling down the street, but with a purpose. Before meeting Thor, he needed to prepare something. There's a mission with Miss Tan's regret as the reward. I have to complete it first. As Junu recalls, he needs to find some special characters in this market. While he's lost in thought, someone comes up from behind and puts their arm around his shoulder. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" he said, with a beaming smile. "I never expected to see you here." Junshu offered a polite smile. "It has been a while." "What a coincidence," Shichmun said with a hearty laugh. "It's all thanks to the new member of our family. We have a child now. We brought our child here to be blessed." Seeing the happy couple, Junshu couldn't help but smile. "Now that I think about it, this place used to be a sacred site for the Norse." "Wait, isn't that the god who blesses babies in Norse mythology?" Realizing something, Junshu quickly spoke up. "Wait, you two came here to receive Freak's blessing, but I heard she was dead." Edward nodded slightly. "That's right, but there is a prophecy. The prophecy says to seek the jewel of twilight within the floating castle in the sky and the deepest depths, then bring it to the open field, board the airship, and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile." Junshu frowned slightly. "According to the prophecy, the floating castle must be the giant palace, and the lowest depths must be this place." As he pondered, Chimun offered, "We've found the jewel, would you like to see it?" With that he handed Junu what he had, and Junu taking it, muttered in surprise, "This is a jewel. Does that mean the jewel here is forbidden knowledge?" But in the picture, Junu saw something familiar, and seeing his reaction, Chimun asked a little confused, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong? This is the birth of the purest god, the genesis of Miss Nu. The special person Junsu has to meet is actually the married couple Sichmun. He must help them receive Freak's blessing to complete the mission." With that thought, Junu immediately changed his attitude. Excited, he says, "Brother, allow me to join your journey." And so, the three of them head to the prophesied field, though there are quite a few monsters below. Sitting in the driver's seat, Sichmon pointed into the distance saying, "That's the airship from the prophecy, the legendary ship built by the Dwarf King." Junshu followed his hand and looked over, indeed, seeing 2 airships floating in the air. Junu was instantly overjoyed. He recognized it as a foldable mobile fortress that could fit in his pocket, a flying mobile fortress. Saipun, noticing his silence, continued, "Amazing to see in person, isn't it?" But Junsu was thinking about taking it back, something he couldn't do in the game. The couple Shishmun sat in their vehicle constantly looking around because Tianchi had told them to take the gem to the field, prop up the flying ship, and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile, so they must seize Skit-the-Bladnir and defeat the Titans. Sighing, Shikmun knew many had died for that ship, and it wouldn't be easy. Jun clenched his fist at that. "Not easy, huh? Not at all for you, it's a piece of cake." Just then, the cannons were aimed at Ju's vehicle. In an instant, a barrage of magical cannon fire rained down. The car system blared a warning, "Ammunition detected ahead, time for me to shine." At the same time, Junu switched to expert driver mode, rapidly accelerated, and tore through the wind. Magic cannon fire relentlessly pursued, exploding all around. But Junsu's car bravely charged forward, even as the cannons relentlessly fired, triggering constant warnings from the system. Junu ignored them, accelerating straight into the smoke and fire ahead. Seeing this, the Red Moon couple below were terrified as something within the smoke and fire began to glow intensely. Who else but Junsu? He drives his car straight into the sky. An absolutely cinematic performance by Junsu, earning him the trait of becoming one with his warhorse. Immediately, Junu drives straight toward the spaceship, his car proudly stopping on top, alarming the guards. Before they could understand what was happening, an explosion sent them flying. The general emerged to find his troops defeated, and panic set in. Seeing the culprit, he immediately questioned, Why would a holy knight do something like this? Junu scoffed. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't believe in gods. With that, he tightened his grip on his hammer, ignoring the general's cries. Without hesitation, he charged forward, and with a resounding boom the ship erupted in another explosion. And just like that, Junu annihilated the ship's occupants and seized control. Shimun, now aboard, couldn't help but exclaim, "That was an amazing battle, kid. Now all that's left is to control this thing." Junu nodded slightly. "That's true, but how do we control it?" While he was at a loss, the system in the ship spoke up. "Master, I can control it." And so, Junsu plugged the warhorse's reins into the ship, and in an instant, the system began to boot up. Sipun studies the map, muttering with a frown. "To receive Freck's blessing, we must find Fenria." Junu volunteers without hesitation. "I'll help you find it." With that, he let the system control the ship and set off, but not before dropping bombs on the field, wiping out all the titans below. Seeing this, Junshu smiled with satisfaction. "Now we can fulfill the prophecy, right?" Shikmun nodded. "Thanks a lot, kid. I won't forget this favor. Now listen up." With that, he retrieves the jewel from before, and a beam of light immediately erupts from within. And then the goddess Frigg appeared. Without a word, she slowly raised her hand, then gently touched Jordis's stomach. Soon after, the goddess vanished, and Sipun spoke sincerely. "The blessing you have left behind, I accept it with gratitude." Junu was also happy, as the mission was complete. And with that, he obtained the 1% drop rate item from the game Miss Ken's Regret. Clutching the flower, Junsu was ready to face the gods, and back in reality, he entered the massive palace. As he stepped inside, an invisible barrier appeared before him, blocking his path. Junsu bit his lip fiercely, trying to tear through the barrier and break through. Just being near him made it hard to breathe. But Junsu had the item, and despite being underleveled, he could withstand the gods' pressure. Because you carry a disposable item. And through Junu's persistence, he finally meets the Thunder God. Seated on his grand chair, he raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Pleased to meet you, outsider." Junu was taken aback. He knows who he is. Thinking this, he asks suspiciously, "How did you know I came from another world?" With a soft chuckle, though casually replied, "How would I know? These eyes of mine can see everything, you insignificant human." Hearing this, Jun realized that even the gods couldn't know who he was. At that moment, Tho spoke up, "Why have you come to see me?" Junshu calmly replied, "I just want to ask a few things. Do you know who summoned me here?" But Thor shook his head, replying, "I don't know." Junshu froze and Thor glared at him. "Say that again." "I said I don't know." "How would I know?" Junshu frowned, muttering, "So did the Pope summon me?" Tho furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment before replying, "Impossible. If a god used that kind of power, there's no way I wouldn't know." Junshu frowned, lost in thought. So it wasn't a god. He recalled his conversation with the saintess that day, her words clearly holding hidden meanings. Lost in thought, Junshu then quietly asks, "So why did she call me a vessel?" Tho pauses for a long moment before replying, "Perhaps it's your soul. The level of your soul is truly high." Junshu asked, confused, "Is it because I can combine attributes?" The East calls it the unparalleled myriad stars. Right? Junshu, recalling the Tower Master's words, asked, "I've heard of this before. Have you ever met anyone like me?" After a long pause, Tho finally spoke. "There was one, the Heavenly Demon." This made Junshu recall Chen Wei saying he resembled the Heavenly Demon, and he finally understood everything. As Jun pondered, Tho suggested, "Why don't we run away from the Pope and that disgusting order, and I'll appoint you as my angel." Du was stunned, and quickly refused. "I'm not ready to die yet." Tho looked at him, displeased and scoffed. "Not until after you die, human, but honestly, it wouldn't matter if that old man came back to life." Junshu pouted and retorted, "Are you serious? I don't want to be stuck in this stupid palace drinking all the time." Tho is the god of thunder and war. Remembering the myths in the God Extinction War, when the Pope died, all the defeated gods were executed, and the victorious gods were sealed away. It's no wonder Thor is so upset being locked up like this. Then Thor suddenly spoke. "In the end, the war against the gods only benefited you humans, didn't it? Fine, I'll give you some extra encouragement." These words confused Junu, but Thor says nothing more, reaching out to him. "You want the power to escape the Father, don't you?" Junu simply nods in response. Thor Hersher smiles, a smirk playing on his lips. "That power, I'm willing to grant it to you." As soon as he spoke, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, engulfing Junu in its light, the pain causing his veins to bulge. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer, and roared to the heavens. Tho remained seated indifferently, calmly saying, "Use it well." After enduring immense pain, Junu finally received Thor's training and his lightning. Thor then slowly opened his mouth. "All done, little human." The hammer in his hand trembled after a surge of lightning, now able to create lightning itself, a painful process, but the results were worth it. June bowed his head in gratitude to Thor. "Thank you," he said to the god of thunder. Thor nodded slightly, replying, "You may leave now, human from another world." Junu smiled contentedly. The trip was not bad at all. He then left the palace, boarding a spaceship back to Korea. A few days later, Junu entered Korean territory. He calmly gazed below, deciding the long journey was worth it. Though unintended, Junu acquired the god-killing Miss Ten, capable of negating invincibility, and even defeating Skit Bradle. Increasingly pleased, Junu chuckled. "Perhaps I should take my disciples on a trip." But just then, a commotion arose in the distance. He frowned slightly, muttering, "What's that rumbling sound?" He quickly saw the explosion ahead, and Junu's face immediately turned grim. "This is your place. How did it explode?" Soon after, ambulances arrived and rushed the injured to the hospital. Upon returning, Junu rushed to the scene, his speed startling the nurses, but he paid them no mind, heading straight for Director Choi's room. Covered in injuries, he lay in the hospital bed with Cheol Kwan by his side, as Junu frowned. "Director Choi, who did this to him?" Tai Kwan replied tight-lipped. "We're investigating, but it seems to be the remnants of the terrorists." Hearing this, Junsu's face darkened and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Terrorists, they've crossed the line." Cho wasn't just Junsu's partner, but so much more. In this cruel and selfish society, he was the first to show him kindness. Chu's was also his right-hand man. That ever-smiling man, now lying motionless. Jun bit his lip, his eyes filled with self-reproach. "Damn it, it's all my fault for asking him to manage the building." At that moment, a trembling voice suddenly echoed, "Superhuman." Kim's eyes twitched slightly. He looked down at the person in the bed and cried out in alarm, "Director, he's awake." Choi So shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine." Then he shakily raised his hand, holding a vial of blood. He muttered softly, "But there's something far more important here. Take my blood." Junu frowned, asking suspiciously, "Why are you giving it to me?" Choi calmly replied, "Because I implanted nanites in my blood, and I managed to get some on those terrorists. With it, Junu can find them." Hearing this, Jun immediately grasped Choi Sello's hand gratefully, saying, "Thank you for being alive. Director Choi, I'll use every medical tool at my disposal to heal you." Choi So simply nodded, his smile still sincere. Seeing that he was okay, Junu turned to leave, his face full of murderous intent, "And this time, I will definitely take care of them all." A moment later, at Guro's base, Junsu and So Kwon arrived. After surveying the area, Chi Kwon spoke slowly. "Superhuman Kim, I've traced the nano device in Director Choi's blood. This is it. They're hiding here." Junu and he quickly head inside. He frowned slightly, asking, "You're saying their trail ends here?" Quinn nods. "Yes, let me tear this place apart. Most people in Guro are residents or criminals, nothing Iron Fist can't handle." Hearing this, Junu frowned in silence. This was the right decision, but this time he would definitely defeat the leader of these terrorists, the assassin Queen Iron. This terrorist alliance started as the League of Rights, an organization formed to reclaim rights for those marginalized by society. Until they allied with Father's cult, destroying this place could strengthen their cause. Violence isn't always the answer, and that thing could endanger innocent lives. Tai Kwan frowned slightly. "Of course that's true. So have you thought of another way?" Junu smirked. "We have to tear it down and rebuild." Hearing this, Tia Kwan was stunned, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Junu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "From now on, we will redevelop the Guro district." Hearing this, Chol Kwan was even more confused and dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Junu smirked and said confidently, "This is my plan." The redevelopment of Guro went smoothly thanks to the president's swift approval of the project in the chaotic district, and investments from figures like Tower, the Master of the Magic, Tower, He Yang, and even the General. Furthermore, Junsu finally located the terrorists' main base on the outskirts of Dharam, and of course he's going there, accompanied by Yuan. He helped Junsu unlock it, and smiled with delight. "It's unlocked, sir." Junu was impressed. Truly, they live up to their reputation as the #1 security company. Yuan is not only good at security but also at cracking it. Yuan seemed a little hesitant and spoke in a low voice. "But don't you think this is a little too dangerous? You're about to face the infamous Assassin Queen." A smile crept across his face as Junshu calmly spoke. "Of course it's dangerous. This isn't an easy mission. That's precisely why I asked for your help. So you brought some familiar faces along with you." The 3 Iron Fists, the Mage Kim and the Priest Kim, were already level 5 superhumans, while Junsu's 3 students were still lined up with levels 3 and 4, and Junsu and Uin were level 6 superhumans. These individuals possess extraordinary talent, their growth far exceeding the average. Junu never imagined Yuan would become his equal. Thinking this, he happily said, "Then everyone is strong enough to handle the people here, so there's nothing to worry about." Hearing this, the 3 of Soren immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Leave it to us, Master." Yuan, now resolute, declared, "I'll do my best as a level 6 Esper, just like you." With preparations complete, Junu pushed open the door and stepped inside. The moment the door opened, a whirlwind slammed into their faces, revealing a spatial gate. Seeing that terrifying darkness, the 3 of them immediately deflated, and Soren hesitantly muttered, "Are you sure we'll be okay going in there?" June winks confidently, "Have I ever been wrong? Let's go in and take out the Assassin Queen." Meanwhile, in a dark cellar, a deep voice echoed, saying those fools have walked right into their graves. As he spoke, a blood-red sword was raised. Yirin smirked, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Since it's come to this, I'll just have to help them find a nice burial spot." Moments later, Junshu's group entered the vast prairie, but the unfamiliar scenery left them bewildered. On this land lies a magic circle along with 3 strange battle formations, a place once known to players as Minigame Hell. They must complete 3 minigames to remove the magic cast on the Queen of Blades. Easy in the game, but clearing it in person won't be so simple. It was precisely for this contingency that Junwoo brought his disciples. Thinking this, he glanced at everyone and announced, "We'll split into 3 teams to break through this place. Team 1 will be Ewan and Iron Fist Mage Kim and Priest Kim. Team 2 will be Soren, Janet, and Kali." After hearing the team assignments, Soren asked suspiciously, "Huh?" Meanwhile, Junshu confidently stated, "I'll go alone," as the last team couldn't help but smile. He's a veteran of these minigames. He can handle it alone. The first game is Esgujin's team, a game of smashing falling blocks to reach the checkpoint. Though it doesn't look easy with magic that senses magical power, it's a different story. That's where the magician Kim comes in. He quickly finds what he needs, and immediately Tikuyen smashes through them with his fists. Ujin's team's first game progressed smoothly, but a thought seemed to take root in Ujin's mind, a serious look on his face. The second game, Soren's team, was about finding cloud steps to cross the sky to the checkpoint. They just need to follow a certain pattern to get through, and with Kali the boss raid fanatic, it's a piece of cake. And the final game belongs to Junsu, who reminds everyone, "I'll handle this myself, so don't worry. If we're here first, don't open the door, just wait. Well, good luck." A moment later, Priest Kim stood before a door, smiling as he spoke. "Looks like we got here first." Priest Kwan hugs, Priest Kim laughing. "It's all thanks to this kid. His heart rate detection is top-notch." Priest Kim replies shyly, "I'm glad I could help." The 3 continued to chat happily, while Ewan stood to the side, looking displeased. Just then, another group appeared, Soren's trio. They were overjoyed with their success, and Soren hugged Kali, praising her. "Our Kali is so smart." The 3 girls embraced and laughed together, looking very close. And once again, Ewan found himself isolated in this place, determined to show Junwoo how much he'd grown. But what is he doing? This can't go on. As the only rank 6 warrior here, he thought he had to face the Overlord Queen head-on. And with that thought, Ewan confidently approached the door before him. Soren was speaking idly when he caught sight of this. Ewan was preparing to push the door open. Soren frantically shouts, "What are you doing? Get out of there now." Priest Kim urgently warned, "Don't go in. Warrior Kim isn't here yet." But it was too late. The door had already been opened. But Ujin confidently laughed, "It's okay everyone, I'm level 6, I can handle some of it." And so they defied Junwoo and entered Yiren's sanctuary on their own. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of dark energy struck, sending shivers down Ujin's spine, and the others felt it too. What is this terrifying pressure Ujin felt, his body paralyzed? The one who attacked was of course the executioner, Queen Yiren, slowly approaching the trembling Ujin. Seeing this, Soren immediately yelled in dissatisfaction, "That idiot master told you to wait." Immediately after, the 3 of them charged forward together. Seeing them move, Ujin was shocked. How could they withstand the curse? Yiren, however, remained calm, unfazed by the 3 warriors. She sneers, "So eager to die, I'll grant your wish." As soon as he spoke, Yiren began to swing her sword, sending a flurry of slashes that sent the 3 Sorens flying. Ujin, still struggling against the curses, frowned fiercely. This was a battle they couldn't win from the start. At that moment, Yiren slowly approached Soren, and Ujin, sensing danger, shouted, "Run, Soren." Yiren sneers, a cruel smile on her lips. "Goodbye, kid." But before her blade can fall, a figure intercedes. Yiren's eyes narrowed, her face contorted in displeasure as Junwoo blocked her sword with his gauntlet. He raised an eyebrow, taunting, "Hey, queen of many husbands, long time no see. It's been over a month, right?" Seeing who it was, Yiren's face twisted with displeasure as she coldly asked, "You dare come here? Then there's no need to prolong this, I'll kill you all." With that, Yiren began to wield her sword. A flurry of sword beams danced in the air, and Ewan was instantly horrified. No, even if it's Junwoo, he was worried and wanted to shout. But before he could, something unexpected happened. Junwoo was evenly matched with Yiren, even forcing her back several meters. In an instant, she went berserk, charging forward and screaming, "I will kill you." Junshu remained calm, quickly sheathing his sword, a smirk forming on his lips as he declared, "You're wrong. You're the one who's going to die today." With that, he drew the Thunder God's hammer, striking with lightning ablaze. The thunderous explosions echoed, but Yiren charged through them undeterred. "Humph, you think you can stop me with this trash? Attacking 1,000 times would be useless." Junwoo of course already knew this. During the Soon Terror incident, Yiren's passive invincibility, he tasted pain then. Junsu couldn't hurt me then, but now he can go toe-to-toe with Yiren. This displeased her. How could he have improved so much in such a short time? Of course Yiren wouldn't give up. She vanished, reappearing behind Junwoo, and without hesitation, Yiren swung her sword. Unfortunately, Junwoo was a step ahead, creating a shield to defend himself, but it was shattered by Yiren's blade in no time. She charged straight toward Junwoo Yiren, scoffing, "Let's end this Black Sword Master." But suddenly a branch pierces her body. It's the god of death, Mentane. Inen. The aura emanating from it nullifies Yiren's invincibility. Junwoo smirks, a triumphant smile on his face. "It's over. Yeah,